The doors be open, que l'on nous pas. Tabling of documents. Report de documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor to lay upon the table a report of the Chief Electoral Officer entitled An Electoral Framework for the 21st Century. Recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada following the 42nd general election.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of the Privacy Commissioner on the application of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act and the Privacy Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Railway Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012, Transport of Dangerous Goods by Rail. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, my community of Lake Wabamun suffered the devastating impacts of a train derailment of 700,000 litres of bunker C fuel and fuel oil into our lake, a sizable amount still remaining. That same summer, a train derailed, spilling sodium hydroxide into the Cheakamus River in British Columbia, killing over 500,000 fish. In 2013, a runaway train carrying crude oil derailed in the town of Lac-Mégantic, killing over 40 people, leaving the community traumatized to this day. I arrived in this place determined to seek action on rail safety. Today, I am tabling a bill to strengthen measures to assess and regulate rail shipping of dangerous cargo. My bill makes two significant changes to federal laws on rail safety and environmental assessment. Firstly, it imposes a mandatory duty to undertake a federal environmental assessment of any activity potentially dangerous to health and the environment, and extends the right to concerned communities to request such a review, including concerns about rail. Secondly, my bill amends the Railway Safety Act to require additional approval for specified volumes of dangerous cargo. This is critical as dangerous rail traffic is reported to have increased 1,000-fold over recent years, and the National Energy Board forecasting an additional 10-fold increase over the next 25 years. It's time for preventive action.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Aria, appuyé par
Mr. Aria, seconded by Mr. Johari, moves for leave to table an act entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Mischief. This motion is deemed adopted.
Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, which seeks to amend subsection 434.1 of the Criminal Code of Canada. Hatred based on race, color, religion, ethnic origin, gender identity, and sexual orientation is one of the worst things in our democratic society. As it stands, this subsection, which deals with mischief motivated by hate, is currently limited to race, color, religion, and ethnic origin. I am expanding this to include gender identity and sexual orientation. Also, currently this subsection limits properties to places of worship such as churches, synagogues, mosques, and temples. I'm expanding this to include schools, daycare centers, sports arenas, senior residences, colleges, universities, and community centers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Arias, seconded by Mr. Johari, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion to address agricultural concerns. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Fisheries Act, the Textile Labeling Act, the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, Animal Protection, be amended as follows. A, that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 be deleted. B, that clause 7 be amended by replacing lines 33 and 34 on page 5 with the following. 7, paragraph 445.1 sub 1 sub B of the Act is replaced by the following. B, and in any manner encourages, promotes, aids, or assists at or receives money for the fighting or baiting of animals or birds, including breeding, training, or transporting an animal or a bird to fight another animal or bird. 7.1, the Act is amended by adding the following after section 445.1. 445.2 sub 445.2 sub 1, everyone commits an offense who A, negligently causes unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal or a bird, B, being the owner or the person having the custody or control of an animal or a bird, willfully or recklessly abandons it or negligently fails to provide suitable and adequate food, water, air, shelter, and care for it, or C, negligently injures an animal or a bird while it is being conveyed. Sub 2, for the purposes of subsection sub 1, negligently means departing markedly from the standard of care that a reasonable person would use. Sub 3, everyone who commits an offense under subsection 1 is guilty of A, an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 2 years, or B, an offense punishable on summary conviction and liable to a fine not exceeding $5,000 or to imprisonment for a term of not more than 6 months, or to both. 7.2, the portion of subsection 447.1 sub 1 of the Act before paragraph sub A is replaced by the following. 447.1 sub 1, the court may, in addition to any other sentence that it may impose under subsection 444 sub 2, 445 sub 2, 445.1 sub 2, 445.2 sub 3, 446 sub 2, or 447 sub 2, and that the bill be reprinted as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my friend and colleague from British Columbia, the member for Langley-Aldergrove.
As he likes to call it, has made me discover Families for Justice, a group of Canadians who have had a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. It is the #1 cause of criminal death in Canada. Over 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. Canadians are calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide and for this Parliament to support C-226, the Impaired Driving Act, which is now in committee. Thank you.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting 10 petitions all this morning, including signatures from the ridings for MPs from Essex, Niagara West, and Windsor West, all individuals in support of Cassie and Molly's Law. A Stats Canada study shows that over 60,000 Canadian women were victimized by domestic violence while pregnant between the years of 2004 and 2009. The Native Women's Association of Canada is fully endorsing C-225, protecting pregnant women and their preborn children, indicating that at least 18 of the missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls were pregnant. Canadians know this law is needed in a national strategy against violence against women.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table a petition calling on the Government of Canada to maintain the categorization of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a state that supports terrorism, pursuant to the Act on the Immunity of States, for as long as the Iranian regime refuses to deny terrorism. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to table a petition with 4 million signatures in my riding, calling for cell telephone and internet access. I would have liked to have sent it to you as an e-petition, but we have a very limited network, so I was unable to do so. Often the coverage is spotty and is unavailable in my riding, especially in Avignon, La Métis, Matane, and Matapédia. Many communities are thus deprived of an indispensable tool to ensure their economic and social development and their safety. Everyone knows that today internet access and cell coverage is essential to allow our communities and our businesses to develop, grow, and prosper. Our villages and our residents need this infrastructure, and that is why the people who signed my petition are calling on our government. I will continue to support the citizens in my riding to try to fix this problem as soon as possible. Thank you.
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions that I would like to table today. The first is with respect to Cassie and Molly's law. The petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass legislation that would recognize preborn children as a separate victim when they are killed or injured during the commission of an offense against the mother. That's again in support of Cassie and Molly's law. And I have another petition which is calling on the House to maintain the listing of Iran as a state sponsor of terror. The petitioners recognize grievous abuses of human rights by the Iranian state, as well as the threat that that state poses to international peace and security. And I commend both of these petitions to the consideration of members. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Petition regarding Falun Gong, which is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline that consists of meditation, exercises, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. In 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched a nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Millions of Falun Gong practitioners have been arrested and put in custody, and many sentenced to long prison terms of up to 20 years, where torture and abuse are routine and tens of thousands are feared dead as a result. They're calling, Mr. Speaker, in a public way that we need to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, présentation de pétition. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government Bills Commons, second reading, first time debated of Bill C-22, the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts.
Seconded by Ms. Freeland. Moves that Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to begin second reading of Bill C-22, which would establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. Ce projet de loi est une expression.
This bill is a concrete expression of our commitment to reestablish constructive dialogue with parliamentarians and to improve accountability and transparency.
Work to share highly classified information with parliamentarians so they can scrutinize national security activities, hold the government to account, and ensure that our national security agencies consistently act responsibly. Canada is a free and just society. It is a beacon in the world when it comes to democratic principles. When this government took office, we made a strong commitment to uphold and advance these principles and to enhance our democratic institutions. National security is one of the most important responsibilities of any government. Canadians expect their government to keep them safe. At the same time, Canadians also expect their governments to pursue this objective in a way that respects our fundamental rights and freedoms.
This government has always advocated that any renewed powers to government agencies to combat threats and to the security of Canada must be accompanied by strengthened accountability. The protection of both security and our rights and freedoms must be maintained, or neither can truly be achieved. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this became a central plank in the platform we set out for the people of Canada in the election held last October. Within Canada's Westminster system, Parliament is where the opposition fulfills its obligation to hold the government to account. However, the open forum of the House of Commons and its standing committees present a challenge with respect to the review of national security activities. To be effective, such reviews require knowledge and understanding of classified information that, if publicly released, can harm Canada's national interest. Our government found it unacceptable that, among the Five Eyes allies, Canada was the only nation whose elected officials do not have a forum to review and examine the classified activities of our national security agencies. We know the previous government was opposed to giving parliamentarians a role in overseeing the actions and conduct of our national security agencies. We, however, believe otherwise. Our Prime Minister long ago recognized the need for increased scrutiny. It was a commitment he made during the last Parliament. It was a commitment he made during the election campaign. It was a commitment on which he asked our Minister of Public Safety and myself to work together so that Canadians could see real results. Mr. Speaker, promise made, promise kept. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the current Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board for the hard work she did on this file in her previous role as Liberal critic on national defence. I also want to highlight the fact that my colleague, the Honourable Member for Malpeque, introduced a private member's bill to create a committee of parliamentarians in 2013. This goes to show our long-standing commitment to protect both public safety and Canadians' rights to privacy. This bill aims to establish an effective forum where parliamentarians can access classified information in a secure and responsible manner. Better information will lead to more informed parliamentary debate about national security activities and enhanced accountability. Nous avons étudié le
We have studied the National Security Parliamentary Committee models of our Westminster allies, namely Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. In fact, earlier this year, my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, traveled to the UK to see firsthand how their committee, which is called the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, is established. While the models used by our allies were informative, ultimately, we decided to adopt a made-in-Canada approach.
Speaker, the bill will create a committee of parliamentarians comprised of members from the House and the other place with a mandate to scrutinize our national security and intelligence activities in any department and agencies, including ongoing operations, unless the responsible minister determines that the review would be injurious to national security. It would also be able to conduct strategic and systematic reviews of the framework that support national security and intelligence activities, including legislation, regulatory policies, expenditures, and administrative procedures. I would like to take a moment to discuss this broad mandate. Canada currently has a number of review bodies that examine the activities of specific government organizations engaged in national security operations and report to Parliament, such as the Security and Intelligence Review Committee, the Commissioner of the Communications Security Establishment, and the RCMP Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. These bodies play an important role in the accountability framework of our three main national security agencies, CSIS, CSE, and the RCMP. And I would be remiss not to highlight the particularly good work they do in investigating public complaints and ensuring that these agencies operate lawfully. However, we recognize that something more is needed. That is why, unlike these review bodies, the mandate of the committee would not be limited to reviewing specific organizations, but would instead encompass all national security activities conducted within the Government of Canada. I would note that this government-wide mandate is unique to Canada, and no other international model we examined provides for such a broad scope. This government-wide perspective will enable the committee to perform strategic and systematic review of our national security apparatus and examine the legal, regulatory, policy and expenditure frameworks under which it operates. This will help ensure that our national security system as a whole is functioning effectively and efficiently, all the while respecting Canadians' rights and freedoms. Another key element of our Made in Canada approach is the ability of the committee to initiate reviews of any national security operation, including ongoing operations. No other Westminster jurisdiction we examined provides this much scope for examination. This exceptional power requires a safeguard to ensure the committee's operational reviews would not disrupt or harm any active operation. Specifically, the legislation would allow the responsible minister to stop a review if it would be injurious to national security.
To provide a secure venue for the consideration of proposed draft legislation, policy initiatives, or issues of high public interest that require the examination of classified information, the legislation would further allow the government to refer specific matters to the NSI-COP for study.
Have a legal right to access all government information it needs to conduct its reviews, including information subject to solicitor-client privilege, to ensure that it can effectively carry out this broad review mandate. We have limited the exceptions to information access only to areas of absolute need, such as cabinet confidences, identities of informants, sources and persons protected under the Witness Protection Program, and personal and commercially sensitive information related to personal banking transactions and foreign investments. We take seriously the need to guarantee the independence of police investigations and avoid harm to military operations. Though this bill provides an authority for ministers to withhold special operational information, I want to be clear. Ministers cannot withhold any information, but only special operational information, a specific legally defined category of the most covert national security information, and only if ministers believe it would be injurious to national security. In every instance, ministers must provide the committee with an explanation as to why special operational information must be withheld. In this way, ministers are held to account if they misuse or abuse this authority. Mr. Speaker, the committee's mandate and powers will be legislated and cannot be altered by the government. The committee will act with full independence from the government in deciding which matters to review and in reporting its findings and recommendations. In any case where a minister has decided to stop a review or withhold information and the committee is dissatisfied with the minister's decision, it would be able to report on these matters to Parliament. Ministers would be accountable to Parliament and Canadians for their actions. I recognize that my colleagues opposite are not only interested in what this committee will do, but also how the membership of this committee will be determined. This committee of parliamentarians will be a multi-party committee. Members will be appointed by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the Prime Minister and would consist of 9 members, 2 from the other place and 7 from the House of Commons. Among those 7 members from the House of Commons, a maximum of 4 members would be from the governing party. This allows sufficient flexibility to adapt to future changes in the composition of Parliament. Of course, parliamentarians who will sit on this committee will have a great responsibility to ensure that they maintain the confidentiality of the information that they are provided. Each member of the committee will be person permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act and may be prosecuted for disclosing special operating information. Members would be required to obtain a security clearance and swear an oath of secrecy before assuming his or her position. The security requirements proposed in the bill are consistent with those imposed on public officials who have access to highly classified information. Nothing in the bill will limit members' ability to draw perceived deficiencies in government performance to the attention of Parliament and Canadians, so long as they do not disclose classified information. The committee's annual report would be tabled in Parliament, including its findings and recommendations. The committee would also have the power to issue special reports at any time if it considers it necessary to do so. The committee's report would be provided to the Prime Minister prior to tabling for the sole purpose of ensuring that they do not contain classified information. It is important to underline that the Prime Minister would not have the ability to alter the committee's findings and recommendations. The committee will be supported by a small secretariat that will be established as a separate departmental entity. The secretariat will help ensure that the committee members receive the support they need to perform their mandate. This includes providing research, briefings, and legal and technical advice. It includes preparing work plans, meeting agendas, and draft reports. The Secretariat will also liaise with national security agencies and review bodies to facilitate access to information and the appearance of officials. In short, Mr. Speaker, we intend to provide the committee with the necessary resources and support it needs. Bill C-22 fulfills the government's commitment to establish a committee of parliamentarians. The committee will provide parliamentarians with direct access to classified information so that they can directly assess government activities, thus strengthening the democratic accountability of those activities. Through its reports and recommendations, it will help to ensure that national security and intelligence activities are carried out effectively and in a manner that respects our democratic values. The committee will act with full independence from the government in deciding which matters to review and in reporting its findings and recommendations. This is a significant addition to the review mechanisms. Compared to our allies in the other Westminster democracies, it goes further to review policies and operations across the spectrum of departments and agencies involved in the national security system. In these ways, Canada sets a new benchmark for parliamentary review. Mr. Speaker, this bill is exactly what we committed to achieving and what Canadians have asked us to do. We have waited a long time for this kind of committee. It is an idea whose time has come. I hope my colleagues across the way will recognize the importance of this legislation and will support our proposal to include members of their caucus in the review of our national security agencies. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, Canadians rejected the politics of fear promoted by the opposition. They decided that openness and transparency are better than preying on people's anxieties. That is the mandate on which we were elected, and that is exactly what this bill helps us achieve. In closing, I want to take a few seconds to acknowledge and thank two more of my colleagues. First, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, who previously, as Government House Leader, did tremendous work to bring this bill to the House. And second, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness for his close collaboration and hard work on the bill before us. I know my colleague is looking forward to his own remarks on this bill, as am I. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I read in the newspapers that the member from Ottawa South has been named the chairman of this committee, which is rather strange because the bill hasn't even received the approval of Parliament. Secondly, he's going to receive a stipend over and above his Member of Parliament stipend of, I believe it's $42,000. So all of that is very strange. I mean, members of committees get a stipend, chairmen of members of standing committee get a stipend. I don't think chairmen of legislative committees get a stipend. So my question is, the words open and transparent are often used by the current government. And the question is, by naming a chairman before this bill has received approval from the Parliament, and not only that, naming a Liberal member as chairman of the committee, I assume that's by the Prime Minister, is the government being open and transparent?
Minister.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned within my remarks, all appointments to this committee will be governor and council appointments. They will be with the advice of the Prime Minister. No decisions have been made. What is important to note is the work that this committee of parliamentarians will be able to do. What is important to note that we are actually providing parliamentarians the opportunity to be able to review these security agencies in a way that has not been done before. This is what Canadians asked for, and this is what we're delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Government House Leader for her remarks today. She talked about having a made-in-Canada solution and said to us that the committee would have all the access to all the information that it needs to do its important work. Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2004, there was an all-party committee that studied this issue and stated that, quote, unless the Oversight Committee has full access to classified information, it will not be able to complete its task, close quote. This bill imposes major restraints on access to information. For example, there are 7 exceptions to the rule of access, and then there's one that simply says if the minister is of the opinion that it would be injurious to national security, the committee can't have the information it needs. Why does this committee, Mr. Speaker, create a bill that would give less open access to information than existing review bodies like the Security Intelligence Review Committee and the CSEC Commissioner has? Doesn't the government trust elected representatives on the committee, all of whom will be security cleared? And are they not worried that putting shackles on this watchdog will both limit its effectiveness and its credibility to the Canadian people?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the legislation and actually give it a chance, you will see that that is not the case. Ministers will actually have to justify why they are withholding information. Parliamentarians will be able to hold them to account in this place. Canadians will also know why they are holding that information. It is really important that we be able to balance national security with Canadians' rights and freedoms. And that is the mandate Canadians have given us. That is the work that we are doing. That is the work that we need to do together. So I assure this House that ministers do not have just blanket discretion. They will have to justify why they are withholding information, and it will have to be injurious to national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Government House Leader for leading off today's debate and with introduction of Bill C-22. This was a very important piece of legislation that dealt with concerns that the Liberal Party had in the last Parliament with respect to the passage of then Bill C-51, which became known as the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015. One of the concerns that we raised at the time was, of course, why introducing a committee of parliamentarians to oversee our security services is so important, is to make sure that there is an independent review of an independent body of elected officials. But one of my particular concerns, and I want to address this as my question to the Government House Leader, is why, if any of the reports that are ultimately prepared by this all-parliamentary committee, why is it subject to review by the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office before the report can be tabled before Parliament?
Government House Leader.
Thank you for that question, and I thank the honourable member for his work on behalf of his constituents and Canadians. This was not just a concern that the Liberal Party had. This was a concern that Canadians shared with us. This is a concern that we take very seriously. And to answer the honourable member's questions, I will clarify that the Prime Minister is not authorized to alter the findings or recommendations of reports tabled. The Prime Minister's role is solely to review the reports to ensure that it does not contain classified information. So the Prime Minister will not have the ability to make changes or alter recommendations. The Prime Minister has a responsibility to the people of Canada to ensure that our national security, that we are protecting national security, and that is the purpose of that review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have appreciated the opportunity to read this bill, as I'm sure my friend from Victoria has. And I have to say that there are some things that the House Leader said in her speech that just do not reflect the text of the bill. For example, just one example, she talked about the Prime Minister not being able to exclude information for any basis other than national security. But in fact, I would refer her to Section 21, sub 5 of the bill, which says very clearly that if the Prime Minister is of the opinion that information in this report or the disclosure of which would cause harm, it lists a number of criteria, including international relations. So there actually is the power of the Prime Minister to remove information, even if there isn't a negative impact on national security, if, in his judgment, that might have some effect on Canadian international relations. And indeed, you might expect that anything the committee would cover would have an effect on Canadian international relations in some way. So I want to ask the Government House Leader what she thinks of that, the perhaps incongruity between the legislative text and the way she described it, and why that section is in there as well.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. So the committee's report would be provided to the Prime Minister for the sole purpose of ensuring they do not contain classified information. The Prime Minister would have no authority to alter the committee's findings and recommendations. The committee will act with full independence from the government in deciding which matters to review and in reporting its findings and recommendations. The committee's annual report would be tabled in Parliament, including its findings and recommendations. It would also be able to issue special reports at any time as it considers necessary. I just wanted to repeat some of the words that I had shared in my original statements so that you would recognize that it's to ensure that it does not contain classified information. And I will also remind the member that we have the ability to actually review this legislation in committee. We can continue this conversation. This government is welcoming debate, it's welcoming perspectives, it's encouraging members to ask questions and to ensure that we have the best legislation possible. But I feel, though, that the member recognizes the importance of such a committee, though, so that I feel I will take as support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps pour une question très courte. L'honorable.
We have time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question. For about a year, the Bloc Québécois has been asking to be able to be on the parliamentary committees. Now, this is a new committee, which is quite important. It deals with national security. And, you know, historically, the RCMP has been active for a very long time in Quebec. We know that CSIS has, of course, had alleged problems with harassment and so on. So why is this government refusing? Are they afraid that we're going to shed light on things that they don't want to shed light on because this seems to go against democratic rules?
Merci pour la question, Mr. Le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question to my colleague.
Through appointments in government and council, will be making the appointments to the committee. This is, I would say, legislation that's been needed for a long time. This is what Canadians have asked for. This is the work that we are doing, and I am looking forward to the debate on this legislation. I am just pleased to be here, to be able to share what Canadians have asked us to do, which is to balance national security with their rights and freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the public safety critic for the Conservative Party and the opposition here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, it's my distinct honour to stand and begin our position on this debate on C-22. I'd like to thank the House Leader for her remarks and start off with saying I agree with one part of what she said in response to several questions and comments, in that this is something that probably should have been in place for some time, and if my friend looks back at it, she would know that In the past, in the last generation, this has been examined on several occasions by both Conservatives and Liberals, Mr. Speaker. The MP for Malpeque and her caucus, the former MP from Pictou Antigonish Guysborough, Peter MacKay from our caucus, was supportive of this concept, as was the retired Senator Hugh Segal, and a number of eminent parliamentarians and scholars have talked about how Canada, as one of the Five Eyes allies, should have some degree of parliamentary oversight of our intelligence and security operations. And so that is a ground of agreement. Now, that's hard to carve when there's a minority parliament and you're trying to do something that needs to be above politics, because the operations and indeed the safety of our security and intelligence personnel depend upon this committee of parliamentarians not being politicized or not being used to advance political ends, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I stand in profound disappointment that the minister did not begin debate on this subject. And you'll see, I want to actually congratulate my friend, the MP from Victoria, the NDP's critic on this subject, and his own extensive background working as a lawyer on national security matters, including as an advisor to the last Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, and including with the Security Intelligence Review Committee, CIRC, some years ago, Mr. Speaker. That member from Victoria and I have collaborated on this subject from the beginning of this Parliament because we want it to be above politics, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the government has not participated in that collaboration, despite several entreaties to take the politics out of this. So the minister not even appearing to introduce his own bill today on something that is supposed to be above politics is profoundly disappointing. And I'm not overreacting, Mr. Speaker. I've tried to speak to him on this. I wrote the minister on March 1st on behalf of our caucus after consultations, and I said, I quote, "The Conservatives are willing to work with the government on this committee, Mr. Speaker." And I laid out several recommendations that I thought should be part of a parliamentary oversight committee, a special committee of this unique nature, Mr. Speaker. No response. In fact, I collaborated and shared my thoughts and ideas with the NDP critic, the MP from Victoria. I wrote the minister again on April 15th, outlining some additional considerations on how this committee of parliamentarians should work in conjunction with existing bodies like CIRC, and I appreciate the amazing work that CIRC does, and the CSE Commissioner, and this sort of constellation of security oversight and review that we already have. How can this committee fit within that, not to duplicate efforts, not to create a competitive oversight environment? Finally, the minister gave me, what I used to call a thanks for coming out response letter from April 20th, after I wrote him twice, after the member from Victoria from the NDP, the opposition trying to take the politics out of this. And he said, I quote, "It remains the government's intention to engage with parliamentary colleagues as the process of developing the committee of parliamentarians unfolds." That never happened, Mr. Speaker. It never happened despite the opposition asking for this. Let's do this right. Let's do this the way the British, the way the Australians, the way our Kiwi allies do. And the minister has really failed in this department because he has not sat down, he has not taken advice, and in fact he's acted in a very cavalier manner, Mr. Speaker. And you'll see, because this bill violates the privilege of the members of this House, and that could have easily been remedied, Mr. Speaker. Section 6.1 of the bill designates the Prime Minister as the controlling mind of this committee. The Prime Minister, not Parliament, the Prime Minister, who I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, is just the MP for Papineau. He is a member of this chamber like all of us. He does have a role within the government, Mr. Speaker, but that is separate. And your office, Mr. Speaker, has considered this on several occasions. The Prime Minister should not have full control over this committee. What's ironic is he also designates the members of the upper house, the Senate, which, remember, Mr. Speaker, he tossed the Liberal senators out. The Senate is now independent, according to the Prime Minister. Except with respect to this committee, Mr. Speaker, those members are selected by him as well. And why is this disappointing? Months before C-22, months before. In fact, Mr. Speaker, C-22 was dropped on Parliament about 4 days before we rose for summer. So not only did the minister ignore opposition requests to discuss, it was kind of tossed in before people left. But months before that bill was tabled, and before the structure of this committee was even understood, they appointed a chair to the committee. Mr. Speaker, and I have a lot of respect for my friend from Ottawa South, but that has not left a good impression on how he will take the chairmanship role of this committee, Mr. Speaker. If he wanted to be chair, he should have stood before this place or members of that committee and sought the position of chair, Mr. Speaker. In fact, that was the position his party ran on in the election of last year, Mr. Speaker. It was the Prime Minister's position with respect to committees of parliamentarians. And I'll quote, Mr. Speaker, from their election platform, quote, "To increase accountability, we will strengthen the role of parliamentary committee chairs, including their election by secret ballot," unquote. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talks so much about sunny ways that the glare of the sun allows him to break a lot of promises, and people don't see them, and they don't get reported. This is yet another broken promise. We're going to make them more accountable. We're going to make them responsible. And if you ever want a committee to be beyond partisanship, it's this one, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, they picked the chair months before they even bring the originating legislation to this House of Commons. That's unparalleled, Mr. Speaker, in terms of contempt for this House. We didn't even know the structure of the committee, yet the deemed chair was traveling around the world with the minister talking about it. What's interesting is the last Parliament, and my friend from, I believe his riding is Saskatoon-Humboldt, or it was in the last Parliament, introduced M431, Mr. Speaker, a motion where the members of this chamber unanimously reaffirmed the desire to have elected chairs of committee, Mr. Speaker. You want to know something ironic about that motion from 2014? The Minister of Public Safety voted for it. So did the MP for Ottawa South, Mr. Speaker. Where was that good intention from that vote? They stood in this place and said, we want committee chairs elected. In fact, that motion from my friend, my Conservative colleague, was to elect the chairs from the entire chamber. Not one person, the MP for Papineau, Mr. Speaker. This is pretty much everything this government does is set up with a facade of sunny ways and accountability and transparency, and it's a mug's game, Mr. Speaker. It's actually not. Everything is done for their own partisan advantage, but it's very much captured in a way that presents them in a positive fashion. The Treasury Board Secretary, the Minister for King's Hants, spoke in favour of the election of chairs, Mr. Speaker. I'll quote, he said, having the election of chairs has the capacity to render committees more independent, potentially more constructive, and less partisan, Mr. Speaker. Another member of their caucus, the member from Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame in Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker, he went further and said that chairs of committees should be elected when he said, however, is it not refreshing that all 308 members of the House have the chance to put themselves in a place where they are the chair of a committee based on their skill of being a member of Parliament and a decent chair? Is it not based? It is not based on what kind of favours are owed to them in a party structure or a reward given for good behaviour. Quite frankly, that is essentially how it works. This takes control away from the executive and brings it back to the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. That member is still in this caucus. I hope he referenced that in the way C-22 has been handled, Mr. Speaker, where the chair was not elected by this place. The chair was appointed before the committee was even struck. In fact, before the committee even existed. It was just an idea before C-22 was tabled, Mr. Speaker. So it is profoundly disappointing that my friend from Ottawa South has to start under this cloud, because I'm quite sure that, he would have made the case for being the chair. Mr. Speaker, I'll now switch to what renders this legislation essentially ineffective, and why we are standing here still trying to work with the government on it. We want to see some substantive amendments, Mr. Speaker, and I've talked to my NDP colleague on it as well. There are 7 exemptions under Section 14, including that the committee can't look at ongoing investigation that may lead to criminal charges. That's pretty much every investigation or operation of law enforcement or security agencies in the country. Defense intelligence can't be looked at. The Investment Canada Act can't be looked at. And then Section 16, on top of those 7 exceptions, plows on 2 broad, let's catch everything exceptions. Special operational info is excluded, Mr. Speaker, and anything, quote, injurious to national security, Mr. Speaker. So once again, the Prime Minister appoints people, and then he decides, and his ministry decides, and those ministers, Mr. Speaker, are just members of this House like me. They decide what this committee sees, Mr. Speaker. So the exceptions and the outright control at all aspects of this committee by the Prime Minister's office renders it ineffective and does not render it what my friend from Malpak wanted to see years ago, or other parliamentarians wanted to see years ago, Parliament being supreme and actually conducting oversight of security and intelligence, Mr. Speaker. It is a real missed opportunity. I now want to show how the bill, and particularly the ham-fisted way the minister has not worked with the opposition parties on this thing that should be above partisanship, actually violates the privilege of the members of this House. And you know who's going to support me in my argument, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Public Safety himself, because I'll be using some remarks from him. And the House Leader, tried to discount these exceptions by saying ministers will have to justify why information can't go to this committee. Well, with 20 different doors of exceptions to choose from, it'll be simple to just have this as a token committee that won't be effective. And I think all parliamentarians want this to be effective. It's supposed to be, like it is in the UK, a cabinet-like level of secrecy, with a special room and with special advisors. But if they're not even seeing information relating to an ongoing investigation that may lead to charges, this is essentially window dressing, Mr. Speaker. Why this, I think, violates the privilege of members of this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, is because your predecessor declared this in Speaker Milliken's reading of April 27, 2010. In that Speaker's ruling, that widely covered Speaker's ruling, the question of privilege was considered with respect to the production of documents regarding Afghan detainees. Now, you remember, Mr. Speaker, the positions were reversed at the time. The Conservative Party was in government. The Minister of Public Safety, there was then a very upset member of the opposition, as many people were. But the issues and the privilege attaching to the decision of Speaker Milliken is on the mark for this very issue, because it was the balance of what should the House be able to see, what should members of this House be able to see to perform their job, and how do you balance off sensitive information, Mr. Speaker. I will quote Speaker Milliken dealing specifically with this sensitive information argument, that the House Leader said that they'll have to justify why information won't be received. The Speaker said, I quote, "However, I cannot agree with the conclusion that this obviates the government's requirement to provide documents ordered by the House. To accept such a notion would completely undermine the important role of parliamentarians in holding their government to account." He went on, Mr. Speaker. Before us are issues that question the very foundations upon which our parliamentary system is built. In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold government to account for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation. Now remember, Mr. Speaker, as members of this House, We are the members holding the government to account, Mr. Speaker. And Speaker Milliken was quite clear that the fact that there is sensitive information or intelligence documents or information relating to an ongoing investigation does not remove the obligation of the government to share those documents with this House. That's even more pronounced, Mr. Speaker, now that this government is setting up a specialized committee of parliamentarians with security oversights, with an oath of secrecy. There's even more safeguards for the sensitive information with the committee that wants to be formed by C-22 than that existed over the Afghan detainee issue in 2010. Speaker Milliken went on, Mr. Speaker, to say the right, I quote, the right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional and the reasons very cogent when it cannot be at once laid before the House. Speaker Milliken was talking before the House, Mr. Speaker. There wasn't even consideration of this highly secret, highly confidential and protected designed committee of parliamentarians. But Speaker Milliken said members of this House, as it stands like this, are entitled to that information, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-22 violates that privilege. The minister could have raised this issue by working with the opposition. We expressed some concerns. He could have raised it with some of the leading experts. He refused to meet with them too, Mr. Speaker. Once again, sunny ways is the slogan, but not the conduct. Finally, I will provide one last quote from Speaker Milliken's judgment because it is germane to this discussion, Mr. Speaker, on why this violates privilege. Quote, the insinuation that members of Parliament cannot be trusted with the very information that they may well require to act on behalf of Canadians runs contrary to the inherent trust that Canadians have placed in their elected officials and which members require to act in their various parliamentary capacities. Speaker Milliken was clear to say that there can be a balance struck on sensitive information and the absolute right of this House to review information and to hold the government to account, Mr. Speaker. With the apparatus and the security safeguards set up around a special committee of parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, it's even easier to make sure that balance is struck. And sadly, the minister has missed the mark. Let's see what the minister himself said, Mr. Speaker, some weeks in 2010 after Speaker Milliken's ruling. Then the member for Wascana called the governments of the day holding back some documents. He called it unilateral, arbitrary, and contrary to parliamentary tradition. He then went on to say, I quote, that series of questions of privilege resulting in your ruling on April 27th, when, in very eloquent terms, you indicated that Parliament did have the right to information. You indicated at the same time that there were sensitivities around issues related to national defence, national security, and international relations, and that the House leaders and parliamentary critics should get together and arrive at a process to make information available to members of Parliament and Canadians for the purpose of holding the government to account, and to do so in a way that would not imperil national security, national defence, or international relations. He went on to say that Parliament was entitled to such information if safeguards could be in place, Mr. Speaker. The minister's own words in 2010 saying that members of this House were entitled to that information, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask this government, through its minister, through its member from Wascana, why the 7 exceptions, Mr. Speaker? Why the 2 blanket exceptions in Section 16 that doesn't allow parliamentarians to fulfill their duties, Mr. Speaker, and why the absolute control by the Prime Minister's office?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his comments this morning. He began by recognizing the historical moment that we are at today in the House with the honourable leader introducing for the first time legislation which will create a National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. He then went on to speak very passionately about how we need to raise the bar on openness and transparency and accountability to Canadians. And I wonder, where was that passion over the course of the last 10 years when he and the last administration had the opportunity to act in the face of the Air India inquiry and the Arar inquiry and many other commissioned inquiries, which pointed out the need for more transparency and more oversight? Where was that passion? And one last question that I'd like to put to my friend across the way. He cast a number of allegations against the Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, and he said that, to put it very concisely, that there was no dialogue between the time that he sent the letter to the Minister on this committee and today. I wonder if he might refresh his memory and look back to those occasions when, at the Standing Committee for Public Safety and National Security, he had an opportunity to question the Minister about the structure of this committee, about the membership of this committee, about the leadership of this committee, where the Minister welcomed those comments and the opportunity for any feedback to improve this legislation. I wonder if he might recall those occasions where there was a dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Eglinton Lawrence. Certainly he knows the importance of such security information, and I'm sure he's been secretly lobbying to have the Prime Minister select him for this committee, and he might bring some good insights to the committee from his work as a Crown Attorney. Mr. Speaker, I highlighted the election promise about the election of chairs because the Prime Minister said that he would act in this way for transparency and accountability reasons. The first opportunity to actually fulfill that promise, he's broken it, Mr. Speaker, on a committee that is of the utmost importance to national safety and security, Mr. Speaker. The minister who did not introduce this very important bill, when he appeared at committee on estimates, I believe, Mr. Speaker, he had not tabled C-22. He'd appointed the chair, Mr. Speaker. He traveled, the world, I think, to consult. We know this government enjoys consulting heavily. But there was actually no bill before the committee that I could question the minister on. As I said, they dropped 3 security or border bills in this Parliament mere days before we rose for summer. Why did they do that, Mr. Speaker? Because they did not want to be held to account, which is what I'm doing today. And I'll remind him, I couldn't finish the quote because I ran out of time. The minister in 2010, following Milliken's decision, said instead of unilateral absolute control over information, which was the government's original position, the state of play today is that Parliament has taken charge of the process. Let Parliament take charge of the process now, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to salute my colleague and friend, the official opposition critic for public safety and MP for Durham, for his forceful and I thought very lucid presentation this morning. He said a great deal about his efforts to try to get the government to collaborate on what is obviously a very nonpartisan and critical issue, and I share his sense of deep disappointment of the government's unwillingness to work with the opposition on this. He said so much about the failures to provide access to information in this bill, but he also spoke, I thought, very forcefully about the need for the way the chair of this committee is to be elected as an alternative to being appointed by the Prime Minister. And I understand that the British system that the government has talked about being one of the models for this used to allow the Prime Minister to chair the Oversight Committee, but that was abandoned several years ago in favour of an election. Similarly, other Westminster systems like Australia allow that. Indeed, Germany alternates between a government side person and an opposition side person. A private member's bill from the Liberals, the MP for Vancouver Quadra, suggested an elected chair. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member whether he believes there's any chance the government might actually get it right and allow that in our bill and accept an amendment to that effect for all the good reasons that he elucidated in his remarks.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Victoria, and I outlined in my remarks his extensive background and actually national renown for security and legal security issues, and I think he's tried to bring a thoughtful and learned approach to debate. And he was privy to my March 1st letter, where collectively we tried to engage with the minister in this process to make sure that the committee got off to a start that wasn't political. The minister was not interested, Mr. Speaker. And going back to the election of chair, in fact, the credentials of my friend from Victoria are so extensive that, you know, he may have wanted to stand for chair of this committee, Mr. Speaker, and would have, according to M431, justified that to the House and Parliament decide itself. My friend from Ottawa South could have done the exact same thing, or with a smaller body of MPs on the actual committee. What's ironic, and I pointed it out, is M431, the motion in the last Parliament about the election of chairs, the minister voted for it. So did the member from Ottawa South, Mr. Speaker. Every time I stand in this House voting on an issue, it's an important decision. And if you believe in that at the time, you should share with Canadians why you no longer believe in it several years later, Mr. Speaker. When it was also in their election platform to make committees and chairs of committees accountable and more effective, the Prime Minister and his minister should also then justify why they're deviating from that promise and their track record of supporting it in the past. I quoted the Secretary of the Treasury Board, the member for Kings Hants, who spoke in favour of Motion 431. I hope he's not silent at the Cabinet table, much like he must have been when they were taking Atlantic Supreme Court Justice away, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I listened attentively to what the member was saying, and it reminds me of the road to Damascus. It's almost as if the Conservatives are now saying that we need to have this parliamentary group, because in the past, ever since I've known the Conservatives, they have fought tooth and nail against having a committee established of this nature. One only needs to look at the debates that we had last year surrounding C-51. But I'm glad that they have seen the light and seen the value of doing this. We need to recognize that from the Liberal Party's perspective, we've introduced bills in the past. We can talk about 2004, 2006. We can talk about audits, judicial inquiries. There's been numerous arguments for it. Today, we're taking a very significant step forward in terms of the rights and freedoms of Canadians in every region of our country, Mr. Speaker. And I must say a little bit disappointed that individuals would not recognize just how valuable of a tool this is going to be to protect it. We are a party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. We believe in that. And I'm wondering if the member would at the very least acknowledge that this particular legislation is a part of a platform commitment made by our Prime Minister, and what we are doing is not only is it the right thing to be doing in terms of providing those rights and freedoms and ensuring them, Mr. Speaker, but it is the right thing to be doing also because this is a commitment that our Prime Minister gave to Canadians, which demonstrates that we are listening to what Canadians are saying and we are acting on it. Would the member not agree? And I thank him again for his change in attitude towards this particular committee.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's certainly no one in this House of Commons that uses their privilege to speak on occasions more than my friend from Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker. I would note that my colleague and friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is on his heels to speak the most in this House, so he better stand up more often, Mr. Speaker, to keep that title. But I'd refer to him. He spoke about the Charter, which we respect a great deal. He should also respect the privilege of parliamentarians. Since he speaks in this House more than anyone else, he should want to make sure that parliamentarians have unfettered access to hold the government to account, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Milliken, his old colleague, said that that was undisputed right of parliamentarians. His bill is violating that undisputed right, Mr. Speaker. I could have stood on a point of privilege rather than debate, but I want to work with this government. I've tried since March, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I said this issue is not just Liberal or Conservative, Mr. Speaker. I did mention my friend from Malpeque. Hugh Segal, the senator, had a bill on this, a Conservative senator, Mr. Speaker, so he's wrong to say. In fact, Conservatives support the supremacy of Parliament perhaps far more than the Liberals. And in my preparations for this, I've talked to Ron Atke, Chuck Strahl, distinguished former Conservative parliamentarians who have eminent respect and knowledge on security. It's about time this government listens to them as well.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to address this very important bill. I want to say thank you initially to my colleagues for their insightful contributions to the debate already. We agree on a great deal, and it gives me confidence that we'll be able to work together ultimately to improve this bill. Let me be clear. New Democrats support parliamentary oversight to finally bring Canada up to the standard of accountability that our closest allies have enjoyed for decades. This bill would fulfill recommendations made some 35 years ago and ignored by successive Liberal and Conservative governments ever since. Neglecting that warning and ignoring our allies' example has not enhanced Canadian security or protected their rights. And let's be clear, we face real threats to both our security and our rights. Canadians are concerned about the threat of foreign and domestic terrorism. They're concerned about cybersecurity, and they're concerned about armed violence and unrest around the globe. But they're also deeply concerned about their freedoms and their privacy. They're concerned about government secrecy and surveillance. And above all, they're wondering why, after nearly a year in power, their new government has maintained C-51 as the law of the land without changing a single comma. So I support the principle of this bill and will be voting in favor of referring it to the committee so we can get on with the study to get it right. But I have deep concerns about many aspects of it. I'm concerned that this bill fails to account for the lessons of the last decade and the experience of our allies. And unless it's fixed, it will create a committee that's neither strong enough to be effective nor independent enough to be trusted. I have solutions to propose for each of these flaws, and I welcome the input of all members on them because this is no place for partisanship or politics. Before we dive into the detail of the bill, let's be clear on three important points of context. First, this bill is not a new idea. Rather, it answers a warning made 35 years ago in the wake of a string of the high-profile scandals surrounding the RCMP. One major recommendation coming out of that 1981 MacDonald Commission of Inquiry was the creation of CSIS as a separate intelligence-gathering service. Another major recommendation was the creation of an overarching parliamentary oversight committee. That one has gathered dust for 3 decades. So the idea behind this bill, C-22, isn't new. In fact, our allies, including the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Australia, each created similar oversight committees decades ago. Second point of context. We should all be clear that the bill before us today is far from a fresh proposal. It's nearly identical to an earlier Liberal bill introduced in the final days of the Paul Martin government and introduced by the Public Safety Committee in November of 2005 as Bill C-81. While the powers of security agencies have grown considerably since that time, the few minor differences between the 2005 oversight bill and this one reduce the committee's powers and independence. For instance, Bill C-22 introduces security vetting for members and a new power for ministers to halt investigations. Now, an old bill isn't necessarily a bad bill, but the government must surely accept that a proposal drawn up before the Snowden revelations, before the October 14 attack on this Parliament, before the shocking overreach of the Harper government's Bill C-51, must be open to updates from members. Third and last point of context, we should all have a clear picture of how this proposal compares to the practices of our allies so we can learn from our allies and, as the government House leader said, create a made-in-Canada solution that works for us. Mr. Speaker, the body proposed by C-22 is essentially a weaker version of its closest analog, namely Britain's Intelligence and Security Committee. In 2013, after public criticism of its many shortcomings, the British government significantly overhauled their committee, strengthening its powers and its independence. The committee emerged with an independently elected chair, operational oversight powers, and a shift in appointment power from the Prime Minister to Parliament. We heard a great deal about that in the speech from the honourable member from Durham. These reforms are simply not reflected in the bill before us today, and I don't understand why. The British committee was in Ottawa, in fact, last week, and its chair warned us to work hard to earn public trust. We don't want to repeat the errors of our allies. We need to learn from them. Last week, when the previous chair resigned, the head of a prominent British legal advocacy group responded in this way, and I quote, "From UK complicity in CIA torture in mass surveillance, the committee has missed every single major security-related scandal in the past 15 years. It has fallen to the press, the courts, and NGOs to expose these events, with the committee's members only discovering them after reading them in the newspaper." Close quote. We do not want the same to be said of our committee a decade from now. Rather, we should be aiming to be the leading edge of international practice. That was the advice in 2004 of the Interim Committee of Parliamentarians on National Security, when that committee recommended granting complete access to information far beyond what is considered in the bill before us today. Here's what that committee said. Though this arguably goes further than the legislation enacted by some of our allies, it's in line with developing practice. We strongly believe that a structure which must rely on gradual evolution and expansion of access, power, and remit would be inappropriate for Canada. So there are examples we can learn from around the globe. Could we give elected representatives a bigger role in operational oversight? Absolutely. In the United States, federal law requires intelligence agencies to keep congressional committees, quote, fully and presently informed of all covert actions and operations. In Germany, the group that authorizes each interception of private communications is controlled by a committee of parliamentarians. Could we give the committee stronger investigative powers? Absolutely. Germany's Oversight Committee can conduct random site investigations, subpoena witnesses and documents. Belgium's can even launch criminal investigations. The committee in our case doesn't even have subpoena powers, Mr. Speaker. I raise these comparisons not to disparage the bill before us, but to show that the door must be open to amendments. If the government shuts the door on amendments from other parties, we'll be shackling ourselves to a blueprint that ignores the last decade of history and falls short of the current best practices of our allies. To me, this is simply unacceptable when our safety and rights are at stake. With that in mind, let me point to 5 weaknesses in the current draft and propose some solutions. I have amendments ready for each and would welcome the chance to work with members of all parties to craft a solution by consensus. First, the government is proposing that the chair be selected by the Prime Minister rather than elected by the committee. As I say, that's what Britain originally did. It changed its way. Why can't we? We have to earn the trust of Canadians. It seems like a pretty poor place to start when the government gets to control who runs the watchdog committee in the first place. The bill should be amended to allow the election of a member from outside the governing party to chair this committee. That was exactly what Mr. Justice MacDonald recommended 35 years ago to another Liberal government. It's not unprecedented, as I said, example Germany, Australia, and elsewhere. I fear we're going to lose the confidence of the public, Mr. Speaker, if we don't get this right. Second, the committee's access to information, as has been said, is really limited. Full information is a prerequisite to effective oversight and to earning the public trust the British chair told us we must earn. If the government can keep its secrets from the Oversight Committee, how can Canadians trust its findings? To call the committee's access rights broad, as the minister does, ignores many exemptions that make Swiss cheese of its powers. No fewer than 7 different categories of information are absolutely denied to the committee. 2 more, including a catch-all category, can be denied at the discretion of any cabinet minister. Some of these are innocuous, but some of them are not. The committee would be absolutely denied access to special operational information, as defined in the Security of Information Act. This would mean that the Intelligence Oversight Committee could be denied all information on intelligence sources, methods and targets, encryption systems, and information received from foreign partners. If this information isn't relevant, indeed central to the committee's mandate, I don't know what is. Is this not, in fact, the very type of information that the committee was designed to safely handle? Isn't that why they're to have security clearance and be sworn to eternal secrecy? But the worst is what security expert Professor Craig Forsese has called the Mack truck exception. The power of any cabinet minister to withhold information from the committee on the grounds that providing it, are you ready? Because it would be injurious to national security. This phrase is not defined anywhere, nor is it explained how sharing information with a group of top-secret cleared individuals inside a secure facility could compromise Canada's security. These holes have simply got to be closed. The committee must have complete access to information, as was recommended in 2004 by another parliamentary committee. So as a solution, we should grant the committee that kind of access, with the reasonable exception, I concede, of cabinet confidences, and the power to compel documents and testimony, a glaring omission in this bill. I am preparing amendments to this effect, and again, I would welcome input from members on all sides of the aisle. Third, Section 8B of the bill would allow any cabinet minister to bury an investigation into their own department by claiming that the committee's confidential inquiry would be damaging to Canada's national security. The potential for abuse, Mr. Speaker, to cover up sloppy management or a scandal within a department is simply overwhelming. This line simply has to be removed if any credibility is to be retained. Fourth, Section 21 of the bill currently gives the Prime Minister's office complete power to censor the committee's reports before they are released. Let's pause on that. So far, we've learned the government would appoint the chair, control what information the committee sees, and stop it investigating certain areas. Now, the government proposes to control what it can report to Canadians. It's easy to see how, as the chair of the British Committee warned us, the public trust can be so easily lost. The government has a responsibility to ensure that sensitive information is handled appropriately. We all agree. But this must be balanced against the need to earn and maintain public trust, and that requires meaningful commitment to transparency and accountability, not verbiage. I propose a compromise. I would propose an amendment that would require any revised report to indicate the extent of and reasons for any censorship by the Prime Minister's office. Ideally, this would include a description of the type of information removed so Canadians can distinguish the redaction of confidential sources from the redaction of committee findings, for example. I'd ask the members on all sides to consider the utility of what I call an override clause, such as the power of the German Oversight Committee to publish a general assessment of an ongoing intelligence operation if supported by a supermajority of the committee. That's an idea we can look at. Lastly, I would propose an amendment to give the committee a legal duty to report all suspected non-compliance or illegal activity to the Prime Minister and the Attorney General. There's a precedent for this.
Section 273.63 of the National Defense Act imposes the same whistleblowing obligation on the commissioner responsible for CSEC, the Communications Security Establishment Canada. That kind of duty, Mr. Speaker, would not only bolster Canadians' confidence, it would resolve any confusion within the committee over the proper course of action when non-compliance is suspected. To reject that kind of duty, in my view, would send a very worrying signal to Canadians. Now, as I said, I'm prepared to introduce amendments proposing solutions to each of these 5 weaknesses, as I perceive it, in the current version of the bill. I would, of course, welcome the input of any member from any party. This is not a place for partisanship or ego. All parties have to work together on this committee, and we may as well begin now. Before I close, I'd also like to take the chance to flag one last issue for the government, which I believe requires further consideration, but for procedural reasons can't be addressed through amendments to this bill. I'd urge the government, as part of its broader security review, to amend the CSIS and the National Defence Act to require the Communications Security Establishment Canada, CSEC, to inform the committee every time a ministerial authorization is granted to intercept private communications, and to require CSIS to inform the committee when it conducts threat reduction activities, as that term is defined, or when CSIS seeks a warrant to do so under Section 21.1 of the CSIS Act. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are rightly concerned about the use and abuse of these powers. There is no justification for withholding their use from the Oversight Committee. In closing, let me say again that New Democrats welcome this bill and commit to working together with any member of any party to improve it. I've identified 5 flaws in my judgment and proposed 5 solutions, but I know there are many more of both, and I welcome input from all. As I said at the outset, this bill is crucial to protecting every Canadian's safety and upholding their rights. Oversight makes security services more effective, and it bolsters public trust in them. This committee will be equally useful in closing gaps as in reining in excesses. But we can't take its utility for granted. The bill before us is imperfect. Without amendments, it will fail to give the committee either the strength to be effective or the independence to be trusted. We cannot settle for good enough when it comes to Canadians' security and rights. So I call on every member and all parties to work together to improve this critically important bill. And above all, I urge the government to demonstrate openness to that input and to these amendments. The security and rights of Canadians is not a place for partisanship. If the government demonstrates that openness, all parties may be able to work together to craft a committee that is independent, secure, and effective at strengthening our security, protecting our rights, and upholding Canadian values. But if the government refuses to work in good faith with other parties to make changes to this bill, I fear the support of parliamentarians and the trust of Canadians will be lost. Three decades ago, the Macdonald Commission warned us as follows: security must not be regarded as more important than democracy, for the fundamental purpose of security is the preservation of our democracy. Every parliamentarian will see that balance differently, but all of us must work together to get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the manner in which the presentation was made from my colleague from across the way. There's a number of points. He's made suggestions in terms of potential amendments. I like to think that when we take a look at the legislation that the government House Leader has introduced and the impact that it will have on over a dozen, I believe it's about 17 departments and others, Mr. Speaker, that will ultimately have some sort of a reporting in of sorts to this, what I believe is a well-warranted and a committee that we've been wanting to see established for many years now. The idea of passing it through second reading and then going in to committee, where members will be afforded the opportunity to put forward amendments. And the member has made reference to a few amendments that he is thinking of. I think that the Prime Minister has been fairly clear that we, as a government, or as a caucus, or even in this case for this entire bill, want to, or chamber, we want to see a good, sound piece of legislation. And if there are, in fact, amendments that will, in fact, enhance the legislation, that it is something in which will be given due consideration. We have already seen opposition members' amendments actually pass in committee stage. I guess the question that I have for the member, in light in terms of the very nature in which the member has put forward his ideas in second reading, does he actually have the written amendments in which maybe he could share with the House in advance? I think there would be some advantages to that. And if so, if he would do so. I know the Minister or the Government House Leader would welcome him. Earlier we were questioned why is it the Government House Leader? We need to rectify that, introduce the bill. And it's because there are so many departments, Mr. Speaker, that the most appropriate person to have introduced it is in fact the Government House Leader. But I know we would welcome the amendments if the member has the amendments already drawn up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and yes, indeed, those amendments will be forthcoming, and I would be pleased to share them with everyone in the House in order to make sure that at least those are starting points for a dialogue about how this bill can be improved. You know, I think that if you create a committee which has, in an unprecedented way, security-cleared people, all of the members of the 9 members will all have top-secret clearance. They meet in separate rooms, especially assigned rooms, that they are people who are sworn to eternal secrecy, and you act in good faith in that way. I think that they can be trusted with the kind of information that, sadly, this bill is going to withhold from them. And I guess the critical point I would say through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable friend is if we don't earn the trust of Canadians in this bill, we've lost an enormous opportunity. We've lost an enormous opportunity. It was rightly pointed out that this House hasn't dealt with this 35 years since Macdonald Commission. All of our allies have something like this. We're finally getting it on the order paper. So let's take it to the last step and get it right. Because if people think this is not a credible oversight operation, then all of the things we're trying to do to improve Bill C-51, and I certainly hope the government is hoping to fix that in due course, all of the skepticism Canadians have about our national security apparatus is going to be exacerbated. If we, however, create a committee that has access to information, that has an independent chair, that is not seen to be under the thumb of any government of the day, we can create the trust that Canadians need and can help our security service do their critically important job with that trust in mind.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as always, I enjoy my honourable colleagues' very wise words when it comes to reviewing legislation, and I think open sense of really trying to make things better. So I'm going to ask my colleague from Victoria to kind of rank this legislation as it stands at the moment. If he could, give a sense, it's, for viewers and people that are looking at this, it's sometimes hard to tell all the details. So I'm wondering if my colleague from Victoria could give it out of a 10 score, say, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would he currently put this bill? And I know we're supporting this, or at least I'm supporting it to get to committee, but what revisions would get it to a much higher ranking? What would demonstrably increase the quality of this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always hesitant with my colleague from Burnaby South being an old professor trying to rank things and grade things, but I would have to say that this bill has potential to be an A statute. At the moment, I would give it a B minus, because it has the basis of things that can be built upon if parliamentarians of goodwill and a government with an open mind are prepared to roll up their sleeves and get it right. The good news is we've got all sorts of analogs from Australia to Britain to the United States to Germany that we can choose from, and we can get, as the government House leader said, a made-in-Canada solution that works. But if we simply leave this bill as it is, this lost opportunity is just crushing. And it can be improved, it should be improved, and with parliamentarians in a nonpartisan spirit working together to improve it, we can get it right and it can become an A piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank my honourable colleague for a very thoughtful, calm and non-partisan response to the bill tabled by the government. Somewhat less vocal disappointment than the critic for the official opposition in what was promised by the government on any number of levels during the election campaign and compromised by the elimination of the elements that would have given Parliament the full control, the absolute control of this very important and designed to be, claimed to be, a nonpartisan tool of our Parliament. But I wonder if the member could comment on whether or not he shares the official opposition critic on public safety disappointment in the fact that, and we're recognizing that the government excused that the House Leader presented this legislation because of the many departments involved. It is true there are many departments, but I wonder whether my colleague is disappointed that the Minister for Public Safety, who is, after all, responsible for this legislation, did not appear in the House to present and defend the legislation.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my colleague from Thornhill for his question. I guess I share the opposition disappointment that in the last few months and efforts that have been made by both parties in the official opposition, both recognized parties, to reach out to the government seem to be not accepted. I find that disappointing. I understand, however, the government House Leader being here because this does cover a number of what are called appropriate ministers in the bill, of the vast part of our government bureaucracy and all of the departments for which a government House Leader would speak. I'm more concerned, however, not about the past, and I'm concerned about how we work together to get it right in the future. I think, notwithstanding the very powerful and I think forceful presentation by the official opposition public safety critic earlier this morning, that I know him to have the same desire to work in a nonpartisan way to fix this bill. You have my assurance, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP, myself, my colleagues will work in that spirit. We extend a hand across the aisle to the government, hoping that they will agree that that's central and critical if we're going to get this right for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted to speak about this proposed legislation before us, as it will allow us to deliver on the commitment we made to Canadians to improve security and to include the scrutiny and review when it comes to national security and intelligence activities of the Government of Canada. And I was listening to the recent debate with the words of the critic for public safety from the NDP, and what occurs to me is that some of the concerns that that member has assume that there is one right way and there is one right legislation, and I would say that this is that issues of privacy and security are so dynamic in our country and in our society that having, as he described it, parliamentarians of goodwill and open mind who work together is the critical element. And actually getting something on the table right now, this bill, is critical. So I am very optimistic about this bill, and I do want to remind the member from Victoria that the challenges around balancing security and privacy in an internet age will not stop, and there will never be a point where everything is exactly, we can freeze it in time and say that's it. We will have to keep being aware of the issues as they arrive and improving our responses to them. And this bill is an excellent, excellent step forward on that. So as the members have heard, C-22 will allow for the establishment of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, a multi-partisan committee that will examine and report on the government's national security and intelligence activities across an array of departments and ministries. And this is an area that many Canadians feel is far too opaque. And I certainly am one of those parliamentarians. Before I get into the details of the bill, I think it's worth reminding honourable members about the many calls in this House for this kind of committee to be created, and this has been happening well over a decade. There also has been repeated attempts to introduce legislation in this House as well as in the Senate in order to address the concerns that this bill is addressing. And so, for example, 2 years ago, I was pleased to create and introduce Bill C-622, which would have created the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, very similarly to the committee that we see in this bill today. My bill had an additional element of identifying measures that I felt was needed to increase the accountability and transparency of our communications security establishment and link the operations of sharing information amongst agencies in a more structured and accountable way. That bill was debated at second reading barely 1 week after the attack in this building and the tragic shooting of Corporal Nathan Cirillo down the street, and just 10 days after the tragedy of the killing of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. So the timing of Bill 622 was unfortunate. In fact, I had someone on Twitter say, Member of Parliament Murray's Bill C-622 is the worst time private member's bill in the history of the Canadian Parliament. And I had to say I agreed. However, it was fully supported by all of the opposition party members, including one member of the Conservative Party as well, because of the need to address improving security and protection of privacy and the way that that was embedded in C-622. As I said in this place at that time, quote, in the wake of the recent deadly attacks on our soldiers and on Parliament itself, all party leaders confirmed their commitment to protect the rights, freedoms, and civil liberties of Canadians, even as security measures are analyzed and strengthened. Indeed, Canadians expect these fundamental aspects of the very democracy being guarded to be respected, and that is the underlying intention of my bill. Unfortunately, the legislation, as I said, was defeated by the Conservative government of the day just a few short months before it introduced Bill C-51. And at the time, the Conservatives argued that the existing review mechanisms were adequate and that the creation of a committee of parliamentarians to scrutinize national security operations would be, to quote the former Conservative parliamentary secretary, not in the best interests of national security and, in quote, not in the best interests of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't disagree more. Time after time, over many years, we've heard from experts, from the Auditor General, from judges, from MPs and senators, from ordinary Canadians, that in fact such a committee, just such a committee, is in the best interests of Canadians, is in fact vital to our national security and to our values as an open, inclusive, and rights-based democracy. In the course of exploring this issue over a number of months and meeting with key members of the security network in Ottawa and beyond across the country, and key members of the privacy network across the country, there was virtually no one who did not think that this committee of parliamentarians was, if not an important and an essential next step for the Government of Canada. The arguments that were made by the Conservatives at that time, that there were already surveillance mechanisms over security agencies, were weak arguments, because some of those, while they were effective in their mandate and had very competent heads who were delivering on their mandate was narrow and didn't actually include thinking about the laws and the policies that were being applied to the security agencies. They did not have in their mandate to comment on that. So if there were flaws or holes or outdated elements of the laws or policies that the commissioners, such as the Commissioner for CSE, were applying in their review, they had no tools or teeth for recommending changes to policy. So that means that the oversight mechanisms had to accept the policies, legislation, and the limitations thereof of the day, even though this is such a dynamic situation with our internet age and with the moving targets of the threat of security breaches in our country. So that's part of why it is so important to have a committee that has a broader mandate and is looking across all of the security and intelligence functions of the Government of Canada. A second key that was missing in the individual oversight mechanisms that the previous government argued were adequate was there was no looking across the board at the various approaches, the various policies, the various operations to see where the gaps were and see where the duplications were. So if you have gaps in your privacy safety net, your personal privacy safety net, if you have gaps in your security safety net, that could mean not having the adequate security that we need for Canadians. And it could also mean not having a robust enough approach to protecting the individual rights and privacy of citizens. If there is duplication, that means resources are going unnecessarily to do work that is being done somewhere else, and that those resources are then not available for investing in the full application of the policies of the agencies to protect Canadians and respect the individual privacy and rights. So indeed, the bill before us today is a key component of our government's ambitious national security agenda, one that's focused on achieving a dual objective, keeping Canadians safe and safeguarding the rights and freedoms that we all enjoy as Canadians and that are indeed the hallmark of being Canadian and which are looked at by countries around this globe as a model for what they would aspire to, the safeguarding of rights and freedoms. And so that's why it was the central focus of our platform, and that's why it's been put before this House. So in terms of the detail of this legislation, so first, in terms of structure, the proposed committee would be a statutory entity whose members would be drawn from the ranks of current parliamentarians across party lines. And I see that as being structure that will create a nonpartisan responsibility to other members of Parliament to report on our behalf on these matters in a way that crosses party lines and is in the best interest of Parliament's responsibility to the Canadian public to find the right way forward in balancing security and privacy rights. The committee will be comprised of 9 members, and that includes 7 members of Parliament, with a maximum of 4 being from the government party and 2 senators. Given the nature of its mandate, the committee would be granted unprecedented access to classified material. And a dedicated professional and independent secretariat would support the work of the committee to ensure it has the tools and resources that it needs to carry out its work. And, Mr. Speaker, that last sentence is a critical one. In some of the previous private members' bills that were proposed in this House, that was not included. So the resources to actually get assistance to be able to dig into things and have research done and perhaps travel and all of the support the committee needs to be able to do its work without major constraints are elements that I added in my private member's bill C-622 to build on the previous work that had been done by the able Liberal members of Parliament that had previously put forward a bill on to create a committee of parliamentarians. So having this dedicated professional and independent secretariat to support the work of the committee, as I said, is critical to its effectiveness. So another way that the committee will be proven effective is by having a broad mandate. And so this committee would have the ability to review the full range of national security activities in all departments and agencies across the Government of Canada. It's a key tenet of the bill, and it's crucial to what we are trying to achieve. And I have made mention of that earlier in my remarks about how important it is to be able to find those gaps and to find those duplications and be able to make our security safety net much stronger thereby. The committee will be able to take a look at all of this work that crosses some 20 different departments and agencies who all are involved to varying degrees in national security and intelligence activities. And it will gain a full picture of what the government agencies and departments are doing in national security and intelligence matters. In terms of this mandate, the model we've envisioned goes even farther than that which exists in most countries in the world where a similar type of committee currently exists. And I am proud that our Prime Minister supported a delegation going to London, to Great Britain, to look at their committee of parliamentarians who provide oversight so that we can learn and build on that model and improve based on what they heard. And I would say that we owe a great deal of thanks to the cooperation of the members of Parliament of Great Britain who over the years have been willing to share their successes and their challenges and their ideas for how to make a better legislation. And it is worth mentioning, incidentally, that this kind of parliamentary body exists in most Western democracies, including all of our Five Eyes allies, which is one of the reasons I was so surprised at the intransigent refusal to support this concept by the previous Conservative government. But that's water under the bridge, and I hope that we will see support from Conservative members today under different, albeit interim, leadership. The committee will have the authority to self-initiate reviews of the legislative, regulatory, policy, financial, and administrative framework for national security in Canada. In other words, it will be able to analyze whatever, in its opinion, needs analyzing in order to ensure the effectiveness of the framework as well as its respect for Canadian values. And, Mr. Speaker, that is so important, as I've mentioned before, and that is an evolution of what had been contemplated under a previous Liberal government for this committee. And it's an evolution to a more effective and more multi-layered approach for the committee's responsibilities that I felt was exceedingly important when I was doing my work on this issue. So beyond the power to look at the national security framework, it will be empowered to review specific national security and intelligence operations, notably including those that are still ongoing. So while due to the inherently sensitive nature of the material examined by the committee, there will be reasonable limits on what the committee can share with the public, committee members will still be able to bring pressure to bear on the government of the day by telling Canadians if they have uncovered something problematic and by letting Canadians know thereafter if the problem had been adequately addressed. And those are incredibly important accountability mechanisms that are built into this bill. It's not enough to have committee members, parliamentary committee members, review and find things that are problematic and then have that buried under a blanket of security and have the public never know that there is an issue that needs to be attended to. As I noted at the outset, that several parliamentarians, past and present, have tried to address with other legislative proposals these matters, and we certainly look forward to hearing input, and I look forward to providing input as one of those members, and indeed all members through this legislative process are welcome to give their input. Now, I've already addressed that there are some that say that review and accountability already address when it comes to national security. And yes, we have the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP, the Security Intelligence Review Committee for CSIS, and the Commissioner for CSE. But as I have mentioned, it is incumbent on parliamentarians to be able to meaningfully review Canada's overarching national security framework, make sure that they can identify where there are key gaps and duplications, where there are ministries that are doing important work on this, but in isolation because their key mandate happens to be something completely other than security and privacy. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be encouraging the new committee to cooperate and collaborate with the existing review bodies to avoid overlap and build on the great work that is already being done. In fact, in the research that I did for Bill C-622, I spoke with former heads of the communications security establishment who supported the idea of a review committee of parliamentarians. And I spoke with former and present chiefs of the commissioners for oversight of CSE, who also are doing very important work. And I have to say our current commissioner has really extended over the last few years the kinds of information that he is providing in his reports far beyond what was happening in that commissioner's office before. So these are important mechanisms and oversight initiatives, and so I'm delighted that we will be building on the work that they do. They will remain autonomous institutions with distinct mandates, and such collaboration that they will provide with this committee is desirable and but will be voluntary. So, Mr. Speaker, this committee is going to go far in helping us reestablish the balance between democratic accountability and national security that is so hugely desired by the Canadian public. It's of crucial importance to our government. We heard about it throughout the recent election in 2015. It's crucial in importance to Canadians, and we look forward to engaging in constructive and thoughtful debate with members on all sides of the House on this and other issues related to improving our national security while defending and supporting the civil liberties and privacy rights of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for a very thoughtful speech, and I must say that I have enjoyed working with the member on the Standing Committee on Defence in the previous Parliament, and the member was always a valued contributor to our considerations and our discussions. I thank the member for recalling the bill that she presented, the private member's bill, Bill C-622, and I apologize for not remembering all of the details of that bill, but I did, just in the last few minutes of her remarks, reflect on the detail digitally. And there was one point that the member made in that bill, and she made that point very emphatically. The chair of the committee must be elected by the members of the committee. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether my honourable friend could speak to the difference in the legislation which has been tabled in the House, which has provided for prime ministerial appointment of the chair of this supposedly nonpartisan committee, which is supposed to be a committee unto itself, responsible to Parliament and not to the Prime Minister's office.
Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague who ably chaired the Defence Committee for a good part of the time that I was the Liberal Defence critic and participating on the committee, so I want to thank him for his kind words. I would have loved to have kind words of support at the time that I was proposing Bill C-622, and I must say I reached out to many of his colleagues personally to seek that support, but we had one member who was provided it. One thing that our Prime Minister has done is revolutionize the appointments process in this nation. And the kinds of partisan appointments that we were seeing where justice ministers were appointing their former colleagues to judgeships or members of their campaign teams, the kinds of appointments with the Prime Minister where senators were unfortunately appointed for their loyalty to a single party or their ability to fundraise or their potential ability to get crowds and in support of the Conservative Party. Those days are over, and I am very proud of the leadership of our Prime Minister in his one after another creation of nonpartisan appointment processes. I have every confidence in this committee's ability with its appointed chair to be able to work in the best interests of Canadians and Parliament's responsibility to safeguard and oversee these very important elements of Canadians' lives and concerns.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. La députée, the Honourable Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just say that I was glad to hear my honourable colleague speaking with regard to learning and building on legislation of this nature from the Five Eyes allies. The glaring difference is, of course, that we here in Canada contend with Bill C-51. And therefore, this opportunity that we have with the legislation needs to be responsive and allow this proposed committee in this bill to be as strong as it needs to be, because we do have Bill C-51. So my concern is, and I guess the question is there a concern in order for us to raise the level of openness and accountability and transparency and responsibility in light of the global situation and our place in the world? How can we make this bill stronger? Because as it stands right now, this committee's oversights are not going to be very great. They're not as great as compared to, say, the review for counterparts that are comparable, that do exist now with the SIRC or with the CSE commissioner. So can you envision, we've talked about, my honourable colleague has discussed some of the amendments that could be brought forward in order to fortify this bill and really make it something that is important for this opportunity that we have. And I just would like to hear a little bit more about what her thoughts would be on the limiting of the effectiveness and this opportunity for the Liberals to really seize the opportunity to have amendments to this bill so that it is accountable and regain that trust after the Bill C-51.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. And there were certainly deep concerns on this side of the House over some elements of Bill C-51 and an absolute commitment to address those concerns. And this committee of parliamentarians is just one of the things that our government is committed to. I have to congratulate the minister who's putting this bill forward, that this is being done well within the first year of a brand new government. This is a complex piece of legislation. It's a very critical improvement, and so we are acting very quickly as a government. But there are other things that we are doing, and one is a review of the whole framework of national security, and that's something that I was very much in favor of our government doing, and put that forward as a recommendation personally, and I'm delighted that we are doing that, because they're even fixing Bill C-51, and even with adding the Committee of Parliamentarians, there still are big flaws in our overall framework, our what I've been calling our security safety net and our respect for privacy safety net, and those will be identified during an overall review. But one thing I wanted to just mention, this is not comparing this parliamentarian committee, as the member just did, with these very effective independent oversight bodies and institutions like the Commissioner and so on. The point is that this strengthens those by adding another element, that this committee will work with the existing commissioners and their effective work of their offices. This is not instead of, it's not, it adds to the whole effectiveness of oversight and accountability and transparency that the member is seeking, and that I share her aspiration for a better framework, and this is what this is delivering.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. My colleague, the member from Victoria, presented, I think, a very thoughtful presentation in this House, and he outlined a number of different suggestions as to how we might improve the bill as proposed. I know that the member has good intentions with respect to working across government to make the bill the best possible bill that we can have in this House. So I wonder if the member could comment on which of the recommendations suggested by my colleague from Victoria that she might be willing to support and to work collaboratively on.
Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you to the question from the member from Vancouver East, and her dedication to having protection of the essential civil rights and privacy concerns of her constituents and Canadians, as well as a strong security safety net. This bill will, like other bills, go forward to a committee where there will be ample opportunity to make the case for why there might need to be changes. And there may be amendments proposed. There may be amendments accepted. I think what I would want to point out is that this government has already shown its willingness, for example, in Bill C-7 on RCMP collective bargaining, to accept amendments from the House committees. So that's something that is new. It's a way that we are doing better than the previous government, and we felt as opposition members prior to the last election that it was a waste of the abilities and intelligence and commitment of MPs to have us be in committees when there was no chance of amendments going through. And I'm pleased to say that era is behind us, and there is an invitation to committee members to put forward their best arguments and discuss those and bring forward amendments. And who knows, it's possible amendments will be accepted or not, but that opportunity is there and has been shown to be there.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are discussing Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. We do not support this bill. The bill, in its current form, is not effective. The Prime Minister has full authority. He chooses the members of the committee and which information the committee may receive and present to the House of Commons. The review by this committee of the government action is important, but this bill does not give us an opportunity, a realistic opportunity.
Legislation demonstrates another Liberal smoke and mirrors show, another deviation from an election commitment. And I want to go through and in, I think, fairly precise detail talk about the mechanisms that this law creates. Because I was in the House to listen to the Government House Leader's presentation, and with great respect to the work she's doing, the reality is many of the things that she said, and I pointed one of them out in questions and comments, simply do not accord with the text of this legislation. As we know, it is not sufficient for the minister to reassure us of the government's good intentions or to somehow interpret what they're trying to do or want the legislation to mean. What actually is important is what the substantive text of Bill C-22 is. And if you think through the actual process in place, the mechanisms that the bill provides, we just don't have any kind of seriousness in terms of parliamentary review or oversight being proposed here. I want to remind members of a commitment that the government made during the election, and I got this off the Liberal Party website. They said, we will create an all-party committee to monitor and oversee the operations of every government department and agency with national security responsibility. Clearly, all party was mentioned, as well as providing meaningful review of past and oversight of present operations. That was, I think, very clearly the commitment that was in place. Now, we've had mention in the House past private members' bills that have been proposed by those within the government. I know the parliamentary secretary who just spoke proposed Bill C-622, and the member for Malpeque previously proposed Bill C-551. And it's very interesting to look at what was being said by that party in opposition in terms of structure and mechanism and what this would actually do, what those private members' bills proposed, and the sort of sleight-of-hand variations that aren't even being acknowledged in the speeches, but that are, again, present in Bill C-22. So these are major concerns that we have. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's just go through it. I'm going to talk about the limitations in terms of the appointment process as well as the provision of information, and then finally about the limitations in terms of the reporting process. Now, in terms of the appointment process that exists, very clearly, unlike Bill C-622 that was proposed previously by the now parliamentary secretary, this bill provides for the appointment of the chair by the Prime Minister. But not only the appointment of the chair, the appointment of every single member of the committee. The Prime Minister gets to decide. Yes, it says not all of the members can come from the government. But the 3 members of the House of Commons who are not members of the governing party could be anyone that the Prime Minister chooses. These could theoretically be independents recently departed from the government caucus. I don't know that that's likely, but that's possible. There is nothing in this legislation to suggest that opposition parties, that the official opposition would necessarily be represented. There's nothing to suggest that the committee structure should be reflective in some sense of the composition of the House or similar to some degree with what exists in terms of parliamentary committees. No, this is a committee where the Prime Minister can at will choose 7 members of Parliament that he thinks should be on that committee, and then also 2 members of the other place. there is a requirement for consultation with the leaders of parties from which members are appointed if that party has recognized status as a party here in the House of Commons. There is no requirement for consultation with the leadership of Senate caucuses or with the leadership of a party in the context of appointments in the Senate. There's no requirement for consultation in the case of members being appointed that are not from recognized parties. And there is no, perhaps more importantly, there is no requirement that that consultation actually be meaningful or that the consultation actually, let's be clear, the legislation doesn't say that the leader of the other party has to agree. What would be much more sensible, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, if this process were more serious, would be that if the leaders of different parties put forward names of those within their parties, as is the normal practice, and then the committee selects its own chair. But there just isn't a meaningful requirement in terms of the engagement of other parties. Again, totally, completely up to the Prime Minister in terms of who gets appointed. Now, I want to draw very specifically the attention of members to Section 3 of this legislation, subtitled Not a Committee of Parliament. The committee is not a committee of either House of Parliament or of both houses. And that's a distinction that we need to appreciate. This is, the legislation says very specifically, this is not a committee of a parliamentary committee. This is a committee that happens to include parliamentarians, but parliamentarians that are appointed by the Prime Minister and that are effectively reporting directly to him, as I'll talk about. Now, it's interesting as well that the way this committee operates is very different from what we would be used to, those of us who participate in parliamentary committees. I'll just read a couple other sections of the bill, and these are important to read into the record when you have people earlier in the debate saying things about the bill that just do not reflect the substance of what we're seeing in the bill. So Section 18 says, meetings of the committee are to be held in private if any information that a department is taking measures to protect is likely to be disclosed during the course of the meeting, or if the chair considers it to be otherwise necessary. So it's not up to the will of the committee to determine whether or not they move in camera, as is, again, the normal practice, but it's solely the discretion of the chair. And then the voting rules are different as well. The chair may vote at meetings of the committee, and in the case of an equality of votes, also has a deciding vote. So this is, again, different from the normal procedure. Effectively, the chair always votes, as I understand this section, and in the case of a tie, the chair votes again. So we're kind of in a situation where, although the government has only 4 members from the House, and then potentially appointing 2 members from their own side from the Senate, the chair effectively has 2 votes. He or she, well, I guess we know who it's going to be. It's going to be a he. He has the ability to vote twice, and that's unusual. That's a pretty substantial deviation from the way the process normally operates. So these are limitations in terms of appointments, and it's very clear that the government has designed an appointment procedure which gives all of the control over who sits on this committee, and by extension over aspects of its deliberation, gives all of that control directly to the person who happens to be the Prime Minister. Clearly not a parliamentary committee, a committee made up of some parliamentarians, but not at all a parliamentary committee. So then, Mr. Speaker, we go on to the issue of the provision of information in terms of this bill. What information is to be provided, and how will that information be then considered and synthesized by the committee? And again, there are substantial limitations here in terms of the work of the committee. Now, I attended the technical briefing last night, and we were told by the Minister of Public Safety that the goal is to include as much as possible both review, sort of generally speaking retrospective review, but also oversight of current operations. And yet, if you look at Section 14 of the legislation, which deals with the exceptions, The exceptions effectively include any possible scrutiny of ongoing operation. I draw the attention of members to sub B, information respecting ongoing defense intelligence activities supporting military operations, including the nature and content of plans in support of those military operations. And then sub E, information relating directly to ongoing investigations carried out by a law enforcement agency that may lead to a prosecution. So effectively then, anything related to investigations that may hypothetically lead to prosecution or anything related to military operations. Now, I don't dispute the value of some exclusions, although these are people that are going to go through the process of getting security clearance, that are going to be approved for the purpose of making these kinds of reviews. And it's interesting, right at the outset, these exclusions effectively seem to exclude most of the kinds of information that might be related to ongoing operations. Those exclusions happen right at the outset. But that isn't all. It's not just those automatic exclusions. There's actually, in Section 16, we have sort of a discretionary exclusion for the minister involved that is extremely broad. It says the appropriate minister for a department may refuse to provide information to which the committee would, but for this section, otherwise be entitled to have access, and that is under the control of that department, but only if she or she is the opinion that, Section A, the information constitutes special operational information as defined in subsection 8.1 of the Security of Information Act, and the very general sub B, provision of the information would be injurious to national security. Now, of course, again, in the official opposition, we understand the importance of sensitivity around this information. But this is a matter of the opinion of the minister. This is not a matter of saying, in the opinion of experts, there would be a risk to national security. This is purely a subjective determination of the minister saying, we don't want to give this information to this committee because, in the view of the minister, we think it would be injurious to national security. But we don't actually have to justify that belief in any objective sense. The legislation is clear that the committee doesn't have a mechanism, for instance, to challenge the exclusion in court. This committee, already appointed by the Prime Minister, dominated by members of the government, where the chair, appointed by the Prime Minister, has effectively 2 votes, can still be refused information solely on the basis of the opinion of the minister without any kind of review over that determination by the minister. So we talked about the limitations and the exclusions in terms of appointment, and then it's clear that there are very substantive limitations, exclusions in terms of this issue of the information that an already secretive committee will receive itself privately. Now then, let's go on to the limitations in terms of reporting. Who does this committee report to? Well, the Prime Minister is appointing it. Ministers can determine, or the Prime Minister can determine, that it doesn't receive information. Who should the committee report to? Well, let's keep it in the family. The committee reports to the Prime Minister. That's right. This committee of parliamentarians does not report to the House. It reports directly to the Prime Minister. Of course, the Prime Minister is supposed to then provide that information back to the House within a certain number of days. I believe it's within 90 days. But the Prime Minister has the discretion, total unfettered discretion, of limiting what he tables. And I'm going to read again from the legislation itself, Section 21, Sub 5. If, after consulting the chair of the committee, the Prime Minister is of the opinion that the information in an annual or special report is information, the disclosure of which would be injurious to national security, national defense, or international relations, or is it information that is protected by litigation privilege or solicitor-client privilege, or in civil law by immunity from disclosure, or the professional secrecy of advocates and notaries, the Prime Minister may direct the committee to submit to the Prime Minister a revised version of the annual or special report that does not contain that information. I'm sorry, it wasn't 90 days. I realize it was 45 days that the timeline between the Prime Minister receiving this and when he is obliged to table it. Now, in terms of this section, it's very clear, first of all, that the Prime Minister has full and complete discretion in terms of what is and is not tabled. He can go back to the committee and require them to make these kinds of changes before it is tabled. But it's also clear from this section that he does not even need to invoke national security or national defense, because the section includes as well a reference to international relations. In other words, if the Prime Minister believes that something in this report, which would then be tabled in the House, might have a negative impact on the reputation of the government and therefore have some implications for our international relations, that on that basis, not even on the asserted basis of security, but on the basis of potential effects to international relations that reputational damage to the government could have, the Prime Minister could then go back to the committee and say, you need to exclude this information. And what options does the committee have? Of course, in a normal situation where we're not dealing with secrets, there would be an opportunity to publicly raise some objection. But the committee can't do that. There is no ability for the committee to then draw the attention of the public to this information in some other way, and quite appropriately in this context. Quite appropriate. But then we have to ask, what's actually going on here? I mean, what is the effective check on the power of the government? Because surely that is what is behind the very notion of parliamentary oversight, that there would be some opportunity for parliamentarians to meaningfully check the activities of the intelligence agencies working in an ultimate sense accountable to the government. But there is no such check. The Prime Minister fully dominates the appointment process. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet fully dominate this question of what information will flow to the committee. And the Prime Minister is directly, fully in control of what information is or is not tabled in the House. So this clearly is not, in any sense, a meaningful mechanism of scrutiny. This isn't a meaningful, at least as the bill presently stands, a meaningful mechanism for checking the exercise of power by the government. Now, it's also worth acknowledging, as we look at some of the differences between this legislation and the other private members' bills that we've heard. Again, a few of them I've mentioned. Some of these other proposals refer to an all-party committee, not just to other members being chosen by the government. They also refer to the election of a chair by members. Also, this legislation provides for significant remuneration, not just for the chair of this committee, but also for all the members of the committee. That's a difference from what was promised in the past. The stipend available for the chair, and again, the chair position has already been promised to someone, is substantially higher than the normal stipend for committee chairs. So we see these deviations, and we don't see a meaningful check in place. Mr. Speaker, I see that I'm running out of time, but just to very quickly mention, there are alternative models. The government has referred to our Five Eyes allies, and it's worth underlining, for example, the British model, which does involve a parliamentary committee, not just a committee that happens to be made up of parliamentarians, but an actual parliamentary committee that reports to Parliament, and of course is bound by all the same laws that this committee would be bound by in terms of respect for secret information. But they are ultimately accountable to the law and to Parliament, not to providing a report exclusively to a Prime Minister. But we also have a Canadian model that frankly has worked very well. And the government has to explain how this addition would interact with our existing highly effective Canadian model. It's not a parliamentary oversight model, but it's a model of genuinely expert independent oversight. You have an intelligence review committee that has the expertise. It's actually chaired by a former parliamentarian that has the expertise and the ability to provide an effective check that this legislation just doesn't. Unfortunately, this is smoke and mirrors, not substantive check on the power of the government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I posed the question earlier today in regards to the Conservative Party's approach to this bill, maybe I could be a little bit more concise and specific in asking the member whether or not he actually supports, or the Conservative Party supports this legislation. It's important to note that the Conservative Party, for well over a decade, has opposed Parliamentary Oversight Committee. And now we, the government, has actually put forward parliamentary oversight, something that was a part of an election platform. The member made reference to that platform issue. We were listening to what Canadians wanted, Mr. Speaker. It was highlighted, especially during the great debate regarding Bill C-51. Conservative after conservative after conservative, both in Cabinet and outside of Cabinet, stood up and said that we don't need a parliamentary oversight committee. Now we have a Prime Minister and a government concerned about rights and freedoms and security has brought forward a piece of legislation that's good for all Canadians. My question to the member very specifically is, does the Conservative Party today support Parliamentary Oversight Committee? Do they support it?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his questions. Let's just be very clear that this legislation does not provide parliamentary oversight. It introduces a group of parliamentarians who are commissioned to provide advice to the Prime Minister on the basis of information that the government chooses to provide them. That is not at all a serious mechanism of parliamentary oversight. Now, look, I think it is important for all of us to look at individual proposals that come forward when it comes to oversight. There are different mechanisms that work, and those mechanisms, there is nothing wrong with having an ongoing conversation about changes that could be made to improve how we do things. I do think it's worth acknowledging that Canada's experience in this respect has been very good. We've had an effective body that has done this for a while, but what the government's proposing just isn't parliamentary oversight in any sense worthy of the term.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. We differed with him on C-51 as we differed with the Liberals. Last year, the NDP was the party that stood up against C-51 because we thought that the cost in terms of civil liberties and our rights and freedoms was too high, and we raised at that time a whole range of measures that the government could take to increase security without diminishing our civil liberties. Now, in this particular issue, the government has been bringing forward oversight, but refuses to put in place an independent chair. And as the member knows, most of the countries that have this type of oversight actually allow for an independent chair of that committee. So I wanted to hear the member's views on why he thinks the government has taken this approach when most of our allies and other countries that have put this type of structure in place have an independent chair that is elected by the members of the committee.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I do credit the NDP for standing up for what they believed in on C-51. Of course, he points out that we had a different point of view on that issue, and I will note that, of course, some of the powers in C-51 are being used by the RCMP, and our agencies have talked about how they've used the powers and how the value that those things provide. But I'll say, just with respect to the issue of parliamentary oversight, it appears that this is actually doing it isn't really a priority for the government. They want to sort of say that they've checked the box, but substantively, they're not introducing a system where members of Parliament have a meaningful ability to study, to exercise oversight, and to report that back to Parliament. Now, the member refers to other international examples, and I talked briefly, and I'll just underline it again, about the British experience in this respect. And the British Committee was actually changed in 2013 and expanded in terms of its powers. Members of that committee are appointed by Parliament. They come from both houses, and they report directly to Parliament. They report directly, and they're required to do so on the basis of security legislation, and they're responsible for doing that, and the model is working well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for, again, a very thoughtful and thorough examination of the shortcomings of the legislation before us. And in fact, he has made clear, as all of the opposition speakers have today, that in fact this Parliamentary Oversight Committee proposed is nothing like the British parliamentary oversight in at least a half a dozen key areas. But I'd like to ask him about an observation that caught me a little bit off guard in his remarks when he said he attended a briefing last night on the detail of this legislation, and he informed the House that in fact the Minister for Public Safety conducted this briefing where as a number of us have lamented in debate today, the minister did not present and defend his legislation, but left it to the House Leader to do so.
For Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, the technical briefing, both ministers were present at the briefing, both the Government House Leader and the Minister for Public Safety. Most of the detailed information on the legislation was provided by the Minister of Public Safety. And I do think, of course, the point the member makes is important about the active participation of ministers in this debate. Of course, it's not parliamentary to draw attention to the presence or absence of ministers or members in the House, and I wouldn't dream of doing it. But I would say it is important when ministers are here to discuss the legislation, and especially when we have an opening speech from the government that just misunderstands fundamental aspects of the legislation, that talks about reporting to Parliament, for example, instead of reporting to the Prime Minister. So, I mean, I can't speak for what exactly the process is on the other side of the House, but I think it is important when you have a detailed piece of legislation to actually engage in the detail and to be accurately describing that detail in our debates.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I can help the member. You know, the Government House Leader is the minister that is responsible for the legislation's introduction because the legislation has an impact on more than 12, I believe it's 17 departments plus many others, Mr. Speaker, aspects in terms of the issue of accountability, dealing with freedoms and securities, individual rights, and so forth. The Minister of Public Services will, in fact, or Security, will, in fact, be making presentation today, as other members will make presentation. I think it's a little bit disingenuous of the Conservative members to take away the importance of this legislation, not just to one department, but to a number of departments. This is something in which the Prime Minister and this government have been very clear on. It's not just one department that this legislation affects, Mr. Speaker. The most appropriate minister would, in fact, be the Government House Leader in terms of its introduction. Will the member not, at the very least, acknowledge that it applies to more than one department, and, in fact, it would make sense to have the Government House Leader to actually be introducing the bill? Otherwise, would the member want all 17 ministers and be critical of those ministers for not making presentation?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear about this. I, at no point, criticized the fact that the Government House Leader proposed this legislation. Whichever minister they wish to have propose it, of course, is the business of the government. I have risen to discuss the substance of the legislation, which always in discussion with my friend from Winnipeg North, I try and bring us back to, because it's important for us to be evaluating the substance of what we're talking about. And my point about the government House Leader was not about the fact that she was the one that moved the legislation. It was simply about the fact that some of the things that she said about the legislation do not reflect what's in the legislation. That's the issue. The issue is members need to know that we're talking about a committee which is appointed by the Prime Minister, that access to information is fundamentally controlled by the Prime Minister and Cabinet, and that reports back to the Prime Minister, and that the Prime Minister can choose not to have information tabled in the House, even if he doesn't see it as a threat to national security, that he can even use potential harm to international relations as a basis for excluding information. It's just important that members know the facts on this legislation and are analyzing it carefully. And unfortunately, the point about the government's House Leader speech was simply that there were things that were said that did not reflect the substance of the legislation.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to indicate that I will be splitting my time with my friend and colleague, the member for Surrey Centre. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to speak today to Bill C-22, which will create for the first time a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. There can be no more important obligation of government than the responsibility to protect the safety and security of its citizens, both at home and abroad. But there is another equally important obligation for government in a country like Canada that values our hard-earned freedoms, our democracy, and the rule of law, an obligation to uphold the Constitution of Canada and to ensure that all laws respect the rights and freedoms we enjoy as people who live in a free and democratic society. The need to balance these two obligations simultaneously lies at the heart of the bill before us today, Mr. Speaker. This legislation responds to the threats and attacks that have afflicted countries around the world, including Canada and some of our closest allies, and in the face of which we must remain clear-eyed and ever vigilant. And Bill C-22 also responds to the many calls over many years for enhanced accountability of departments and agencies with national security responsibilities. Honourable members will remember that these calls intensified last year when the previous government introduced the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, also known as Bill C-51 at the time. Then, our party made the argument that Canada's approach to national security legislation should avoid both naivete on the one hand and fear-mongering on the other. The threats are real, and so is the need to protect civil liberties. That is why we included improvements to our national security framework, including the creation of a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians as a major part of our campaign platform in the last election. The bill before us would establish a committee with 9 members. 7 of the committee members will be drawn from the House of Commons, of which only 4 can be government members. 2 members will be drawn from the other place. Mr. Speaker, this committee will be different from other committees and offices established to review security and intelligence matters. In the accountability system now in place, some review bodies can access classified documents, but only for a specified department or agency. The members of these committees are not sitting parliamentarians. Where parliamentarians do have a role, they do not have access to classified documents. Existing independent review bodies, including the Security and Intelligence Review Committee, which reviews CSIS, the Office of the Communications Security Establishment Commissioner, and the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP, none of these bodies includes sitting parliamentarians. On the other hand, parliamentary committees examine security and intelligence matters, but carry out their mandates primarily through listening to testimony at public meetings. In the other place, the Standing Senate Committee on National Security and Defence has a broad mandate to examine any legislation or issues related to national defence or security. In this House, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security studies legislation or issues related to Public Safety Canada and the other agencies in the public safety portfolio. They do exceedingly valuable and good work, Mr. Speaker, but as a rule, neither of these committees has access to classified information. They have neither the mandate nor the resources to dig deep into the details of national security matters in order to hold the government and national security agencies truly accountable. Under the bill before us today, members of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians will obtain the appropriate level of security clearance and will therefore have access to highly classified security and intelligence information regarding national security and intelligence activities across the Government of Canada. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that our Five Eyes partners have review bodies that function in similar ways. In those countries, select parliamentarians have access to highly sensitive intelligence so that they can help to protect the public interest in regards to civil rights while also helping to protect public safety by ensuring that national security organizations are functioning effectively. Until now, Canada has been alone among the Five Eyes partners in not having a committee where parliamentary representatives can access classified information. This bill closes that gap. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in some regards, our proposal goes further than our allies in the Westminster democracies. This committee will review any and all government departments and agencies that are involved in security and intelligence. It will also have the authority to investigate ongoing operations. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to establishing a national security accountability mechanism, the bill before us sets a new standard that some of our allies might well follow. The powers given to this committee, its members, and its secretariat are robust, Mr. Speaker. The committee will be able to access any information it needs to conduct its reviews, subject to some specific and reasonable limitations. And as is the case with similar committees in other countries, while committee members won't be able to publicly divulge the classified information to which they will have access, they will be empowered to bring tremendous pressure to bear on a particular agency or on the government of the day by letting Canadians know if something is not right. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this new committee represents a major step forward in strengthening the accountability of our national security and intelligence system. It will give the people's representative a true opportunity to evaluate our national security policies and operations and ensure that both Canadians' safety and their civil liberties are protected. And for those reasons, I urge honourable members to join me in supporting this very important and historic bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Salaberry-Sirois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his discussion about the creation of the National Security Committee. This committee is something the NDP wanted to have established, and we've been talking about it for 35 years. It has never been set up. We need to make sure that Canadians can once again trust our national security system, especially after Bill C-51 was brought in by the Conservatives and the Liberals. So we have to make sure that we protect Canadians' privacy and obviously protect security as well. Even though this is a step in the right direction, that is the creation of this committee, there has been a lot of criticism from various experts because people think that the Prime Minister's power should be limited when it comes to deciding on whether reports would be made public or not. There is nothing that requires that the final report would be presented in its entirety. So there is somewhat of a lack of transparency, and we need Canadians to be able to trust this committee. So I would like to know what my colleague thinks of this, whether there shouldn't be an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I would like to share the sentiment that there has been for quite some time a public conversation about the need to elevate the standards of accountability through the creation of a parliamentary oversight committee. We heard earlier today in the House that the origins of that conversation go as far back to the late 1970s and early 1980s when the Macdonald Commission recommended as much. And I would also like to take this opportunity to point out all of the hard work of my colleagues, the member for Charlottetown and the parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board for their work in past sessions where they advanced the important work of elevating the standard of transparency and accountability through the creation of a parliamentary oversight committee. And so for all of those reasons, I am very proud today to stand here in support of Bill C-22.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but it is striking to hear the way the government members are characterizing this legislation. In my speech, I read directly from it. Some of the ways in which it is very clear that this legislation is dominated from beginning to end. The process is dominated from the beginning to the end by the Prime Minister's office. And I would ask to specifically hear his reflections on Section 21, Sub 5, which I asked the Government House Leader about, which says that the Prime Minister can exclude from the final report information which he believes subjectively would be injurious to international relations. Now, if you're going to have such a general criterion that doesn't even reference security in that particular criterion, shouldn't there at least be some external expert review of the Prime Minister's use of this power? Because otherwise this exercise is totally meaningless. If the Prime Minister can, for such a justification, limit the tabling of information in the House, then surely that's not in any way a substantive check on the power of the government.
Honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question, and I have taken him up on his offer to take a look at proposed Section 21, Sub 5. And the first thing that I would point out to my colleague is that there is, in fact, a reference to the word security. He just indicated that there was none. And so I just want to clarify that there are certain important thresholds which do inform the Prime Minister's discretion when it comes to having an ongoing dialogue with the committee about the nature of the report which will be filed in this House as is required by the legislation. The other important thing that I'd like to point out to my colleague is that the section does require the Prime Minister to consult with the chair of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, and so when it comes to consultation and it comes to having a two-way dialogue, I'm very proud of the way our government has raised the standards on both of those important principles, something which the honourable member and his party could do well to learn. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to speak about the proposed legislation before us today to deliver on the commitment we made to Canadians to improve scrutiny and review when it comes to national security and intelligence activities of the Government of Canada. In fact, it was an answer to what Canadians wanted, and that was reflected when I knocked on doors in my riding of Surrey Centre. As members have heard, Bill C-22 will allow for the establishment of a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, a multi-partisan committee that will examine and report on the government's national security and intelligence activities, an area that many Canadians feel is far too opaque. This important bill is a key component of our ambitious national security agenda, one that is focused on achieving dual objectives: keeping Canadians safe and safeguarding the rights and freedoms we all enjoy as Canadians. As I will explain today, the work of the committee will be vital in helping us achieve both these objectives. First, in terms of structure, the proposed committee would be a statutory entity whose members would be drawn from the ranks of current parliamentarians across party lines. It would be comprised of 9 members. That includes 7 members of Parliament, with a maximum of 4 being from the governing party and 2 from the Senate. Given the nature of its mandate, the committee would be granted unprecedented access to classified material. A dedicated, professional, and independent secretariat would support the work of the committee to ensure it has tools and resources that it needs to carry out its work. The next element I want to touch on is the proposed mandate of the committee. Indeed, one of the ways in which we will ensure that the committee is effective is by giving it a broad mandate. It would have the ability to review the full range of national security activities in all departments and agencies across the Government of Canada. This is a key tenet of the bill, and it is crucial to what we are trying to achieve. Some 20 different agencies, departments are involved, albeit to varying degrees, in national security and intelligence activities. The committee will be able to look at all of this work, and in this way it will gain a full picture of what government, agencies and departments are doing in national security and intelligence matters. In terms of this mandate, the model and vision goes even further than that which exists in most countries in the world where a similar type of committee currently exists. The committee will have the authority to self-initiate reviews of the legislative, regulatory, policy, financial, and administrative framework for national security in Canada. In other words, it will be able to look at the matters it wants to look at. Its goal is to ensure the effectiveness of the framework as well as its respect for Canadian values. Beyond this power to look at the national security framework, it will also be empowered to review specific national security and intelligence operations, notably including those that are still ongoing. Understandably, this power will not be entirely unfettered. The appropriate minister for a department or agency may refuse to provide information if the information constitutes special operational information and provision of information would be injurious to national security. This is a necessary provision to ensure the integrity of our national security operations that can be highly sensitive. But committee members will still be able to bring pressure to bear on the government of the day by telling Canadians if they have uncovered something problematic without discussing the specifics. We also know that the Prime Minister or Minister will not want to be the one defending their position to block an inquiry unless it's absolutely necessary. Therefore, this will on its own, I feel, be an adequate deterrent to prevent unnecessary blocks to inquiries. Mr. Speaker, our government is incredibly proud of this bill because it will fill a gap in the national security accountability framework in our country, an assessment with which I know many members of this House would agree. I would note that it is a shortcoming that several parliamentarians, past and present, have tried to address with other legislative proposals in the past, and we certainly look forward to hearing any input from them and indeed all members throughout this legislative process. At the same time, there may be some who say that the review and accountability already exists when it comes to national security. It is true, of course, that a number of review bodies already provide a review function for their own specific organization. For example, as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission does for the RCMP, and the Security and Intelligence Review Committee does for CSIS. But at a time when departments and agencies have been granted new mandates and new powers to disclose national security-related information to each other, it is incumbent that parliamentarians be able to meaningfully review Canada's overarching national security framework, as well as operations of our national security agencies, so that we can make informed decisions about our laws and the effective use of our resources in protecting our national security. Thankfully, Canada's security agencies have not been abused by the ministers or governments that run them. But in countries where there is an absence of parliamentary oversight, the security and intelligence review agencies have become political tools for the powers that govern them. Therefore, the prudent thing to do is to create a parliamentary oversight committee prior to such events occurring here in Canada. It is true, of course, that a number of review bodies already provide, Mr. Speaker, that is also, in fact, why we will be encouraging the new committee to cooperate and collaborate with existing review bodies to avoid overlap and build on the great work that is already being done. For example, receiving copies of the reports, the review body's draft would be beneficial for the committee for a number of reasons, including avoiding inadvertent duplication of effort, keeping abreast of potential areas of concern, and being able to follow up with its own reviews when deemed necessary. It is important to note, however, that the existing review bodies would remain autonomous institutions with distinct mandates, and such collaboration, while desirable, would be voluntary. In terms of reporting, the committee will be required to prepare a minimum of one annual report. After the appropriate vetting to safeguard classified information, that report would be tabled in Parliament. It would also have latitude to issue other reports on any topics it deems urgent and in the public interest. On that note, I suggest that when the committee is struck, it be a committee that ensures that Canadians from all walks of life, races, creeds, cultures, and minorities are protected and included. Canadians must have faith in our security operations that are designed to protect us from the very real threats that we face in 2016. That said, it's important to maintain the dignity and the trust of in the government departments and agencies whose mandates include security, and this bill before this House does exactly that. At the helms of our law enforcement and intelligence agency are Canada's best and brightest. Canadians are proud of the hard work and sacrifice that they make to protect our country. However, it is common when organizations work in silos that the big picture may be omitted. Retired Justice John Major once said that it was a cascading series of errors in response to the early interactions between the RCMP and the newly created security agency, CSIS, which resulted in a security breach. We've come a long way since and have made significant improvements in that relationship, and this bill represents the next step in that progress. I ask that this House to monitor and scrutinize this legislation as necessary over the years ahead. As parliamentarians, it is our job to ensure that legislation is up to date and is always in the best interest in Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to engaging in constructive and thoughtful debate with members on all sides of the House and this and other issues related to improving our national security. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech today. However, there's some things here that are concerning to me. In the past, the Liberal Party has been very concerned and expressed great angst about there being too much power in the previous PMO's office. And he made a statement, and I'm not quoting him here, but it's the gist of what he said, that current review systems could become political tools of the government of the day. And when he's saying things like that, I'm wondering why then does this member justify C-22 that basically gives an amazing amount of control and power to the PM or possibly to his office? I'm not sure exactly the direction where this has come from, but why then is he comfortable with this bill giving so much power to the Prime Minister?
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you for the question of my member opposite. What I have troubling is I've seen in countries, specifically in India and Pakistan and others that have a Western democracy, but their security agencies work in the silos of the ministry on their own. And what has happened is they have used them as political tools to advance their own political agendas, and they have been unfettered, and no one is there to have any oversight. And in fact, it was their own critique by their own intelligence senior retired officers that said one of the problems with those agencies is they have no parliamentary oversight. I'm not troubled when I know the fact that ministers, and particularly the Prime Minister, may at certain times have to block these, because even the fact that he or she blocks those, there will be a committee of parliamentarians that will know it was blocked. They will have the ability to come public and state why they were blocked without jeopardizing any investigation. And therefore, it will not be something that would be used very lightly, and therefore I'm comfortable that for national security interests and for ongoing operations, that power may reside in the Government of Canada.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the Surrey Centre for his speech. He's always well spoken in this House and sits in the seat that I first sat on when I arrived in the House back in 2004. Though he's very well spoken, there were some comments that I think bear follow-up questions, and it's really around the difference between what the government purported to do around oversight and what they're actually doing in the bill, because there are a number of concerns. First off, our allies have an independent chair that is elected to chair an oversight committee. This does not happen in this bill, tragically. Secondly, the ability of the Prime Minister's office to actually censor what the Oversight Committee presents as a report is one of real concern. And then thirdly, and this is something that flies right back to 2004, when I was first elected, when this issue was studied by an all-party committee, what the committee said very clearly was that an Oversight Committee has to have full access to classified information, and that doesn't happen in this bill either. These are major shortcomings, major problems. The principle of the bill is one thing, but the shortcomings are quite another, and I'd like the member to comment on those shortcomings.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you for the minister opposite, and I'm glad I'm filling in his shoes for this seat. He is the member of Parliament for my former area of residence, so I'm glad I'm following in some good footsteps. When it comes to the censorship issue, I believe the only things that would be censored on this would be classified information, particularly with respects to intelligence agents, informants. Those, as we've been advised, even the Public Safety Minister himself does not want to know the names of informants. And I think that is integral to maintain the sanctity of the relationship with informants. It is something that is critical in our system, and I, if I was on that committee, would not want to know that for their sake and their safety and operational safety. When it comes to some of the responsibilities on who appoints the chair and the ability of the Prime Minister to stop an investigation from happening. I think these are things that we must take this legislation as something that is going to be growing and something that will be revised from time to time if we see that it's not an effective tool, that the legislation is not achieving the mandate it is. But in the current form that it is, I think it'll be very adequate. I think it will govern itself, and the deterrent that there is parliamentarians who will know that they were blocked in this is in itself a great deterrent. However, if it...
Order. Unfortunately, the time for questions and comments has expired, and we'll go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-22, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act. Today, I'd like to focus my remarks, Mr. Speaker, on four main areas of concern that I have with the legislation that it is currently drafted. However, before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments to recognize the important work that is done by the men and women who serve our country's national security agencies. The work done by these agencies is paramount to the public safety of all Canadians, and I commend those who work tirelessly to keep us all safe. And like you, Mr. Speaker, and anyone else that was in this House 2 years ago on October 22nd, I have a lot of respect and admiration for those who kept us all safe that day. It could have been a different outcome, but to all of those that were here that day and kept us all safe and able to go home to our families, thank you very much to them. We are not immune to threats that our allies are facing around the world from terrorism and homegrown radicalization. In fact, we all witnessed the tremendous work done by our national security agencies this summer when they're able to stop a potential terror attack in Strathroy, Ontario, in a community just a few hours south of my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound. And my colleague here beside me, the representative from that area, he knows that how a situation could have turned out much worse. Our security agencies were able to identify and intercept the threat from a radicalized individual before he was able to place homemade explosive devices in public locations. Without our security agencies, this could have ended in disaster. Again, thank you to those who work around the clock to keep us all safe from threats like these and all others. As I previously stated, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight 4 main areas of concern that I have with this legislation. These areas include the timing of the legislation and appointment of the chair, the membership of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, which I will refer to as the committee. And 3, the level of access that the committee has to important information. And 4, and lastly, the channels through which the committee releases their reports. Excuse me. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I feel as though the timing of this legislation seems strange. The government introduced this legislation in the final days before the House rose for the summer last session. This is fine and dandy, but we found out during the summer that the Minister of Public Safety would be launching a cross-country consultation on Canada's national security framework. As part of the listed topics for discussion for this consultation, the Department of Public Safety states that accountability, prevention, threat reduction, domestic national security information sharing, passenger protect program, criminal code terrorism measures, the terrorist entry listing procedures, and more are all part of the scope of the consultation. Now, it would seem to me that there are a number of aspects of this legislation that could be significantly impacted by what is heard from Canadians as the government carries out these consultations. Furthermore, the Minister has written to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, which I am a member of, to ask that the committee also engage in cross-country consultations with Canadians on Canada's national security framework. So as the Vice Chair of this committee, I'm looking forward to travelling across Canada to hear from interested Canadians on what they think about these important topics, and they are very important. But what I'm concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that the government once again has put the cart before the horse. I don't understand why or how it actually makes sense to anyone to table this legislation and several other pieces of legislation before this House when we have actually not yet consulted Canadians. Unless, of course, the government is just carrying out these consultations to pretend that they are actually consulting. And I certainly hope, sincerely hope that that's not the case. But, Mr. Speaker, it certainly appears that that is exactly what they're doing. Furthermore, I find it deeply concerning that the government named the chair of this committee before they had even put this legislation before the House. The member for Ottawa South was named as the chair of this committee more than 5 months before this legislation was brought before the House. Again, the cart seems to be before the horse, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, to the member from Ottawa South, I have respect for him as I do all colleagues in this House. I sat for a few years on the Transportation Committee with him. It's not about him so much as the process and some other points that I'm going to be mentioning here. I've served on many different committees since I became a member of Parliament back in 2004, and never, not once, have I joined a newly formed committee that already had a chair for months before that. the chair is always selected by the committee members through an election at the first meeting of the committee. And, you know, we all know, I'm not naive, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals are in power or whichever party's in power, you know it's going to be one of them gets elected. But you still have the election, and that is not happening in this case. I actually find it very ironic that this government has already named the chair of this important committee, given that it was the Liberal Party during the election campaign who called and screamed for more accountability for parliamentary committees. Well, where is it, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal Party platform states that to increase in accountability, we will strengthen the role of parliamentary committee chairs, including elections by secret ballot. End of quote. Does that sound like what we're doing? Not at all. Why should the process be any different for this new committee? The chair should have never been appointed before the membership is even consulted. This leads into my second concern with the legislation as it is currently drafted. I have several concerns with how the membership of this new committee will be formed. The legislation states that the committee will be composed of the chair and up to 7 members of parliament and up to 2 senators, and become members of the committee through a governor-in-council appointment on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. My concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that membership on the committee is at the discretion of the Prime Minister rather than Parliament. Indeed, it has been expressed by many Canadians that they want parliamentary oversight of their national security agencies. What they do not want, though, is for the Prime Minister to basically bypass Parliament and have full control of the committee. Full control, because that's the way it's designed. I think that if this committee is going to provide parliamentary oversight, then the membership of the committee should be approved by Parliament, not the Prime Minister. This committee should not have been seen as an extension of the PMO. Furthermore, excuse me. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in reading the legislation further, I note that the bill does outline security and confidentiality guidelines for the members of the committee, with each member having to obtain and maintain a security clearance. That's all good. And they got to take an oath or solemn affirmation and comply with procedures and practices. Additionally, members are prohibited from knowingly disclosing information that was obtained in the course of exercising duties under the Act, and no member of the committee may claim immunity based on parliamentary privilege. Totally agree with that. These provisions are very important, and I am delighted to see them in the bill. However, it is very unfortunate that there is not one measure or clause that would require members that are appointed to the committee to have at least some type of former experience related to the national security environment, which I will point out that the current chair does not have any previous such experience. I find it very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to believe that this committee will be able to effectively carry out important work related to our national security agencies if this is the very first time they've ever worked in such a field. It simply doesn't add up. The reason for oversight is actual and legitimate oversight. We're not going to get that here. I don't know how someone who's still getting their feet wet on the file is able to provide proper and actual oversight. This is a significant flaw in the legislation that I hope will be addressed as we move forward on this file, on this bill. My third area of concern with this legislation relates to the level of access that the committee will have to important documents regarding the operation of Canada's national security and intelligence agencies. As the legislation is currently drafted, it is extremely limiting in regards to the information that the committee will have access to, and it entrusts a lot of power, once again, to the Prime Minister and several ministers to limit access to information for the committee when they see fit. It's totally inappropriate and absolutely unacceptable. If we want this committee to provide true independent oversight of our national security agencies, then I think this bill will need some amending. and I hope the government's open to constructive criticism. As it stands, this bill gives the government far too much power to block the committee at every turn and to limit what they are able to investigate. This significantly limits the ability of the committee to fulfill its mandate. Again, this is supposed to be a committee of parliamentarians, not an arm of the Liberal Party of Canada. My final area of concern, Mr. Speaker, deals with the way in which the committee will report its findings to the House and, by extension, the public. The legislation is clear in stating that the committee will be required to submit annual reports on a yearly basis and special reports as required. This is great. The only problem is that these reports are given directly to the Prime Minister rather than to all of us here in Parliament. Again, that's totally unacceptable. These reports are to contain the committee's findings and recommendations, and the Prime Minister then has the ability to remove any information that he or she deems may be harmful to national security or defence before the report is tabled in the House of Commons. Essentially, the legislation gives the Prime Minister a final say on what is reported to the House. And Mr. Speaker, I know that you've sat on various committees, and that is not how it works. That's not how it's supposed to work. And but you know, under this government, it seems to be the way they want to do some things. Now, while I think that it's very important that there are checks and balances, I don't have an issue with that, to make sure that nothing in the committee reports would harm our national security. I am definitely sure that, that giving the Prime Minister's office a veto power over the contents of this report is the best way to go about this. That is the committee's responsibility. There's no doubt about that. And as I've stated a number of times throughout my remarks here today, Mr. Speaker, this is supposed to be a committee that provides parliamentary oversight. In this regard, I think that the committee should be reporting directly to Parliament and should not have to get a stamp of approval from the PMO. Excuse me. This truly removes the ability of the committee to act independently and gives the PMO a significant amount of influence over the committee, which I find ironic since this Prime Minister promised during the campaign to decrease the role of the PMO. But I guess that was 2015 then, it's 2016 now. Having highlighted my main areas of concern that I have with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I want to take just a few moments to highlight how the United Kingdom has formed their own committee for parliamentary oversight of their national security agencies. Now, I know that the Minister and the Chair of the committee have done some travel to do some fact-finding, but I'm not sure that the best practices from other countries have made their way into this legislation. We should learn from other countries when possible. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. I think it is important to only make comparisons between Canada and other Westminster parliaments because, as I have repeatedly stated today, this is to be a committee of parliamentarians that reports to and for Parliament. Now, this leads into the comparison that I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker. The Parliament of the United Kingdom established their Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament in 1994 to examine policy, administration, and expenditures of the Security Service, Secret Intelligence Service, and the Government Communications Headquarters. In 2013, 3 years ago, and some 19 years after their original legislation, they made very significant reforms to make this a committee of Parliament with a number of greater powers. The members of this committee are appointed by Parliament and they report directly to Parliament. Issues of national security are reported directly to the Prime Minister. Furthermore, the members are given access to highly classified material. To me, this seems like a committee that has much more independence from the Prime Minister's office and has the appropriate level of access to classified material to truly provide proper oversight. Now, the most important fundamental difference between the committee proposed in C-22 and the committee that operates in the United Kingdom, though, is that members are appointed by and report to Parliament, and Parliament alone. Again, as I have stated, if this is going to be a committee of parliamentarians that provides parliamentary oversight, then the committee should be beholden to Parliament, and again, not to the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office. So I'd be very curious, Mr. Speaker, to know that when the Minister traveled to the United Kingdom, if he was advised against making this committee an extension of the PMO, and was he encouraged to adopt the committee structure that came out of the reforms in the United Kingdom in 2013. The reason that this is a key point, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know, we're just getting, you know, we've been a little bit away from the kind of some of the hot spots in the Middle East and where terrorism seemed to blossom. But England and Britain seen this a lot quicker than we did. So their legislation has been been there for some time. And of course, the longer you have a piece of legislation in place, no matter what it has to deal with, you learn stuff from it. I don't care how smart any of us are or any government is in this House. Every bill that we draft, you know, I think we'd be wrong in saying that every bill is perfect, because that's not the case. And as things evolve and change, you adapt with that and make changes, which is what the Brits did in 2013. The other bill seemed to be very similar to what this government is putting in place today, and they realized after 19 years or 17 years, whatever it turned out to be there, that it wasn't doing the job, it wasn't right. So they have changed it to make it right, and we should have followed those changes, and it's obvious that we didn't. The parliaments of Australia and New Zealand also have committees of parliament that provide oversight over their national security agencies, though they are much different than what is being proposed by Bill C-22. The United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, offers the closest comparison to C-22. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should learn from the experience of the United Kingdom. They have had some form of parliamentary oversight, as I said, since 1994. Clearly, the reforms that were made back in 2013 were brought about for a reason. We should do to the greatest extent possible, offer a similar model, as I said, that reflects the lessons learned in the UK from having such a body in place for more than 20 years now. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the Minister and his department consulted all of the current oversight agencies when drafting this legislation to ensure that there will not be a duplication of work, or that this committee, that the committee should respect the agencies already in place and work alongside them in providing parliamentary oversight. Now, I look forward to hearing from oversight agencies such as the Office of the Communications Security Establishment Commissioner, Civilian Review and Complaints Commissioner of the RCMP, and the Security Intelligence Review Committee on this legislation. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the rest of the debate that's going to take here today and in the coming weeks and months, and look forward to taking some questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Conseil Commentaire, the honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, for what I thought was a very thoughtful and engaging presentation to the House on his thoughts on Bill C-22. And I've listened carefully to the comments from the official opposition over the course of the debate so far. And I do want to say that I'm heartened here on the government side that there seems to be a change of heart now that the official opposition now sits on the opposition benches, but not too long ago was the government and was at that time not as receptive to the basic content of now what is being proposed in Bill C-22. Now, my friend laid out, I think, 4 broad criticisms, and to me it seems primarily related to issues of process. And I'm only going to just dig into one of them, and that namely was with respect to membership in the committee. And he had indicated that it was his view that the members of this particular parliamentary review committee should have a background in security. But I would argue perhaps that what's most important is that the members be independent and have an open mind with respect to challenging the positions that are advanced by the government, as opposed to, and not necessarily be captured by the particular perspectives of, for example, if they had previously served in a security agency or with the police, by their particular perspectives. Does my friend have a particular thought or would be willing to reconsider who ought to sit on that particular committee?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague on the other side and welcome him to this very prestigious place, and thank for his question. But just 2 points that I do want to point out, Mr. Speaker. Not once did I or anyone from this side, to my recollection, say that we shouldn't have this kind of oversight or committee, with our security intelligence agencies. But it was, again, the process. Way back when the minister announced there was going to be a committee, and before that committee was even formed, he tells us who the chair is. And so it was, again, not about not supporting this kind of a committee. It never was about that, never will be. Again, it's that process. And I found the members' questions, if I was, a police officer or somebody out there that's had some background in intelligence and security, I think I would have taken his comment there. He was basically implying that somebody out there, it would be better off not to have somebody with experience from the security side or the policing side. And I don't think that they would agree with that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned a lot of shortcomings in C-22 in his speech. For example, the fact that the chair would be appointed rather than elected by his peers to this parliamentary committee. Also, the fact that the chair of the committee would actually have to report to the Prime Minister directly because the Prime Minister would appoint him. And the fact that there is limited access to certain information compared to some other monitoring agencies. And that the Prime Minister would ultimately be able to decide whether he would accept or reject certain parts of a report that were to be tabled before Parliament. This is sort of as though the Prime Minister were telling a parliamentary committee that he would have the final say over their reports. My colleague knows how things work on parliamentary committees, so I'd like to ask him, does he think that it's even conceivable that the Prime Minister should have such power over a report to be tabled in Parliament? What kind of message does my colleague think that sends about the Prime Minister's relationship with this House?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, thank the member for a great question and a dead-on observation. Of course, this is, giving lip service is all that this is doing. The committee is just a figurehead, so to speak. The Prime Minister, in his instructions to the Minister, obviously has told the Minister, draft this legislation, so basically I have final say. And, I can dwell and talk about that for another hour, but I know I don't have that time. The bottom line is the member who just asked the question, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely right. This is, the committee just turns out to be a figurehead. They'll go through the due process, but at the end of the day, it won't matter one iota.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that last statement by the member was just absolutely ridiculous. This committee is not an extension of the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is somebody has to name this committee. The committee is made up of the chair plus 8 members. 4 of them are from the government side. Is the member telling us in this House that those 5 members, including which includes 2 senators, that they don't have the ability to challenge the Prime Minister? They're on that committee. There is security matters that had to be in relation to our colleagues around the world that a government has to take responsibility for, Mr. Speaker. And so the Prime Minister has to be a check and balance. But if the committee doesn't agree that the Prime Minister should have restricted an item, then they would naturally report it to the House, and the Prime Minister would face some heat for that. And so the Prime Minister would have to be very reluctant to veto what is in that report. There has to be checks and balances, Mr. Speaker. We do need this oversight committee, and I have faith in parliamentarians that are on that committee, would be appointed to that committee, that they would do their job in terms of that balance of safety and security.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, the red face and the thrust from the member from Malpeque, I've seen it for years. And it isn't, in all due respect to the member, it isn't that I doubt that the parliamentarians on that committee will do their job. But at the end of the day, if the Prime Minister doesn't agree with them, he'll veto it. And, the member and I, we both sat on the Agriculture Committee for years, and the member quite often displayed to me how at the end of the day it didn't, when he was to dealing with agriculture all the time in the government, that most of the time it didn't matter because he was overruled anyway. So it should come as no surprise to him. I doubt this government's any different from the last one that he served in. And at the end of the day, the PMO is going to decide what direction that committee takes, not the parliamentarians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you, I'd like to congratulate my friend from Brave Bruce, Owen Sound, for his good work on this file. Maybe I'd like to get my friend, through you, Speaker, to talk about the level of hypocrisy we're seeing on the other side of the House now. The Liberal Party, when they were in opposition, they yelled and screamed, jump up and down, and oh my goodness, the world is ending. The PMO has too much power. And what do they do right now? Power to the PMO, veto power, appointed a chair to a committee that hasn't been started yet. How, my friend, through you, Chair, maybe he can explain, maybe make some sense out of this, because I can't.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, a new colleague in this House relatively, and one I've gained a lot of respect for, and a great question. But I'm, to him, I'm not going to pretend to figure out how a liberal mind works, but at the same time, I'm not going to be naive enough to try and tell them that, hey, it'll get better. It won't get better. The Prime Minister and the PMO is going to have final say on whatever comes out of this committee's work. And it should be a good committee, and it has the ability to be. But because of those restrictions, at the end of the day, Canadians and parliamentarians, I think, are going to be very, very disappointed if they just take the time, swallow the pill and make the same kind of changes that the Brits just did in 2013 and make this the bill that it should be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Louis-Hebert. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-22, a piece of legislation that brings overdue changes to our country's approach to national security and puts to light once and for all that we need to make a choice between the desire to keep Canadians safe and safeguarding the rights and freedoms that all Canadians cherish. Since the tragic events of September 11, 2001, as Western governments and Western societies have struggled to respond to this new terrorist threat, this false argument has been presented. Yes, we must ensure that law enforcement, and intelligence agencies have the tools and resources they need to counter these new and often rapidly emerging threats. But no public safety need not come at the detriment of our fundamental freedoms and rights. I reject this false argument, and so does our government. To quote Benjamin Franklin, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. It has often been said of the terrorist threat that they hate us for our freedom. While I find that a trite and simplistic statement, the fact is, if we do trade our freedoms for greater security, then in essence, those that use terror as a weapon have achieved their goals. For their mission is not merely death or destruction, it is terror. It is to fundamentally change our society for the worse, and we must not allow that to happen. We cannot close our society to the world. Rather, we must remain an example to the world, a model of openness, of tolerance, of diversity. Let our diversity truly be our strength, and let Canada show that people of different religions, different languages, and different cultures can live together in happiness and in security. The world needs more Canada, Mr. Speaker, and at a time that countries are looking increasingly inward, at a time when countries are closing their doors to trade, to refugees, to the rest of the world, it needs the Canadian example more than ever. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the specific measures in Bill C-22. The centerpiece of this legislation is the establishment of a National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians that will play a crucial role of oversight and accountability over national security system. The members of this committee will have access to classified information and a robust mandate to review all the national security framework and ensure it is working to keep Canadians safe while safeguarding our fundamental rights and freedom. Sunshine is always the best disinfectant, Mr. Speaker, and while it is only understandable that classified information cannot be shared with all Canadians, it is important that the people's representatives elected by and accountable to the people have this access to ensure the people's interests are safeguarded. This is a fundamental responsibility of a Member of Parliament, and this is an oversight model that has proven successful for Canada's closest allies. I fully support this initiative. As we design and debate a new national security framework for Canada, something that has been missing during previous debates is consultation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I am a Canadian Muslim of Pakistani descent. There are more than 1 million Muslims in Canada. I am a member of a community that has often felt unfairly targeted by security agencies and stigmatized as part of these security debates. From the attacks of September 11th forward, we have felt marginalized, profiled, and seen as part of the problem rather than as part of the solution. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there are few Canadians more patriotic than my fellow Muslim Canadians, and I'm honored to be one of the 11 Muslims that the people of Canada have elected to represent all citizens in this hallowed chamber. Those of us that have chosen to come to Canada and make this our home did so for both the security that all Canadians value and the rights and freedoms that all Canadians cherish. Many of us have fled countries where personal liberties are severely limited or even non-existent, and come seeking safety from countries where violence and conflict are a daily fact of life. Yet too often, as I said, we have been treated with suspicion and mistrust. It is as if security agencies took a racial profiling approach to national security, rather than trying to work with the community, and that needs to change. We need to bring a community policing approach to national security. We know this approach works in our cities. Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest, took over the Toronto Police Service Division in Regent Park, relations between the community and the officers sworn to protect it were at record lows. By taking a community policing approach, treating the community as partners, the member for Scarborough Southwest was able to establish trust with the community, a trust based on mutual understanding and mutual respect. and crime began to drop. People in the community knew they could turn to the police in times of trouble or when someone was going down the wrong path. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, national security agencies and the government must see communities like mine not as a problem, but as part of the solution. Security agencies must proactively engage with all the communities and make us partners in building a safer and freer society. We are ready to be partners. Many of us have come to Canada to flee extremism and violence, and we want nothing more than to root it out in our new home. That's why I was happy, Mr. Speaker, to see that Budget 2016 included an investment of $35 million over the next 5 years to establish an Office of the Community Outreach and Counter-Radicalization Coordinator, and that this commitment is reaffirmed in Bill C-22. There is already a lot of great work taking place in communities across the country on counter-radicalization initiatives, but these initiatives are lacking coordination and resources, and best practices are not being shared. This new office will provide national leadership by coordinating federal, provincial, territorial, and international initiatives, share those important best practices that have proven successful on the ground, and support community outreach and research. Canada can and must become a world leader in counter-radicalization and show that it is possible to build an open, pluralistic, and democratic society. And that means engaging all Canadians in keeping our nation both safe and free. Let us commit here and now to building a Canada where our youth never have to feel that they are different, that they don't belong, or that they are worthy of suspicion simply because of their religion, their ethnicity, or the color of their skin. That is my dream for the next generation and my two sons. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that Bill C-22 also includes a number of other initiatives that seek to safeguard personal rights and freedoms that was missing from the previous government's Bill C-51. For example, there are amendments to better protect the right to advocate and protest, and better definition of the rules regarding terrorist propaganda. The government is also introducing a statutory review of national security legislation to ensure that the people's elected representatives have not only the opportunity but the responsibility to regularly review national security legislation to ensure that it is still necessary, still effective, and is not unduly restricting the rights and freedoms of Canadian citizens. These are all amendments that our party tried to make to Bill C-51 in the last Parliament to bring more balance to the legislation. But unfortunately, these amendments were rejected by the previous government. I will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join with us in supporting this important legislation. I believe Bill C-22 will strengthen our national security apparatus and help keep Canadians both more safe and more free. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Canadian by choice. I'm a Canadian of the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Growing up in Pakistan, one thing we all knew about Canada was about Pierre Trudeau and the Charter of Rights. It was a document that says every Canadian and everyone within our borders have certain fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. I would not be here in this chamber and in this country were it not for this charter and these freedoms. I'm committed to protecting and defending them, and Bill C-22 does just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees and Citizenship rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to correct the record in response to Order Paper Question Q258, where I stated that, quote, insofar as Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, is concerned, IRCC did not pay any costs for relocation services and hotel stays related to exempt staff moving to Ottawa since October 19, 2015. Today, I have received new information that indicates that relocation costs were incurred during the period, and the total is $9,692.50. I am correcting the record at the earliest opportunity, and I also intend to file a supplementary response in the House at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates this clarification on the part of the Minister and that he did so at the earliest opportunity. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech today on Bill C-22. I have a fairly specific question for her on one of the aspects of the bill, and that is that the chair would be appointed by the Prime Minister and not elected, as is the case for most of our other committees. So the members usually get to elect their chairs. So I would like to know why, from my colleague, in this case, the committee created under Bill C-22, the chair would be appointed and not elected.
Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his question. We can debate the mechanics of how this oversight mechanism should be established, and I welcome that debate. But I would note, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-22 represents a commitment to an unprecedented level of transparency and oversight that this country has not seen before. It is level of oversight that was rejected outright by the previous Conservative government, and we are correcting the mistakes of the past government and delivering the transparencies the Canadians want.
Questions or comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the fine words from my colleague across the way, and just wanted to pick up on the point that when we reflect on Bill C-22 and we talk about the issue from the last election, what we ultimately have seen is a government that has actually responded by what Canadians have been asking for. They appreciate freedoms and their rights, and there is a sense of a need for security, and it is a balancing. And what C-22 is bring forward a parliamentary independent group that will ensure that Canadians' privacy concerns are in fact addressed in good part, many other things. And I'm asking, maybe would ask the member, when she reflects on the past election and just the commitment from the government, would she not agree that Bill C-22 deals with many of the concerns that were raised by Canadians during the last election, and therefore it is a good bill that all members should get behind, and at least let's get it into committee.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his thoughtful question. Last year during the elections, while knocking at the doors, we got from almost every door that Canada has to be a model of openness, of tolerance, of diversity, where people of different religions, different cultures can come and live together. Bill C-22 is an essential part of our efforts on national security, which includes specific measures outlined in our platform, as well as consultations so that Canadians can have their say about other measures that are needed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised and disappointed by the answer that I got to my other question, that is about why the Prime Minister would appoint the chair rather than allow the chair to be elected by members of the committee. She says it's just a matter of mechanics. But in fact, right now, we are in the process of debating the substance of this bill and how it would operate, how the committee would operate when it is created. So I would just like an answer to my simple question, why the government is choosing the chair, and that the Prime Minister would appoint that person.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. A governor-in-council designate chair reflects the status of the committee as a non-parliamentary body, and the member from Ottawa South is an experienced and eminent parliamentarian and an excellent choice to chair that committee.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Louis Hébert, I want to let him know that he will have about 4 minutes for his remarks before statements by members. So resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to this bill, Bill C-22, which I feel is something we definitely need. When it comes to spending on national security, it is because we are confronting various terrorist threats and we are dealing with very many issues. And we need to have very careful counterbalancing mechanisms, oversight mechanisms that are appropriate. And this is what C-22 does. It fills the gap by enabling parliamentarians from both the House and the Senate to scrutinize in a holistic way the various intelligence and security agencies in Canada. We can vet the efficiency and the operations of these agencies, because every agency has its own internal review mechanisms, but this committee would be independent. There would be representatives from the House, from the Senate, and this is a modern approach to scrutiny of our intelligence agencies. We know that the Five Eyes countries, or at least 3 of the 4 other countries, that is Australia, New Zealand, and the UK, have adopted a committee of this type. We know that we opposed what the former government did. We talked about the need for such a committee during the election campaign. But, of course, this is just a first step, and we will need to go further. I'm very pleased to see as well that the government has undertaken consultations on public security and national security, and that's a step in the right direction. We need to explore how we can protect Canadians' privacy and their security. Both are important. We can't sacrifice one for the other. Bill C-22, in my opinion, is an initial step to make sure that we do protect Canadians' privacy and their security. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been welcomed by people I respect very much, like Craig Sorsese at the University of Ottawa. He said that this deserves a good passing mark. So he's certainly a leading academic in this area. I see that we are going to start a question period and that my time is up, but I will come back afterward when I have an opportunity and explore the other aspects of the bill I wanted to bring up. Thank you. I would like to thank the honourable member. He will have 7 minutes remaining for his remarks after question period.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to be back in the House to represent my constituents after a busy summer in the riding. I would like to recognize the Lifetime Learning Centre Society's intergenerational walking path project, funded through a New Horizons for Seniors program. The project is a multi-purpose path that enables youth and seniors to team up to create a safe and accessible walking path that provides measurable distances and goal setting for all users. The project will make it possible for local youth and seniors to come together and create a multi-purpose walking path to be enjoyed and shared by the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to stand in the House today to offer my congratulations to the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara for their excellent service to the youth in my riding. Now, the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara provides programs for over 16,500 children and youth in the Niagara area. Their sole mandate is to provide opportunities for all young people. No child is ever denied access. Their mission statement is to provide a safe, supportive place where children and youth can appreciate new opportunities, overcome barriers, build positive relationships, and develop confidence and skills for life. Now, in addition to their many aquatic sport and recreation programs, the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara also provides over 47,000 meals and snacks, 1,500 weekly rides, and provides almost 5,000 beds annually for at-risk youth. As the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara approach their 5th anniversary in their new facility, I encourage everyone to continue to supporting this worthwhile organization. It is truly a good place to be.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to share a special thought for my mom today, which would have been her 89th birthday.
Sur une autre note.
On another happy note, this year, one of the largest sports organizations in Laval is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Focusing on excellence and achievement, the Montreuil Sporting Association has trained a number of young people in Laval with remarkable standards of discipline and commitment. Sport enables young people to become more confident and to develop a sense of belonging as well as a team spirit.
Association for the sustained efforts over the past 50 years to keep the children of Laval usefully entertained, healthy, and active while shaping the skills that lead them into the successful leaders of tomorrow. Bravo et long.
Congratulations and long live the Montreuil Sporting Association in Laval.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch No. 7, or as it's most commonly known, the Transcona Legion. The Transcona Legion was officially formed on December 6, 1926, and since its founding has become an integral part of the wider Transcona community. It's been a sponsor of the first Transcona Scouting Group and a Naval Cadet Group. It's played host to the Confidence Rebecca Lodge No. 40 and the Transcona Masonic Lodge. It's a partner of the Transcona Historical Museum and supporter of the Transcona Biz. It's also been a great longtime friend of the Transcona District Pipe Band. By participating in the construction of Transcona Place, it helped to build much-needed housing for seniors in our community. Throughout, the Transcona Legion has been supported by a first-class ladies' auxiliary who have contributed to the success of countless events. It's impossible to imagine Transcona without the presence of its Legion. I'm excited to join with fellow members on Sunday to celebrate 90 years of contribution to our community and to look forward to another 90 years of service.
For West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Nova Scotia's exceptional tourism season this past summer. While the final numbers are still being tallied, Nova Scotia is on track to having the best tourism season ever, with over 1 million visitors enjoying what our beautiful province has to offer. The Yarmouth and Acadian Shores region in West Nova saw a 17% increase in tourist traffic this year, in large part due to the new Cat Ferry between Yarmouth and Portland, Maine, and the Fundy Rose between Digby and St. John. Many small business owners and tourism operators in my riding have had a banner year. Supporting these two ferries is vital to the growth and prosperity of Atlantic Canada. They get our products to market and bring visitors to our shores. I look forward to continuing to work with colleagues from all levels of government to ensure the viability and sustainability of these important ferry links. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, each of us have at least one of those special people in our ridings that have encouraged us, fostered our ambitions in public service, and invested in us to help us become not just members of Parliament, but the people we are today. This person for me is the person whom I inherited my political interests from, a person who has struggled and overcome incredible adversity in their life. This person was a single mother of 3, living in government housing when she was struck by a car crossing Eccles and Wellington Street in Barrie, and has lived ever since beating the effects of that head injury. She took me to my first political rally in 1999 and has always challenged me to fight for my beliefs, my family, my country, no matter what the odds are, no matter what pressures are mounting against me. Mr. Speaker, I would not break the rules of this great place and recognize anyone who has joined us in the gallery today. But to my mother, Judy Mary Elizabeth Nuttall, I say thank you.
Very deftly handled. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Hamilton's Croatian community is one of Canada's oldest and most active. On Sunday, I attended as the only MP of Croatian heritage the annual Croatian Person of the Year banquet. Michael Lončarić exemplifies the best of Canadian and Croatian values. An outstanding musician on our traditional instrument, the tambura, a teacher to both young and old, a successful businessman, and a proud husband and father. Croatians are an important part of Canada's great diversity, Mr. Speaker, and I am proud to honour Michael Lončarić as Hamilton's Croatian Man of the Year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the success of two of our Paralympic athletes. Congratulations to Rosaline Filion and Megan Benfeto, who triumphed in synchronized diving. This duo from my riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin and my colleague's riding of Alfred Belland worked hard and brought gold back to Laval.
They have inspired us all, especially young Canadians living with disabilities. Déjà gagnante.
Having already won at the London Games in 2012, despite injury and obstacles, their perseverance enabled them to compete with the best in the world with remarkable success. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of these divers and all of the athletes who represented us in Rio. Once again, congratulations.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, I have seen my riding suffer like no other area in Canada. First, it was the price of oil. When it dropped, thousands lost their jobs and many lost their homes. Then the wildfire tore through my community, leading to the largest evacuation Alberta has ever seen. Then there was the flooding. Now, as people of Fort McMurray begin to rebuild their lives and their homes, this government is once again making things worse. This time, the Liberal government is imposing a tariff on drywall that will raise the price by as much as 276%. Mr. Speaker, this tariff will add thousands of dollars to the cost of building a home. All this money will go directly to the government in what can only be described as another tax grab. Residents of Fort McMurray need a repeal of this tariff. This is another example of the Liberals turning its back on the West and profiting from the hardships of the fire-ravaged community of Fort McMurray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me pride to rise and highlight post-secondary education, specifically two schools that are located in London, the city I have the honour of representing in this House. Western University, a world-class research-intensive institution. It was an honour to recently announce a $66 million grant, the largest in the university's history. Wow. These funds are for the Brain Scan initiative that concentrates on research in cognitive neuroscience imaging. Fanshawe College is one of Ontario's largest colleges with a promise to educate, engage, empower, and excite. I had the privilege to speak at the grand opening of their Canadian Centre for Product Validation, a facility offering prototyping and testing in one location, a project made possible through FedDev. On behalf of researchers, staff, and students at Western and Fanshawe, I thank the Minister of Science and the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development for their commitment to advancing a research and innovation agenda in Canada. Thank you very much.
For Pickering, Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on petition E411, sponsored by the Honourable Member from Pierre Fond Dallaire, my apologies, which calls upon the House to condemn all forms of Islamophobia. I want to thank my colleague for his leadership. In 2008, Masjid Usman opened in Pickering, and it welcomed Muslims from across the GTA for prayers and spiritual reflection since. This petition is so important to me, Mr. Speaker, because over the past several years, a few individuals have vandalized the mosque where many of my constituents worship. I am always amazed, Mr. Speaker, at the response from community leaders and neighbors who condemn these hateful acts and come together to express their support. In difficult times, our country's values are on full display. I urge all of my colleagues to spread awareness on e-petition 411 and to join Canadians from all walks of life in condemning Islamophobia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to a great Canadian nation builder, one that contributes immensely to Canada's economic growth. It is a pipeline. More than 700,000 Canadian jobs rely on the energy sector, but the Liberals are turning their backs on these hard-working Canadians. Liberal inaction is putting this industry in jeopardy. Trans Mountain, Northern Gateway, hearings on Energy East, all delayed. Billions of dollars in investment, gone. While the Liberals delay and dither, more than 100,000 energy workers have lost their jobs. Royal Bank CEO David McKay has come out and said, "I must speak out because Canada will not succeed if Alberta does not succeed. And Alberta will not succeed if its energy sector does not succeed. Our energy industry is world-class, and we must focus on how cleanly we can produce it, how safely we can transport it, how wisely we can consume it, and how many jobs it creates. Conservatives understand pipelines are critical to Canada's economy, and Mr. Speaker, as Conservatives, we understand pipelines are an essential nation builder."
The member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to recognize an exceptional member of our community of Calgary Skyview, Mr. Syed Sohrawardy. Mr. Sohrawardy immigrated to Canada from Pakistan in 1995 with his wife, son and daughter. In 1998, he founded the Muslims Against Terrorism in Canada, which has become a global organization for peace. He founded the Islamic Supreme Council of Canada, which has chapters in 6 different provinces. In 2008, he led the multi-faith walk from Halifax to Victoria against domestic violence, animal abuse, elder abuse, and terrorism. He has participated in over 180 interfaith dialogues and co-founded the Calgary Jewish Muslim Council. He united Canadian imams to speak out against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and against terrorism to Canada and the United States. He also works on the de-radicalization of the youth with RCMP. Imam Sohrawardy is an example of an exceptional individual that makes our nation stronger because of our diversity and not in spite of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Texas-based oil giant Kinder Morgan wants to build a pipeline from Edmonton to Burnaby in order to export raw, undiluted bitumen to foreign countries. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad idea. British Columbians take all the risk and we don't get any of the reward. Mr. Speaker, Kinder Morgan will pocket at least $5 million a day if this pipeline is built, but all British Columbians are left with is a giant environmental time bomb. Now, this rip-off project is opposed by Premier Christy Clark, it's opposed by John Horgan, it's opposed by Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and it's opposed by thousands of British Columbians. Now, during the election, the Liberals promised to redo Harper's flawed pipeline review process. They broke their promise, but they can redeem themselves if they reject this pipeline, Harper's pet pipeline project, in December. So since 2011, I've stood with British Columbians against this project, Mr. Speaker, and I'll stand with them again. The Liberals approved this project in December. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Liberals to reject Kinder Morgan and embrace a green energy future.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, for 141 years, Atlantic Canada has maintained representation on the Supreme Court. Every government has respected Atlantic Canadian representation until this government, with its appointment process that does not guarantee Atlantic representation on the court. Just about everyone has criticized this flawed appointment process, except the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada who have been absolutely silent when it comes to defending 141 years of Atlantic Canadian representation on the court. For the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada, when given the choice between standing behind the Prime Minister or standing up for Atlantic Canada, they chose to stand behind the Prime Minister at the expense of Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, it should be a shame.
Burlington.
Speaker, this past Saturday, Halton Women's Place held their 7th annual Hope in High Heels event in my riding of Burlington. Boys and men of all ages from 8 to 82, including our mayor, fire chief, Halton police, labor, business, and sports leaders, my husband and brother, all slipped into a pair of hot pink heels and strutted in solidarity with Halton Women's Place to fight to end violence against women. The message is simple. We will not end violence against women and children if boys and men are not included in the conversation and part of the solution. Thank you to all of the boys and men for their leadership and their positive role modeling to help raise awareness and funds for a heroic organization in my community who provides vital support for our most vulnerable in their time of need. I was thinking, the event was such a success this weekend in Burlington. Maybe we should organize a Hope in High Heels on the Hill. Are you up for it, Mr. Speaker?
Question period starts in a moment, and of course, the Speaker just moderates. He doesn't answer questions. I understand the Minister of Immigration has a point of order. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
No,
pardon me.
Speaker.
It was done earlier, I understand. Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable chef de l'opposition.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is failing when it comes to backing our resource workers and their families. He has been faltering on making decisions on major energy projects, and this has to stop. The Pacific Northwest LNG will provide thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in investment at no cost to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, these workers and families need the Prime Minister to make a decision. They can't afford to wait any longer. Will the Prime Minister finally make a decision that's in the interests of energy workers?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected this government in order to make decisions in the interests of all Canadians, and that's why we're focused on making sure that there is no longer a false choice put forward between being good for the environment and building strong jobs. We're actually going to do them both together on a broad range of projects. That's what Canadians expect, to defend our environment, to create economic growth, and to do that while respecting communities and partnering with Indigenous peoples. That's what Canadians expect of their government. That's exactly what this government is going to do.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, we warned the Prime Minister that his reckless spending and higher taxes would not create jobs. And now this is Canada's new reality. It means less jobs and less economic growth. But there are solutions. We have workers in this country with the skills, the ambition, and the ability to get to work today. But too many projects are stuck waiting for this Prime Minister to make a decision. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and approve job-creating pipeline projects so we can get our hardest-hit families back to work?
Honourable Prime Minister.
For 10 years, the previous government was unable to approve large projects simply because they didn't have the public confidence. They didn't demonstrate that they understood that building a strong economy requires one to protect the environment at the same time. That is what we are focused on. They also don't understand that the only taxes that we've raised are on the wealthiest 1%, so we could lower them for the middle class. And they voted against it, Mr. Speaker.
Chef de l'opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To learn details about the Prime Minister's secret negotiations on a cybersecurity agreement with China. Now, let's be clear. The Chinese have hacked into our National Security Council. They've hacked the government's networks thousands of times. Canadian companies are under a constant threat of Chinese hacking to steal their ideas and their intellectual property, and this illegal activity has gone on for decades. How dangerously naive can the Prime Minister be to enter into a cybersecurity agreement with the country that poses the largest cybersecurity threat?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for years, Canadian governments have been bringing up security and rule of law concerns with the Chinese government, but the fact is it's always been done on an ad hoc basis. What we've actually established is an ongoing, rigorous security and rule of law dialogue that will allow us to advance the issues of consular, of cybersecurity, issues that matter to Canadians in a robust way that is going to get results. For too long, the previous government's back and forth, dilly-dallying on engagement with China didn't produce the results that Canadians need.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last month the immigration minister said that an extradition treaty with China was off the table because of their human rights record. Then last week, the Prime Minister and the Chinese Premier indicated that they were negotiating an extradition treaty. Then this past weekend, the Foreign Affairs Minister publicly contradicted the Prime Minister and said we would never negotiate an extradition treaty with China. So will the Prime Minister let us know once and for all, is he or anyone in his government negotiating an extradition treaty with China?
Honourable Prime Minister.
As I said a number of times, Mr. Speaker, the previous government had many conversations around issues of extradition, of rule of law, of consular affairs with China, but always on an ad hoc basis. What we've established is a rigorous, security and rule of law dialogue that will allow us to bring up difficult issues and emphasize that Canada has very, very high expectations around rule of law and process around any such thing as extradition, and that is something that Canadians expect us to hold to.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Prime Minister and the Chinese Premier confirmed negotiations of an extradition treaty between the two countries. Then the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the number one of Canadian diplomacy, who, let's hope at least, is aware of what's going on, if there are indeed negotiations, contradicted the Prime Minister by saying that we will never negotiate an extradition treaty. Mr. Speaker, who should Canadians believe? The Foreign Affairs Minister or the Prime Minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, last week we confirmed that we have established a dialogue on security and law and order to show that we are a government that is ready to work with the Chinese government on issues that concern Canadians, whether that be consular affairs, whether that be human rights. We now have a regular and rigorous way to discuss these important issues, and we will always defend the principles and expectations of Canadians when it comes to extradition treaties. We have extremely high expectations for that. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, when the Royals arrived in Canada over the weekend, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The Great Bear Rainforest is no place for a crude oil pipeline." British Columbians give that a big high five. What he seems unwilling to do is to say whether he thinks the Great Bear Rainforest is a place for a natural gas pipeline. Can he reassure British Columbians on that, or is he just going to leave them hanging?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the previous election, we made a very clear statement that we would both protect the environment and create jobs and prosperity that Canadians expect. It's no longer a question of making a choice on one side or the other. And that's why we're moving forward in a responsible way to analyzing various projects, and we're going to make the decisions in the best interests of all Canadians, whether it's communities, whether it's Indigenous partners, whether it's people concerned about the environment, or indeed people concerned about growth. That's our responsibility, and that's what we're going to live up to.
Member for Outremont.
Speaker, let me read what the current Minister of Public Services said in this House before the election. Quote, "It's not right that throughout our country we're seeing reduced health care funding to the provinces by nearly $36 billion. Now in government, the Liberals have adopted the health care plan of Stephen Harper." Hear that applause? Was this always the Liberal plan? Attack Stephen Harper's policies to get elected, and then once in government, adopt those exact same policies?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, we've demonstrated an unprecedented level of cooperation and collaboration with the provinces. Indeed, the previous government refused to talk about health care, refused to work on this important issue to Canadians with the partners in the provinces, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Health Minister is engaged with her counterparts across the country. We are working to respond to Canadians' desire to have a health system that works and that keeps us all healthy.
Come on. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Well, Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberal government adopted Stephen Harper's pitiful climate change targets. This week, it's adopting Stephen Harper's cuts to health care. And that, even if the Minister of Foreign Affairs said before the election that the Conservative government had unilaterally refused to extend the funding agreement with the provinces and found that deplorable. Is that what the Prime Minister meant when he promised real change? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Real change is, for the first time since 10 years, the federal government is working with the provinces. We are committed to discussing how to create a healthcare system that reaches the expectations of Canadians. We are listening to Canadians who want a better healthcare system. We will work with the provinces in respect and partnership to deliver a better healthcare system for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
And the Prime Minister's words simply don't match reality. He said that last October 19th marked the start of a new era in labour relations with the federal government. But Canadian workers need more than words. They need a government that provides real support for labour rights.
Hear, hear.
If the Prime Minister truly believes in the right of collective bargaining, can he tell us if he will support our legislation banning the use of scabs once and for all? Question claire pour le Premier ministre.
A clear question for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals vote for or against our anti-scab law? Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We were elected on a platform of creating growth and strength for the middle class in this country, and we know that Labour is an essential partner in creating that economic growth. We are focused on growing the economy in ways that support middle-class families and those working hard to join the middle class, and that's why our close working relationship with organised Labour, like our close working relationship with business leaders, like our good working relationship with the provinces, we believe in collaboration and respect to make sure that growth for the economy helps the middle class.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, it's clear that the main concern of Canadians is jobs. Jobs that we can create by exporting and jobs that we can make by making decisions, particularly when it comes to negotiating a new softwood lumber agreement with the Americans. The former Liberal government abandoned the forestry sector 10 years ago. October 12th is coming up very quickly, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we're going to see an agreement with the United States so we can export our wood so that we won't have to go to court. Will the Prime Minister commit to the forestry sector to get an agreement? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. The last accord expired under the previous government, as the official opposition knows very well. As government, we have committed to negotiations, and I was very happy to hear in committee that the member for Caribou Prince George appreciates our work. He recently said, "I recognize Foreign Affairs Canada and their minister for the impressive work that has been done on this. We are seeking a good agreement for Canadians, not just any agreement." The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we see results. The government can have consultation after consultation. They can travel around the country, but when there's no results, Mr. Speaker, well, people are judged more on what they do than what they say. And for the moment, there are no results. The agreement ended last year. There's a one-year grace period. We were hoping we'd see an agreement signed quickly. When we will have an agreement, tell us when, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. I repeat, the previous agreement expired under the previous government, and I quote, "Leaders in Quebec have said that they are very happy with the defense that we are providing for the forestry sector in Quebec. The Quebec Forestry Sector Industrial Organization is very happy with the position taken for Quebec. It's just the opposition who doesn't recognize the work that we are doing to protect Quebec and Canadian workers."
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've always took pride in my math, and it's always been pretty good. But I'll tell you, I've been racking my brain trying to think of how is possible at all for someone to rack up more than $120,000 in moving expenses to move down the 401 from Toronto to Ottawa, even if the Prime Minister's office moved their staff by dog sled and pack mule. And if I use liberal mathematics, I still can't come up with a $126,000 cost. Will the Prime Minister please stand up and explain to this House why it costs so much to move one of his staff 450 kilometres down the 401?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House time and time again, that this relocation policy has been in place since the 1970s. And this policy was last updated under the previous government. We've also heard how Stephen Harper's office, when he was Prime Minister, approved over $300,000 in relocation expenses, included one for $93,000. Our government recognizes that more can be done, and that's why our Prime Minister has asked the Treasury Board to revisit the relocation policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I had any hair with an answer like that, I'd pull the rest of it out. But if I'd have known that a U-Haul was this expensive, Mr. Speaker, I would have offered to take a load of stuff for Jerry and my Ford F-150. Now, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, this is classical Liberal entitlement. The government keeps repeating that these were policies that have been in place for years. But I can tell you that is true. This government, or no government before this government, has ever abused this policy. Will the Prime Minister come clean and admit that the $1 million move was way out of line?
Honourable Government House Leader.
In this House have heard what I have to say, and yes, I've repeated it several times so that we can remember that the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper's office also approved $300,000 in relocation expenses, including one of $93,000 for a single individual. But more importantly, why don't we share what Guy Jorno, former Chief of Staff to Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, had to say. He said, "The federal relocation program, which applies to hundreds of moves annually, including moves by employees of government, military and RCMP, exists for a very good reason. Our government is committed to reviewing the policy."
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, for days the Liberals have defended personalised cash payouts for the Prime Minister's best friends. On Friday, after being caught, they said the expenses were unreasonable because they had no justification or receipts. Wow. The Prime Minister's poor judgment allowed him to sign off on something his friends now call unreasonable. So once again, what exactly are personalised cash payouts?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the policy that the member is referring to has existed since the 1970s. The previous government had no problem approving it, and just as recently in 2011, the previous government had no problem approving $300,000 in relocation expenses, including one for $93,000. But let's go back to Guy Jorno, former Chief of Staff to Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and he had to ask, do we want a fair and independent determination based on consistent rules, or do we want honourable member for Saskatoon University to impose his arbitrary and personal opinions on people in a situation?
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Liberal House Leader only knows her approved talking points. Yeah, ironically, they were probably written by the staff she forked all the money over to. Approved personalised cash payouts for moving expenses must be accounted for. We have no answers. Why do Liberals only believe these expenses were unreasonable once caught?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker, and it definitely means a lot coming from the member reading her question. So I will remind members in this House that this policy has existed since the 1970s. I will remind members in this House that this government recognizes that this policy needs to be reviewed, and that's why our Prime Minister has asked the Treasury Board to review the relocation policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister made a solemn promise of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, but his Minister of Justice keeps breaking those promises. Court cases against residential school survivors are piling up in her department, and she's contesting a court decision which found that there was a perverse application of justice against a survivor. Can the minister tell us why she is acting against her government's promise of reconciliation by continuing to fight residential school survivors in court? Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the government has committed to ensure that justice is accessible to the victims of this dark chapter of our history, and whether that be through the compensation to which they have a right. We are very concerned by the possibility that certain victims with right to who have a right to compensation were refused, and I have asked my department to explore avenues to ensure that this situation is rectified. Justice must be accorded.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Ontario Superior Court has ordered immediate compensation for a residential school survivor who suffered a, quote, perverse miscarriage of justice under the IAP. It was a brutal case. So for what possible reason would the Justice Minister send her lawyers to try and have that case overthrown? The Prime Minister promised survivors that he would end these tactics, but whether it's supporting Site C or fighting residential school survivors, will the Prime Minister tell this House why his Justice Minister is still using the discredited Stephen Harper playbook to impede Indigenous rights in court?
Here, here.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it is extraordinarily important to us as a government that all of people who may have not been able to win their case in court, that be reviewed. We have to look at it. I've instructed my department to look at it, and we will make sure that justice is done.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today another member of the Prime Minister's cabinet had to stand in the House of Commons and admit that he personally signed off and submitted false information to parliamentarians. And once again, this confession only came after the Liberals got caught. And when it comes to transparency, Mr. Speaker, the buck stops with the Prime Minister.
It should.
Parliamentarians, on behalf of Canadians they represent, shouldn't have to rely on access to information requests to uncover the truth. So, will the Prime Minister stand and apologize to Canadians for letting his cabinet hide information from them?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to Canadians to be open and transparent, and these expenses were entered under proactive disclosure 9 months ago, but it turns out they were entered under the wrong column. I realized this earlier today, and immediately, just over an hour ago, I recorded this point in the House of Commons, and I will be resubmitting the answer to the order paper question as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, that was interesting. Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister signed off on an official response to Parliament stating that she hadn't expensed any charges for limos, but we found out she actually charged thousands of dollars for that very thing. The Natural Resources Minister did the same exact thing. Now we've got the Immigration Minister hiding moving expenses in an official response to Parliament. Can the Prime Minister stand up and explain to Canadians, if his ministry is hiding all of these things, why Canadians should believe anything that his government says?
Good question.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians know is that the previous government did not do the work that they were elected to do. This government recognizes that these policies can be improved. Members on this side of the House have recognized where improvements can be made, and the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship stood in this House and corrected the record. It's something that the previous government would not know much of. But when it comes to correcting order paper questions, the previous government did it more than 10 times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 19 ministers and the Prime Minister, and that's more than half of them, signed off on outrageous relocation costs for a handful of their friends. It wasn't until they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar that they claimed these so-called relocation costs were unreasonable and agreed to pay some of the money back. So, Mr. Speaker, if these expenses are unreasonable and wrong today, then why did they accept the personalized cash payments in the first place?
Here, here.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this policy has been in place since the 1970s. This policy was last updated under the Harper Conservatives in 2008. It was revisited in 2011. They chose to do nothing. What this government recognizes is that more can be done. this government recognizes that we need to review the policy, and that's why our Prime Minister has asked the Secretary of the Treasury Board to review the policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not good enough that the government House Leader keeps hiding behind the rules, saying that the rules were followed. She's misleading Canadians. The rules clearly state that these expenses are at the discretion of the Minister and the Prime Minister. The rules didn't make them do it. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister hiding behind the rules instead of admitting he used poor judgment when he signed off on these unreasonable personal cash payments?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's best to go once again to Guy Giorno, former Chief of Staff of Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper. What did he say when it came in regards to this policy? He said the federal relocation program, which applies to hundreds of moves annually, including moves by employees of government, military, and RCMP, exists for a very good reason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians still overwhelmingly oppose Bill C-51, and the Liberals promised a major rollback, even though they voted for this Conservative legislation. Yesterday, I introduced a bill which would repeal each and every section of Bill C-51. So if the Liberals want to keep any part of that bill, I invite them to make their case here in the House. However, today, the Privacy Commissioner criticized this government for not doing enough to review the impacts of C-51 on democratic and privacy rights. So my question to the Minister is, will the Liberal government implement all of the Privacy Commissioner's recommendations, or will they support my bill to repeal C-51?
Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, on Bill C-51, I assure the honourable gentleman that the government will in fact implement exactly what was in our policy platform at the time of the last election. With respect to the Privacy Commissioner, I consider him to be an exceedingly important parliamentary watchdog. His views matter. I welcome his scrutiny on specific issues, and I am very pleased to have him vigorously engaged in consultations about the very best possible national security framework for Canada. His advice will be invaluable.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, today the Privacy Commissioner criticized the government because its consultations on C-51 don't take into account how the bill impacts on democratic rights and privacy. He says, quote, the scope of these consultations is too narrow. They don't appear to be looking at key privacy concerns, unquote. Will the Minister finally acknowledge the government's inaction and the public's concerns about privacy and repeal C-51 at last? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
To our national security, we will provide new scrutiny by a committee of parliamentarians, plus a new office for community outreach and counter-radicalization, plus faithful compliance with the Charter, plus more specific definitions of propaganda, plus repairs to the no-fly list, plus protection for the right to protest, plus a statutory review after 3 years, and for the first time, Canadians are being thoroughly consulted about what other steps are necessary to keep Canadians safe and to safeguard their rights and freedoms.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken concrete steps to help communities fight homelessness. Budget 2016 boosted funding for the Homelessness Partnering Strategy, the first increase since 1999. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update the House on additional measures that are taken to help tackle homelessness? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle for her support in fighting homelessness. Our government has committed to support innovative approaches in our communities to help alleviate homelessness. Yesterday, I announced a $2.5 million announcement, new money to encourage people to be more innovative, particularly for Aboriginals, young people, women fleeing violence, and veterans. I'd like to thank the member again for her interest and support for this important issue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, during the last election, the Prime Minister promised that he would usher in a new era of collaboration with the provinces and territories. Yet the Minister of Environment recently confirmed that she plans to impose a massive carbon tax grab on the provinces, whether they like it or not. So much for cooperative federalism and so much for those sunny ways. Can the minister tell us exactly which provinces and territories have agreed to her plan to increase the tax burden on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we're working very actively with the provinces and territorial governments to implement the commitments that were made in the Vancouver Declaration agreed to by all premiers, which includes a price on carbon. We understand very much that unique circumstances exist in some of the provinces and territories, and we're working to find solutions to meet their individual needs. We know that a broad-based price on carbon is very important to reducing emissions, but it's also important that each province and territory have flexibility.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Vancouver Accord did nothing of the sort, because we now know that the three premiers of our northern territories, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Brad Wall, and even Premier McNeil of Nova Scotia have all said that they oppose the imposition of a federal carbon tax on their provinces. Yet the Environment Minister continues her threat to force a harmful carbon tax grab on all of the provinces and territories, betraying the Prime Minister's promise to work collaboratively with the provinces. So, again to the Minister, why has she broken that promise, and what happened to the new era of cooperative federalism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we know that in order to build a strong economy, we have to be serious about protecting the environment, and a price on carbon is part of that. It will help us to reduce our emissions, foster innovation, and give businesses the certainty that they need to plan. We are working actively with all of the provinces as we approach the development of the Pan-Canadian framework, but I would, in this regard, note the statement made by the Premier of British Columbia yesterday that, quote, "I want to be clear that British Columbia remains committed to a Pan-Canadian carbon pricing framework. British Columbia has established a $30 ton broad-based carbon tax and consistently challenged others to join us. We are encouraged to have a federal partner in advancing carbon pricing across Canada."
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, we have a job crisis here in Canada. In Western Canada, over 125,000 energy workers have lost their jobs, thanks in great part to this Liberal government's anti-energy policies. Canada is unable to get top dollar for their energy products because our oil is landlocked. Tens of thousands of jobs have been lost. When will the Liberals start growing Canada's economy by creating jobs, employing the middle class, and helping Canada's energy sector get our products to new international markets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the core responsibilities of any government is to help to get our natural resources to market, but in a sustainable fashion. And the only way that we can do that is to restore public trust in the way that we evaluate major projects. This government introduced the interim principles as a first step to addressing some of the concerns that exist. We have now launched an environmental assessment review, which will go through the process of revitalizing our environmental assessments, and we are about to embark upon a modernization of the National Energy Board. We are going to continue to ensure that these processes carry the confidence of Canadians going forward so that we can get our resources to market in a sustainable way.
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, workers are losing their jobs. Governments are losing revenue. The middle class is hurt by the downstream economic effects from the loss of energy markets, and he's going to undertake another study. Mr. Speaker, no matter what part of Canada we live in, we have a stake in ensuring Canada has the energy infrastructure in place to access new international markets. When will the Liberals approve pipelines and get Canada's energy to new emerging international markets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years under the previous administration, not 1 kilometre of pipeline was built to Tidewater, and the reason was because they undermined the integrity of the environmental assessment process and the National Energy Board process. We intend to re-establish the confidence of Canadians in these processes to ensure that we can get our resources to market in a sustainable way.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today the Military Ombudsman released a report warning that the application process for injured veterans is broken, complex and difficult to navigate. And injured Canadian Armed Forces members will not automatically get the new benefits, but will have to apply through what the Ombudsman described as a dizzying process. Veterans have already waited far too long for their benefits. Will the minister proactively reach out to injured servicemen and women to ensure they get the higher benefits promised by the Liberals.
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question. In fact, I want to thank each and every member of the Canadian Armed Forces and veterans in this country who have supported this nation for a long, long time. I know we are working actively towards getting veterans the benefits they need for financial security, for employment, for other retraining initiatives. And at the core of my mission is assisting that transition. We're working hard to do so with the Minister of National Defence, as well as ensuring that as many veterans as possible can receive the benefits that are due and owing to them for their service.
Honourable member for Jonquière. The Liberals promised to improve relations with our veterans, Mr. Speaker, but in his report released today, the military ombudsman revealed that the current benefits system just isn't working and it's too complex to navigate. That's totally unacceptable. Veterans are already waiting far too long for the benefits they're entitled to, but this government keeps making life difficult for them. Will the minister right this wrong so our veterans can make a smoother transition to civilian life?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We were elected on a commitment to do things better for our veterans and their families, and I was given an aggressive mandate from our Prime Minister to do just that. Included that is working on our transition for all members leaving the Canadian Armed Forces, and our department's job is to assist them in getting to a better place. I know I'm working very hard with the Minister of National Defence to reduce complexity, overhaul the system of service delivery, and strengthen partnerships between Veterans Affairs Canada and National Defence. We're making progress in that front and we'll continue to do so.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have told us how wonderful it is for Atlantic Canadians to have a representative from Mississauga in charge of HoC, and how grateful they should be that some applicants from Atlantic Canada are being considered for the Supreme Court. And I'm sure for the Liberals that is a beautiful thing. But here's what they don't get, Mr. Speaker. It's not just their right to apply. These seats belong to Atlantic Canada. Why would the Prime Minister even consider taking away Atlantic Canada's only seat on the Supreme Court? That's what I want to know.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the process used by the previous government to appoint Supreme Court justices was opaque, outdated, and in need of an overhaul. We've announced a new appointment process that's open, transparent, and will set a much higher standard for accountability. As mandated by our Prime Minister, the list of qualified and functionally bilingual candidates developed by the Advisory Board includes candidates from Atlantic Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased with the newfound interest in Atlantic Canada expressed by the member from Niagara Falls.
For Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a representative from Atlantic Canada on the Supreme Court for over 140 years, and I cannot believe that all 32 Atlantic Canadian Liberal MPs are smiling at how wonderful this is, that this seat could be taken away from Atlantic Canada. So I just want to ask the Minister of Justice, how many of these 32 MPs have approached her to tell her what an outstanding idea they think this is?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take any advice from the Conservatives on appointment processes. It was under the Conservatives that their Minister of Justice, in fact, for 6 of the 9 appointments for justices in Nova Scotia, appointed his friends. In fact, he appointed the best man from his wedding to the bench. He appointed his best man's wife to the bench, and if the Conservatives hadn't been turfed out in the last election, they might have appointed his entire wedding party to the bench, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that Atlantic Canadians deserve better than that, and we're giving.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has said that the government will support our Conservative opposition motion calling on the government to respect Atlantic Canadian representation on the Supreme Court. But the Minister has refused to actually confirm that the government will appoint an Atlantic Canadian. So, will the Minister confirm that the government will appoint an Atlantic Canadian to fill the vacancy of Justice Cromwell, or is this just another example of Liberals saying one thing and doing another?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the decisions taken by the Supreme Court affect us all, but the process that was employed by the previous government was opaque, outdated, and in need of an overhaul. And that's why our government has announced a new Supreme Court of Canada appointment process that's open and transparent. And under this process, the advisory board will identify suitable candidates who will be jurists of the highest caliber, they will be functionally bilingual, and they will be representative of the diversity of our great country. And I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that that list contains candidates from Atlantic Canada, and we can certainly compete.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday morning I had the pleasure of attending an announcement by the Finance Minister at Ottawa's Cité Collégiale. He announced the launch of pre-budget consultations, this time for Budget 2017, his second budget. I'd like to know whether the Minister could share any of his objectives with the House. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his excellent question. Yesterday we announced the launch of pre-budget consultations for Budget 2017. Last year we had more than 250,000 interactions with Canadians to get their ideas for the budget. The consultations were a huge success, and we're hoping to get even more suggestions this year. Those interested in participating can do so by filling out a questionnaire on the website of Finance Canada. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I also have an excellent question. Mr. Speaker, the National Optical Institute, which is a world leader in Quebec City, is helping lots of entrepreneurs succeed, and there are other centres in Ontario and Alberta. There was a call for support today, but there's radio silence. The government has not responded to the call from this organization. Could the Prime Minister at least allow for something to be done for this institution that is in his own riding? The Honourable Minister.
Member opposite for the question. As the member opposite knows, we're very much engaged with the Institute. We've heard their funding request. As we do with all requests, we base it on merit, and we look at the best possible outcomes to commercialize these ideas, to help make sure we help small businesses and grow the economy. This is a great initiative, and we look forward to supporting it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, to strip someone of their Canadian citizenship is a very serious matter. Stephen Harper's Bill C-24 took away due process for Canadians, even in the case of an honest mistake. The Liberals promised a full repeal of Bill C-24, but so far they have failed to deliver. In fact, the government is aggressively pursuing citizenship revocation for up to 60 Canadians every month. When will the minister fix Bill C-24, and will he halt citizenship revocation until fairness has been restored?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, C6 adheres to our fundamental election commitment that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and it revokes citizenship revocation for criminal acts applied to dual citizens alone. That was the central focus of the bill. It has now passed through the House of Commons and will be considered in the Senate. Citizenship revocation for misrepresentation is under consideration, and we are considering further lines of appeal.
Member for York South-Weston.
Speaker, the 5th Replenishment Conference of the Global Fund was recently held in Montreal. Canada generously pledged $800 million from 2017 to 2019 to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. Will the Minister of International Development update this House on the leadership role played by Canada and on the progress made at this conference to eradicate these 3 terrible diseases that have claimed so many lives? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from York South-Weston for his question. Our government has once again showed leadership. The Replenishment Conference hosted in Montreal raised close to $13 billion in pledges to eradicate HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis. We are proud of our pledge of over $800 million. It will help save an additional 8 million lives. Thank you.
Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, when caught misusing taxpayers' dollars, the Prime Minister's friends, Jerry and Katie, said that when they reviewed their expenses, they found that there were some that were unreasonable. Now, the government continued to say that they were following the rules and they were forced to make these payouts because of the rules, but in fact, the Senior Vice President of Brookfield Global Relations says just minutes ago that they were not forced to do this. As a matter of fact, they would have been briefed on the exact expenses that they themselves were claiming. And so, Mr. Speaker, the question is, did Jerry and Katie believe that these expenses were unreasonable when they claimed them, or only when they got caught?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to answer the member's question, and I will quote once again from Guy Joyner, former Chief of Staff to Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He says, the relocation process is run by an independent third party. The third party determines the actual cost according to the program criteria. So there's a reason the system has an independent third party decide on actual costs and apply the rules fairly and consistently to everyone. Do we want a fair and independent determination based on consistent rules, or do we want an honourable member for Saskatoon University to impose his arbitrary and personal opinion on the situation?
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in a letter to Philippe Couillard on August 21st, 2015, the Prime Minister wrote, "Unlike Mr. Harper, I do not intend to deal with the issue of transfers unilaterally." He added, "My party is aware of the challenges of rising healthcare costs." Really? The Liberals have actually managed to do even worse than the Harper government. It's Harper with strings attached. How can the Prime Minister justify his broken promise to the Quebec Premier and his unilateral cuts to healthcare for Quebec patients? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of their public health care system. They expect their government to ensure that the system will always be there for them. Canadian health transfers amount to over $36 billion this year, and next year they will go up by over $1 billion. In other words, more than $37 billion. I consult with my provincial and territorial colleagues, and will be doing so in the weeks to come, and I'm really looking forward to that meeting. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the axe has fallen. The Health Minister has decided to cut health transfers the Liberal way, unilaterally. That's a really nice way to cooperate with her counterparts. This is a direct attack on Quebec's healthcare system. Less money for nurses and doctors, for care, for operations. Why are the 40 Liberals from Quebec so quietly standing by while the government runs roughshod over the Quebec healthcare system? The Honourable Health Minister.
We are not cutting health transfers. We had the biggest transfer ever this year, more than $36 billion. The next year it's going to be even bigger than that, more than $37 billion. We're interested in collaborating and working with our colleagues in the provinces and territories who are doing such a good job to deliver care. We want to invest in areas where we have agreed upon priorities, including increased investments in home care. Thank you.
It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, September 22, 2016, the House will now proceed. Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, I quoted a document from Guy Joyner, a former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, where he offered a spirited defence of the government relocation policy. I would like to table this important document in both official languages for the benefit of all members.
There appears to be no unanimous consent to table the document. Comme il est, excuse me, of course the Minister can table anything they want, so the Minister can table the document. Comme il est 15
It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order adopted on Thursday,
September 22nd, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Nicholson relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that the House call on the government to respect the custom of regional representation when making appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada.
No. Madame le Corps,
And in particular, when replacing the retiring Justice Thomas Cromwell, who is Atlantic Canada's representative on the Supreme Court.
all those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin, Lévis, Belchemin. Lévis, Bellechasse, les Etchemins.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Monsieur Morneau.
Monsieur Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Dugid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavins.
Mrs. Cesar Chavins.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Amos.
Monsieur Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruce.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
And Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 270, 270, nays contre, nil, aucun.
Declare the motion carried. On point d'ordre, par le règlement, l'honorable.
The Honourable Minister to Foreign Affairs. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that if I remained in my seat, it's because I came in too late, not because I was abstaining. You had already started reading the vote, and so if I had been here in time, I would have voted yay, which would have made a huge difference, as you can see.
No other points of order, I trust. I will be momentarily giving my ruling on the question of privilege to the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready, prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on September 19th, 2016 by the member for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola, related to government responses to written questions Q152, which was tabled in the House on June 14th, 2016. I would like to thank the honourable member for having raised this matter.
I encourage members who wish to carry on conversations to do so in the lobbies. And I encourage their whips to assist me in moving them in that direction. Je remercie l'honorable député.
I would like to thank the honourable member having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, and the member for Belleuil-Chambly for their comments.
In raising this matter, the member for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola alleged that the Minister of Health and the Minister of Natural Resources have misled the House since the responses they provided to his written question Q152 regarding the use of rented limousines for official business during the period of November 3, 2015 to April 22, 2016 were at odds with information that surfaced afterwards in the media. Specifically, he explained that the Minister of Health offered to the media that her answer to his written question could have been more clear. He characterized this as an omission of important details and a contempt of Parliament. The member for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola found the same to be true by the Minister of Natural Resources not denying media reports on the matter. Le secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader countered that, with respect to the Minister of Health, there are two separate issues at play. One is the answer she provided to Q152, which he said reflected the question and contained the information requested. The other was her comments made outside the House regarding travel expenses, including her commitment to provide additional information in the future for greater clarity as necessary. With respect to the Minister of Natural Resources, he stated that the Minister directly and accurately answered question Q152. As such, he viewed the matter as nothing more than a dispute as to facts.
Allegation of the House having been misled, through this allegation of the House having been misled, the Chair is being asked to assess, by extension, the validity and truthfulness of the answers provided to Q152, particularly as measured against the information reported by the media on this matter. The Chair sees several difficulties in this. It has been long established and accepted that the role of the Speaker in such circumstances is tightly prescribed and limited. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, states clearly at page 522 that, quote, there are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions, unquote.
On February 8, 2005, Speaker Milliken, at page 3234 of Debates, confirmed this, stating, and I quote, any dispute regarding the accuracy or appropriateness of this response is a matter of debate. It is not something upon which the Speaker is permitted to pass judgment. End quote.
This limitation on adjudicating on the accuracy of responses to questions, whether written or oral, is further compounded in this instance by the fact that the Speaker cannot pass judgment on matters that are not properly before the House. The authority of the Speaker is limited to studying evidence before the House, such as statements made in the House or matters detailed in reports from committees, and not evidence gleaned from other sources. The member for Central Okanagan, Milkmain Nicola, was correct in stating that on March 9, 2011, Speaker Milliken concluded that information provided to the House by a minister, at the very least, caused confusion, thus ruling it to be a prima facie question of privilege. However, of note is the fact that the Speaker was able to do so only once the House was formally in possession of the relevant committee report. Before that, in his initial ruling on the matter, he stated at page 8030 of Debates on February 10, 2011, and I quote,
and I quote, the Chair is bound by very narrow parameters in situations such as this one. It may sound overly technical, but the reality is that when adjudicating cases of this kind, the Chair is obliged to reference material fully and properly before the House, unquote.
The charge of the House having been deliberately misled is one that requires serious consideration, even given constraints on the role of the Chair. As members may recall from my ruling of May 5, 2016, I stated at page 2956 of the Debates that when it is alleged that a member has misled the House, 3 conditions must be met in order for the Speaker to arrive at a finding of a prima facie question of privilege. Quote, first, the statement needs to be misleading. Second, the member making the statement has to know that the statement was incorrect when it was made. Finally, it needs to be proven that the member intended to mislead the House by making the statement. Unquote. Il n'est pas surprenant.
Not surprisingly, most such questions of privilege are found by the Chair to be a disagreement about the facts. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, on page 145, states the following, and I quote, "In deliberating upon a question of privilege, the chair will take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed upon any member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions, or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of Parliament. If the question of privilege involves a disagreement between two or more members as to facts, the Speaker typically rules that such a dispute does not prevent members from fulfilling their parliamentary functions, nor does such a disagreement breach the collective privileges of the House." Unquote.
In this particular instance, based upon the evidence before me, I cannot conclude that the member has been impeded in the performance of his parliamentary duties, and thus I cannot find that a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. Nevertheless, the concerns expressed by the member for Central Okanagan and Milkameen Nicola are troubling to the chair, particularly those in relation to the value and possible erosion of questions on the order paper as a tool to hold the government to account. As has been rightly stated, as Speaker and as a servant of the House, I am entrusted with protecting the integrity of our procedures, including those related to written questions. The current case serves as a stark reminder of the need for and importance of such a tool that enables members to properly fulfill their obligations as legislators and representatives.
Access to information, accurate information, is one of the cornerstones of our parliamentary system. Members must be able to rely on it at all times. The integrity of our procedures, especially those relating to written questions, rests on the rightful expectation that ministers and the public servants who support them understand the value and utility of providing not simply technically accurate, but also complete and transparent answers.
It is incumbent upon those responding to questions to rise, in the words of the member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola, to the standards, to quote, the standards expected of them, unquote. This expectation is shared by the public as well. Citizens have placed a trust in their elected representatives that needs to be respected and upheld. After all, it must be remembered that citizens are the ultimate arbiters of the public debate generated from time to time by answers to written questions. It is in part for this reason that on January 29, 2013, at page 13395 of Debates, my predecessor stated, quote, "I think all members would agree that members of the House have the right to expect that reasonable answers be given to reasonable questions, particularly given the critical role of written questions in our parliamentary system," unquote. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day. The Honourable Minister of Immigration is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table in both official languages a supplementary answer to order paper question Q258. Thank you.
I wish to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes.
The day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert has 7 minutes remaining in his speech. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I mentioned earlier, before question period. I believe that Bill C-22, which would create an independent committee of parliamentarians to review the actions of our intelligence agencies, is something that should have been done a long time ago. If we look at the UK, for example, which put in place a similar committee in 2014, Australia and New Zealand already have similar committees as well. So I can say that we're already a decade behind, and I think that this is an important step that we are taking today that is way overdue, as we say. This is a step that, when C-51 was passed, was recommended by four previous prime ministers: Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, John Turner, and even Joe Clark, a former progressive conservative, not a neoconservative prime minister, but a progressive conservative. They all felt that it was necessary that we have an independent committee that would evaluate the actions taken by our intelligence agencies. And those four prime ministers were accompanied by a former justice minister such as Erwin Kotler and former judges. It's essential, they said, that there be oversight by MPs. An independent system of weights and counterweights would best protect the public and not just the government in power. It's also important when we look at the number of resources, Madam Speaker, that are invested in security in Canada. If we look at, for example, the communication security establishment, $500 million are spent every year. The headquarters is worth $1.2 billion. It's the most expensive building in the history of Canada, their headquarters. In 2010, we learned that 400,000 emails are analyzed every day by this organization. We also learned in 2014 that CSE had evaluated metadata sent by Canadians in an airport without their consent. We also learned in the Spencer decision that many companies in Canada voluntarily give information to our security establishment without proper oversight. So having a parliamentary committee that is independent, that will review the actions of our intelligence agencies, it's not a luxury. And this committee will be accountable to all parliamentarians. I think that C-22 with this committee also meets the expectations that we might have for such a committee. For example, expectations that were set out by Professor Craig Forsisi, who talked about, for example, the effectiveness of the committee. The committee must have a good mandate. The committee must be able to ensure that our security establishment agencies are using money effectively. Secondly, probity, to ensure that the government intelligence agencies are working in the legal framework that exists. It's also important that the committee be independent, and that this committee, according to Mr. Forsisi, must have an overall approach, that it must not be focused simply on the RCMP or CSIS or the CSE, that it must be able to look at all of our intelligence agencies. And this is in the mandate that we find in C-22. And the fourth point mentioned by Mr. Forsisi was the fact that this committee must have sufficient funding and human resources to be able to do its work effectively. And the committee that would be created by C-22 meets all of those criteria. So what we have here is a committee that will be effective, that will be useful for Canadians, and I think that this is a good step in the right direction. But it's also a first step on what I think is a longer voyage in ensuring that there's a system of weights and balances on our intelligence services. We need to ensure that the basic rights of Canadians are respected, and I have hope that after this first step in C-22, we will be able to achieve that. The first thing is to return to specific judicial authorization when it comes to legal access. I think that judges must give authorization. That must be the standard in Canada when it comes to protecting the rights of individuals in Canada. And so I believe that Bill C-622 that was moved by the Liberal Party in the past, indicating that legal authorization, judicial authorization, must be in place when CSE intercepts electronic communications between Canadians. That's not the case now, and I hope that in the future we will return to specific legal authorization, judicial authorization, when it comes to breaking or breaching Canadians' privacy. Second, when it comes to metadata, I think we need to define metadata and define that as being private communication, and I think that that would be another defense that needs to be put up, particularly when we know how much metadata is used today. Dr. Ann Kavukian from Ontario has noted that metadata can be used to establish patterns and create a very specific image of what people are doing. And a third point, well, when it comes to information sharing, C-51 is particularly draconian. I think that there's a way that that can be better regulated. We know that information sharing can have a huge impact on people. There's the Mara case, for example. I know I'm speaking very quickly, and I apologize to the interpreters for that, but I will try to finish by speaking about the fact that if we want to protect the rights of Canadians, it's not a luxury to have a committee of parliamentarians to ensure that that is the case. This helps us find the right balance, on the one hand, between protecting the basic rights of Canadians and also between protecting Canadian security. I think that C-22 is an excellent first step in the right direction. It's a step that we've been waiting for at least 10 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
He mentioned several times that we need to have an independent committee, and I'm curious, I hear that David McGuinty has been already appointed as the chair, and he's a clear Liberal supporter.
Remind the member that she is not to refer to another member by a sitting member by their name, so you can...
The member for Ottawa South has already been appointed and is a Liberal supporter, so how can Canadians have any confidence that there's going to be independence on this committee?
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Well, I think that when we look at a committee, it must be independent from the executive and also independent from the intelligence agencies, and that's a committee of parliamentarians. And I know that all of our allies, the Five Eyes, whether it be the U.S., the UK, Australia, New Zealand, it's the same principle. It's parliamentarians who have the power to look at what's being done in secret to protect our national security, to ensure that the legal framework is being respected. And so, to that extent, I believe that this is indeed an independent committee. Questions and comments?
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his intervention today. Last Saturday, I had a roundtable in Guelph with the Sikh community, Muslim society, Islamic society, and civic groups discussing this very topic. There was expressed concern over the oversight of information that's being shared and used by our authorities like CSIS, the RCMP, and the local enforcement agencies. Steps that the Harper government took to eliminate oversight is something that this is trying to address, and maybe the member could expand on that a little bit more.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Well, first of all, I would like to thank my colleague from Guelph for his question. I think that indeed we are filling a gap that we had in Canada, which was, well, almost inconceivable that we didn't already have a committee like this. So I think that this will lessen certain concerns that Canadians might have about the activities of our intelligence services. And indeed, we are facing an ever-growing and ever-changing threat, and we need to give our intelligence services the means to fight those threats. But at the same time, we need to make sure that there are checks and balances to ensure that the powers that they have are used correctly and under the legal framework.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New Democrats support the direction of this bill. It fulfills a campaign promise that we made. We do, though, look forward to the conversation at committee to talk about some of the weaknesses that we've identified. So one question we've got around appointments of the chair. The United Kingdom used to allow its Prime Minister to appoint the chair of the Oversight Committee, but that was abandoned in 2012 in favour of an elected chair. So other Westminster systems, like Australia, also elect a chair of their Oversight Committee to make sure that they are properly independent and are also perceived to be properly independent. And Germany even rotates the chair so that there's but the opposition chairs it sometimes and the government chairs it sometimes. So a private member's bill that one of the Liberal members has also proposed an elected chair. So we are curious why the government now insists that the Prime Minister must control the appointment of the chair who looks over this important independent body. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Well, first I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I think that if we look at, for example, if we compare our committee with other committees, we need to take a more global look at that. This is a committee that will have teeth. It's a committee that will be able to look at all of our intelligence agencies, not just certain ones in silos. It will have the resources that it needs, and I think that that's what we need to concentrate on. And even Craig Forsisi, for example, an expert in this area, says that this is a committee that will meet the expectations of Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on Bill C-22, a piece of legislation that us as the official opposition have a lot of apprehension about. I'd like to just refer to the earlier speech that was done both by my colleague from Durham as well as a colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and laying out and clearly articulating some of the shortfalls that we're seeing in Bill C-22. I want to just put it on the record to start off, Madam Speaker, that as someone that has been here for over 12 years, as a parliamentarian that has nothing but the greatest respect for this chamber and this institution, I wanted to say that I do believe that Parliament has a key role in providing oversight to all sorts of government agencies, which include our security and intelligence agencies. Unfortunately, the bill of goods that is being presented in Bill C-22 falls far short of giving proper parliamentary oversight. Now, as it's already been alluded to and as discussion has already taken place, there is a concern that already, before the committee has been struck, before the legislation has been passed and properly studied at committee, that a chair of the committee has already been named, the member for Ottawa South. And I suppose that we shouldn't be too surprised about that, knowing that the Prime Minister's BFF, Jerry Butts, and his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, used to work for the former Premier Dalton McGuinty, the brother of the member from Ottawa South. So, you know, that is a connection that a lot of people have made, and one that we know is one of concern on whether or not this committee will have true independence and be able to function the way that we expect parliamentary committees to function. Now, as we know when we look at this and we debate it, and we've had conversations in here already about what our other Five Eye partners are doing, being the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and of course Canada. This is a function that has been missing in Canada over the years. Now, one of those reasons is that we have within the Canadian system ombudsmen and commissioners that oversee most of the intelligence agencies, like CSEC and the Communications Security Establishment Canada that operates under National Defence. And as the Parliamentary Secretary, as formerly Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence, well aware of the activities of the organization, and as the defence critic, still appreciate the role that the Commissioner plays in being independent and reviewing all the activities that are done to ensure that CSEC stays in compliance. The same thing that happens with CSIS. And when there is issues, they report it immediately to Parliament. And we get the information that we need to make a decision as parliamentarians. Now, what we're seeing in Bill C-22 is not a committee of Parliament. It does not mirror what's happening in the United Kingdom or in Australia, where the committee is appointed by Parliament. The committee functions as a parliamentary committee, and what we are seeing here is something that is actually working out of the Prime Minister's office is what's being proposed. Now, if you look at the United Kingdom, and we always want to go back to the mother Westminster Parliament in London, and they established their committee back in 1994, and it has worked incredibly well because politics is left at the door. They work in collaboration, and they look over the operational and security measures that agencies are taking within the government. Now, 2013, Parliament actually even expanded that committee's role. And I think it is important that this is done because the committee reports back to Parliament. It is not beholden to the Prime Minister. It is not beholden to any Minister of the Crown. Australia also has a parliamentary joint committee. And again, it was set up by Parliament. And it oversees 6 different security agencies. And again, we see this as being the proper way to do it, in that Parliament has control of committee. Now, I know that there's some concern here that when we look at the history of this place, and just probably recent history is when we established the Special Committee on Afghan detainees and the transfer of those detainees and how those individuals were treated by the Canadian Armed Forces and what happened to them after they left, that there was first a way we were looking at having an all-party committee, but the NDP of the day decided not to participate on the committee because it would have to be done in secret, and information gleaned through that process could not be used in the public domain. And so they took a pass on sitting on the committee, and so just the Liberals and the Conservatives sat on that committee and went through thousands and thousands of unredacted documents to try to determine whether or not there was any abuse, which they determined there wasn't. Now, I can see why the Liberals are up here speaking in favor of Bill C-22, because I think they're somewhat confused, because if you look at their promises in the last Parliament, they talked about the promises in the last election campaign, Madam Speaker, and it says on page 31, national security oversight, and it says, we will deliver stronger national security oversight. At present, Parliament does not have oversight over national security agencies, making Canada the sole nation among our Five Eyes whose elected officials cannot scrutinize security operations. This leaves the public uninformed and unrepresented on critical issues. Key word here, Parliament does not have oversight. And what this bill is doing is an all-party committee, but it's not a parliamentary committee. And of course, this follows in, if you read this through, it says it goes right ahead within the red book from the last federal campaign for the Liberals, parliamentary committees, and it says that we will strengthen parliamentary committees so that they can better scrutinize legislation, and brought forward great ideas of making sure that they have nonpartisan research, that they're going to have committee chairs elected by secret ballot. And they talk about having ministers and parliamentary secretaries removed from committee and not being able to vote on committee. So everybody assumes that when you're going to do parliamentary committees, make them more independent and allow members of parliament to work and elect chairs, that would happen with the national security oversight. But I can see how members from the Liberal caucus would be confused because the two of them went one right after the other, and they just assumed that they're going to have a true parliamentary committee. And if you look to the comments and rhetoric that have come from the government in the past, and I listened earlier to the member from Malpeque, and he has been in this place for a long time and has made some comments about wanting to have parliamentary oversight. And I'll just quote him here. He said when he was speaking in the House in the last Parliament, the key point here is that I really cannot understand the government's unwillingness to look at proper parliamentary oversight. The key word, parliamentary. And he again said later, I'm strongly advocating oversight, parliamentary oversight. This was in the debate on Bill C-51 and one of the demands. Now, also the member from Vancouver Quadra brought forward Bill C-622, and it was about trying to establish legislation to provide more security agency oversight through Parliament. So I can see why there's confusion amongst Canadians. I can see why there's confusion in the Liberal caucus when they actually have always talked about parliamentary oversight. But what we're seeing today is that this process in Bill C-22 is all about having more control by the Prime Minister's office. And I got the bill right in front of me here, Madam Speaker, and I've read through it carefully, and just so I can raise the concerns and the reason I have these concerns about the way this committee is being established. If you look in Section 4 on Bill C-22, it says clearly in Section 4, subsection 3, the committee is not a committee of either the House of Parliament or of both houses. So we're not talking about a committee of Parliament. It has no responsibility to Parliament. As a matter of fact, the extra remuneration that's awarded to the chair and to the committee members will come from general coffers, not through parliamentary budgets. It goes on in Section 5, subsection 1. The members of the committee are to be appointed by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the Prime Minister and to hold office during pleasure until the dissolution of Parliament following their appointment. Well, parliamentary committees are established through whips, assigning people onto committees, and chairs are elected by the committee. Not this case. This case is the Prime Minister will appoint every single member of the committee. Now, on the Senate side, it says that the Prime Minister will consult with a member of the Senate and then appoint those members. Now, of course, we have senators that are independent, and those members that are independent, of course, are appointed to the Senate on a recommendation of the Prime Minister, so they are beholden to the Prime Minister. And now the Prime Minister will appoint those independently Prime Ministerly appointed senators to the committee. So definitely those senators, up to 2 members on the committee will be from the Senate, will act in the interests of the Prime Minister. And then members of other parties will be appointed by the Prime Minister after he's talked to the leader of that party. Now, that in itself clearly documents the shortcomings in Bill C-22. And I do encourage caucus members in the Liberal Party to read through it, to clearly understand the bill of goods that they sold Canadians in the last election was false. If you look at parliamentary privilege, again, to make the point, in Section 12, subclause 1, it says, despite any other law, no member or former member of the committee may claim immunity based on parliamentary privilege in a proceeding against them in retaliation to a contravention of subsection 11.1 or the provision of the Security of Information Act. So here in Parliament, we have immunity. We have true freedom of speech. That is removed from this committee, making the point that this may be a committee that has parliamentarians on it, but the committee is not part of this institution. It's part of the Prime Minister's office. So, and then we go down to the information that the committee can use. We continue to see, Madam Speaker, that there is restrictions placed on this committee, on the information they glean. There's actually 7 exemptions keeping the committee from really doing its work. I'm ensuring that intelligence agencies are taking our national security seriously and are protecting the rights and freedoms of individual Canadians. So you have to wonder whether or not the people of Canada, when they elected this government, fully understood that they were not going to get what they really deserve, which is true parliamentary oversight. There's exceptions. Members are appointed by the Prime Minister. Ministers have the right to refuse to give information of any department. So if there's any department that the committee wants to investigate, ministers can refuse that information. So even before they're out of the gate, they're already handcuffed. They're bound and they're gagged, and they're completely beholden to the PMO. The other thing that I have trouble with is that this committee, that the chair has a vote on all proceedings. We see that only occasionally in our parliamentary process here on special joint legislative committees where a chair has a vote on policies and debates and motions in committee, and also can then cast a tie or vote to break a tie as well. And this is being suggested here is that the chair of the committee gets to vote, plus gets to cast the ballot to break all votes. So essentially, even though they're saying that there's going to be 4 Liberals, as it sits today, on this committee, there's actually 5 because the chair has 2 votes. Now, get down into the reports in section 21. And again, the report isn't presented to Parliament. Committee writes a report and it's presented to the Prime Minister and to the ministers or ministers that it impacts. They get to vet all the reports. How is that freedom of speech? How is that the ability of us as parliamentarians to do our job? When the committee reaches a decision, it still gets vetted by the PMO. It still will get vetted by the affected ministers. And I can tell you that that is beyond the pale of proper parliamentary procedure and democracy. Now, not only do they vet it, it actually says right in the legislation in Section 21, subsection 5, that the chair of the committee will get direction from the Prime Minister or from the Minister on how to properly write the report if they aren't happy with what's in it. And it says, the Prime Minister may direct the committee to submit to the Prime Minister a revised version of the annual special report that does not contain the information that they're concerned about. So, you know, there is some major political gains and games that we played in this process, and is something that needs to be seriously looked at for amendment if you're going to see Canadians have faith in this process. Now, as you get through this, it just continues on with the ministers, has a decision to refuse to provide any information. The committee can write a report of dissatisfaction with that minister, but at the same time has no control over whether or not that report will even get tabled. So there isn't the checks and balances, Madam Speaker, on what we need to see in Bill C-22. And that's why, as the opposition, the official opposition, we're opposing the bill unless there's some substantive changes made. Now, I know that the member from Durham has tried on a number of occasions to reach out to the Minister of Public Safety, to reach out to our Liberal counterparts, along with the member from Victoria and the NDP caucus, to ensure that we develop a piece of legislation that everyone here would be comfortable with supporting. Unfortunately, that fell on deaf ears. Now, this bill was tabled in the dying days of the summer session, just before the summer recess in June. So we never had a chance to have a proper discussion before summer break on this bill. And really only getting our opportunity now to express our concerns over what is a poorly drafted piece of legislation. Canadians expect more. If you're going to provide parliamentary oversight, it better be true parliamentary oversight and not just a function and an extension of the Prime Minister's office, wielding their authority over us as parliamentarians. I am baffled, Madam Speaker, why anyone in the Liberal caucus, especially in the backbench, would want to be so tied up by the authority of the PMO. If they want to exercise their rights and obligations as members of Parliament in this House and represent their constituents, they would be demanding that this bill become a true extension of Parliament, that it would be set up the same way we set up our standing committees, It would become part of the standing orders, that the committee would be able to elect its own chair, and that the reports would be tabled here in this House. Now, we do agree that the members that sit on this committee should be properly vetted of all parties. We do agree that everyone should be sworn to take, or should take an oath, or swear to take an oath, to commit themselves to protecting that information that they're going to see. This isn't information that should be used for partisan political purposes. This is about the security of our nation and the protection of Canadians, as well as the protection of the rights and freedoms of Canadians. We also, Madam Speaker, believe that people that sit on this committee have experience on issues of national security, national defense, and policing. That what they're going to see and the information they're going to look at does in no way startle them or have them making ill-informed decisions. So we do really urge the government to fix this legislation so that you can find all-party support. But until it does, the official opposition, the Conservative Party of Canada, will oppose this, since it does not reflect the promises made by the Prime Minister in the last federal election. It does not respect this institution, nor will it, in its current form, as proposed in Bill C-22, achieve what we hoped it would achieve in proper parliamentary oversight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, I would like to thank my colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his comments. I have to admit, I am a bit confused. He pointed out that there was confusion, and I am confused because when I listen to his comments, Madam Speaker, about checks and balances and the need for them, but then I look back to the history, and I look back to the past decade, and I see a history of private members' bills having been brought by members of the Liberal Party who have been bringing these bills to try and get this kind of parliamentary oversight, and yet it was never done. And then now I'm sitting here and I am hearing that we are taking action, and that's somehow upsetting. And so my question, Madam Speaker, is perhaps he can explain to me the history of why over the past decade there was no National Oversight Committee put into place by the former government. And perhaps he can explain to me where his upset is now. Is it the fact that there is action being taken to finally create this committee?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I can see why, Madam Speaker, the member opposite is confused, because she actually thinks they're getting parliamentary oversight and you're not. And that's what we are opposed to in this bill. But this bill has to have the ability to empower us as parliamentarians. It does not do this. It empowers the PMO. And, Madam Speaker, if you look at the previous 10 years, Peter MacKay actually supported more parliamentary oversight on national security agencies. There's a number of us here that actually believe that we need to have more parliamentary oversight. And unfortunately, we didn't see cooperation from all the other parties on how to do that in a responsible manner. And so that was laid to rest. But we have the opportunity now to do it right. Bill C-22 is getting it wrong, and all you're doing is putting more power in the hands of the Prime Minister, Gerald Butts, and Katie Telford.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't react strongly because when I hear the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman talk about PMO, well, it's pretty funny for someone here on our side to remember what it was like when they were on the other side. Well, for the Prime Minister's office controlled everything. Now, what's disappointing, and I agree with him, is that this isn't what they promoted during the election campaign. And on that subject, I think that we do need to question the role of the Liberal government, the role that they will be placing on or bestowing to the members who will be members of this committee. Is there not a lack of trust because the Prime Minister will be making those decisions.
Well, I thank the member for his comment, Madam Speaker. And first of all, how I always enjoyed in the last election, everybody always said, oh, that was a big bad PMO and under Stephen Harper, and you guys were all told what to do. In the last Parliament, the most independent voting member of Parliament was myself. And yet everybody, I didn't see Liberals or NDP vote as often against their own party line as myself or some of my other colleagues who were second and third. So, that isn't a fair analysis. But I will say this. There is a lack of trust from our side and my side in C-22 because, Madam Speaker, it does not address the promise made by the Liberals or what those of us who respect Parliament would like to see a parliamentary committee through the statutes of Parliament and through the standing orders that could be created and provide the same type of oversight that is talked about in the legislation, but not under the control of the Prime Minister. And unfortunately, what we have here is that all the control, all the vetting, all the reports have to first and foremost go through the Prime Minister's office. And that is not democracy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank this member for his contribution to this debate. I know he's a very plain-spoken gentleman from his area, and I believe he believes in telling it like it is. And so I'd like to ask him the question: is the current name of the committee is, I believe, National Security and Intelligence Parliamentary Committee? Would he be more comfortable with maybe labeling it the Prime Minister's Parliamentary Committee, or perhaps the chosen people by the Prime Minister to talk about items that he has ordained? Just maybe that might be more accurate and represent what this bill is doing.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank my friend for his question. I don't know if the comment about being plain spoken is a backhanded compliment, but anyway, I would just say this, that this isn't a parliamentary committee, and maybe they should call it an all-party committee for the Prime Minister on national security intelligence issues. That would probably be the best way, and they'll definitely go through the process of making it look like it's a parliamentary committee, but we know for a fact Parliament does not approve this committee. Parliament has no say in what the committee does. And Parliament will not see the reports coming from the committee until after it's been vetted and rewritten by the Prime Minister's office. So until that point in time, Madam Speaker, that the government realizes the folly in Bill C-22, will we unfortunately not have a committee that is providing the oversight that Canadians want and what Canadians were led to believe in the last federal election.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This strikes me, frankly, as an opportunity to vent against the Prime Minister's office, something my friend and his colleagues haven't been able to do for 10 years. So I hope you're enjoying your newfound freedom. I apologize.
The questions to the chair.
My question is quite simple. I'm not sure if he's opposed to parliamentary oversight, and if he is not, my question is simply this. Why didn't you pass legislation that you would like? Why didn't my friend's government pass legislation that they would like, rather than wait till now to criticize us when the opportunity has been put before the House?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore knows full well that this committee that's proposed in C-22 does not provide parliamentary oversight. It's an all-party caucus, really, is all it is. It does not have the tools to provide true oversight and report back to us here in Parliament. What we are saying is that we want to have parliamentary oversight, and we want to work in a responsible manner. Those are some of the apprehensions that we had as government. And I can see that based upon this bill, it's still the apprehensions that the PMO has today, because they are controlling the committee. And so if those apprehensions exist, then there should have been no promise by the Liberals in the last campaign that they were going to provide parliamentary oversight, because they are not doing that. What they've done is provide more vetting and more control by the PMO over anything that this committee does, and over a number of parliamentarians who, in this process, give up their immunity and their privilege that's guaranteed to them in this House if it was done as a parliamentary committee.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. One of the concerns that I have are the loopholes in this bill to allow the committee to not have the oversight that they need. And I'm thinking about Section 8B, for example, where if a minister his department is under investigation, he could claim that it was an issue of national security, and then they wouldn't be able to look into it. And certainly I think that, you know, with parliamentarians, we have a degree of integrity and confidentiality. So that's one of the exemptions that I see, and I wondered if the member could talk about some of the other exemptions.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
And my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton makes a great point, Madam Speaker. You know, why would we call it the National Security and Intelligence Committee when any minister can determine that a review would be of interest to national security, so you can't look at it? So the hypocrisy in this legislation is beyond the pale. And the 7 exemptions that go beyond that is that a committee is not entitled to information that is confidential to the Queen's Privy Council, because nobody's going to be sworn in as members of Privy Council. You're just going to take an oath under the Secrecy Act. They aren't going to be able to provide get any information respecting ongoing defense intelligence gathering for national security. So the list goes on. There's 7 total exemptions, and always the Prime Minister or ministers will hide under the veil of national security, and you're not entitled to see it, even though you're the National Security and Intelligence Committee.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Status of Women, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, Child Care, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bien que le projet de loi
Although this bill falls within the purview of the government, which is responsible for the machinery of government, I am pleased to have this opportunity to participate in the debate.
Madam Speaker, might I just, for the information of the honourable gentleman from Selkirk who has just spoken, just inform him that the description of the appropriate committee, which he put on the record in the last half hour or so, actually bears very little resemblance to the advice that was given by his own critic in a letter that he sent to me on the 1st of March of 2016. The member for Durham recommended a committee under a majority controlled by the government, nominated by the Prime Minister and appointed by Governor and Council. That was the advice that the critic offered. So the description that the honourable gentleman just put on the record in the House is one that seems to be at odds with his own critic. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, we laid out a clear agenda with respect to Canada's national security framework. It included these specific elements: stronger scrutiny of security and intelligence activity through a new committee consisting of parliamentarians. Secondly, a new initiative on community outreach and counter-radicalization. Third, faithful compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Fourth, full protection for the right to protest. Number 5, clarity with respect to warrants. Number 6, conscientious treatment of appeals about no-fly lists. Number 7, a more precise definition of the term propaganda. Number 8, a full review of all terrorism-related legislation after 3 years. And then finally, genuine consultations with Canadians to help identify any other steps that should be taken to achieve 2 simultaneous objectives: ensuring all security agencies and police forces are being effective at keeping Canadians safe, and at the same time safeguarding our rights and freedoms and the open, inclusive, democratic character of our country. In other words, the qualities that make Canada, Canada. Bill C-22 is the cornerstone of that agenda. It fulfills our single most important commitment to Canadians. The legislation will establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, and it will give those parliamentarians from all official parties extraordinary access to classified information so they can scrutinize all the security and intelligence operations of the Government of Canada. As distinguished Professor Wesley Wark has said, the creation of this committee and the passage of this legislation is long overdue. Virtually every other country in the Western world, including all of our Five Eyes allies in the US, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, have had a body of this kind for a good many years. Canada, therefore, has been the anomaly. Over a decade ago, in 2003, the Auditor General identified significant shortcomings in Parliament's ability to scrutinize the activities of Canada's security and intelligence agencies. The following year, a joint House-Senate committee recommended the creation of a parliamentary body to fill that gap. In 2005, the then Public Safety Minister, the Honourable Anne McClellan, sought to address the problem by introducing a bill that is very similar to the one that we're debating today. Unfortunately, when a different government was elected in 2006, the proposal was dropped. Since that time, private members' bills to institute parliamentary scrutiny of national security and intelligence agencies have been repeatedly introduced, including by the former member for Scarborough Rouge River, Derek Lee, and the current members for Malpeque and Vancouver Quadra. Former Senators Hugh Segal and Romeo Dallaire also brought forward legislation to this effect in the other place. And that is all in addition to a report by the House Public Safety Committee in 2009 calling again for the adoption of Anne McClellan's bill or something very similar to it, as well as inquiries by Justices Frank Iacobucci and Dennis O'Connor, both of which highlighted the need for greater accountability of our national security and intelligence agencies. In the wake of the terrorism tragedies in October of 2014 at Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu and here in Ottawa, there came another opportunity to correct this major deficiency in Canada's national security framework. The whole country shared the grief of those sorry days. We were leaning on each other on all sides in this House. There was a clear sense that our security, intelligence, and anti-terrorism laws needed to be revisited and strengthened, and there was palpable will on all sides to work together to get it right, because these are difficult questions. Getting it right would include strengthening scrutiny, review, and oversight in the process. In the words of a large group of eminent Canadians, including 4 former Prime Ministers, who wrote an open letter at that time, quote, "Canada needs independent oversight and effective review now more than ever," end of quote. But the government of that day resisted that argument, and the opportunity for collaboration and cooperation across the floor quickly evaporated. That is why a central commitment in our platform last year was to deliver stronger national security oversight, including the creation of an all-party committee to monitor and oversee the operations of every government department and agency with national security responsibilities. With Bill C-22, we are keeping that promise. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians will be made up of 9 members, including the chair. 2 of the members will be senators. The other 7 will be members of Parliament. No more than 4 will be from the government caucus. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries will not be eligible to sit on the committee. The law will require consultation with the Senate before senators are named and consultation with the leaders of opposition parties before the appointment of opposition MPs. The committee will have a broad mandate to examine the legislative, regulatory, administrative, and financial framework for national security and intelligence, as well as any activity related to national security and intelligence carried out anywhere within the federal government. There are nearly 20 departments and agencies within the Government of Canada that have some kind of security function, from the RCMP and CSIS to the Canada Border Services Agency, National Defence, Transport, Foreign Affairs, and many others. And this committee will be able to look at all of them. On its own initiative, the committee will be empowered to follow its investigations wherever they lead, which means that it will get a full picture of what the government does in national security and intelligence matters. This is in contrast to several of the Canadian Committee's counterparts elsewhere in the world, where mandates are strictly limited to reviewing the activities of a particular agency or agencies, or to examining general structures but not particular operations. In fact, because of the wide-ranging scope of the committee's mandate, one of Canada's foremost experts in national security law, Professor Craig Forsays, has declared that this committee of parliamentarians in Canada will be, quote, a stronger body, end of quote, than its equivalents in either the UK or Australia. Indeed, Bill C-22 will transform Canada from being a laggard to being a leader when it comes to parliamentary scrutiny of national security and intelligence activities. In order to make certain that the 9 parliamentarians on this committee can be as effective as possible, the legislation also establishes a secretariat to help them fulfill their mandate. The secretariat, made up of capable and knowledgeable individuals, will handle the research and administrative tasks necessary to ensure that the committee's work and the work products of the committee are of the highest possible quality, and that the committee has the resources and the expertise it needs to get the job done. The committee may also draw upon the help and expertise of existing review bodies, such as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP or the Security Intelligence Review Committee for CSIS and others, and seek information from them as appropriate. This bill directs the committee and existing review bodies to work in close collaboration, and I expect that by design and through experience, they will relate to each other in a way that will complement each other's efforts and ultimately produce for Canadians significant value added and greater confidence in the activities of the respective agencies. The committee will be required to prepare at least one annual report. There may be others, but it may also prepare special reports as it sees fit. In other words, it'll be able to report on whatever it wants and whenever it wants. Obviously, because of the nature of information related to national security and intelligence, not everything that the committee looks into can be made public. However, on this point, I would like to take a moment to discuss the recourse available to committee members should they uncover something that they find truly problematic, but that their oath of confidentiality prohibits them from disclosing. Classified information must remain classified, but without getting into specifics, committee members will command a great deal of attention and put a great deal of pressure on the government of the day if they tell Parliament and the public that there is something going on within the realm of security and intelligence activities that they believe is improper. The committee will be able to outline the problem in detail in its report to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister will be accountable to Canadians. Subsequently, the committee will be able to tell Canadians whether or not the problem has been adequately addressed, and the pressure won't go away until the committee gives the all clear. That public pressure is a powerful tool, and only a committee of parliamentarians can bring it to bear. Finally, all of these aspects of the committee's operations will be reassessed 5 years after Bill C-22 comes into force. The bill requires Parliament to conduct a review at that time to ensure that the committee is functioning effectively and to make recommendations about how to further advance its work. We have included this statutory review in the legislation because there will undoubtedly be lessons learned in the first years of the committee's existence, and we want to guarantee that there will be an opportunity for those lessons to be seriously considered and for any appropriate changes to be made as a result. The goal is for Canada to have a national security framework that makes us a world leader in both effectiveness and accountability. And the legislation before us today is an important step in that direction. In our consultations with other countries that have practical experience over the last many years with this concept, like the United Kingdom, for example, we heard repeatedly that it would be wise and prudent to move at this new initiative in a deliberative and measured manner, learning as we go and being prepared to accommodate further changes over time. It is critical to earn trust on all sides with the public, and that, after all, the public interest is what this committee will be designed to protect, and also with the security and intelligence agencies that will be scrutinized. And let me emphasize once again our two core objectives for national security, for this new committee and indeed for all of our other initiatives in this domain. Number one, we need to ensure that all of our agencies are being effective in keeping Canadians safe. And number two, in lockstep with that, we need to equally ensure that Canadian rights and freedoms are safeguarded along with the qualities and character of our democratic way of life. Building that trust with the agencies and with the public all around is crucial. And that's why we are proposing a mandate for this committee that is not siloed to a few named agencies, as other countries do, but rather a mandate that reaches across the full scope of government. While unlike other review bodies and unlike other countries, this Canadian Committee of Parliamentarians will be able to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And in addition to looking at events and activities retroactively, this committee will also be able to examine ongoing activities too, a very unique power, subject only to basic reasonable safeguards about classified information. And again, please recall the full context of our national security agenda. The anchor piece is the Committee of Parliamentarians, providing a brand new type and level of scrutiny and review, plus a new initiative funded in the last budget for community outreach and counter-radicalization, plus full compliance with the Charter of Rights, plus full protection of the basic right of civil protest, plus clarity about warrants, plus action to remedy issues with no-fly lists, plus a more precise definition of propaganda, plus a full review of terrorism legislation after 3 years, plus the first ever inclusive consultations with Canadians, parliamentarians, subject matter experts, and the general public about other measures that they deem appropriate beyond the ones that I've mentioned and necessary to keep Canadians safe and to safeguard our rights and freedoms. And already, in the consultation that we have undertaken, we have received more than 7,000 submissions online, which indicates a considerable appetite to be involved and engaged. In light of a report issued just today by the Privacy Commissioner, let me make one point about our national security consultations very clear. This is not a narrow exercise. All Canadians, including the Privacy Commissioner, can raise and pursue any issue that they want to pursue under the rubric of national security and intelligence operations. The discussion paper that we published a few weeks ago is not a statement of government policy. It is intended to provoke discussion and debate, to get Canadians involved and engaged, and it is doing exactly that. After we hear from Canadians, we will be able to put forward the appropriate changes in law or procedure that reflect the recommendations we have received. I will look forward to hearing the full scope of what the Privacy Commissioner has to say about any and all dimensions of our national security architecture. Indeed, I understand that he may be appearing before the House Security Committee on this topic just next week to have an opportunity to present his views about the national security framework. His ongoing input, advice, and oversight are important to me and the government, just as we want to hear from all Canadians, an opportunity that they have never had before. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has rightly been called the grand inquest of the nation. For too long, however, Canada's Parliament has been prevented from fulfilling the role, that particular role, in matters of national security and intelligence. Yet, these are matters that concern the fundamental freedoms of Canadians, and they are quite literally matters of life and death. Parliamentarians, the people's chosen representatives, must be at the heart of our system of national security accountability, and at long last, Bill C-22 will make it so. Before I close, allow me to pause for just a moment to recognize the tremendous work done by the brave women and men of our law enforcement and national security agencies, as they demonstrate on a very regular basis. And that was the case in particular in Strathroy, Ontario this summer. They were exemplary professionals, the security agency plus at least 4 different police forces. They worked seamlessly and effectively. They prevented a much larger tragedy, and I know we are all exceedingly proud of them and grateful for their service. Mr. Speaker, I trust that honourable members in all parties understand the gravity of the issues that we're dealing with and will approach not only the committee itself, but the upcoming legislative process to establish it with the seriousness that this topic warrants, and I will be looking forward to good, useful, practical advice. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all have pride in our security agencies, but I'm a little disappointed in our minister responsible for them today. First, for not introducing debate on this bill, and second, for having the gall to reference my letter to him in debate. My letter, which was the first of 2 in collaboration with the NDP to actually talk about this. He refused all meetings, Madam Speaker. He also refused meetings with some of the leading experts he quoted in his speech to get this right, Madam Speaker. In fact, had we done this right, my letter said a Privy Council appointment and the oaths ascribed to that should be part of this committee, if the committee was actually going to see real information. They have so many exceptions to C-22 that this is just a window-dressing committee. Exactly. And we want to see amendments. The NDP does as well, so that we can make this work from a political basis and for our practical security needs. I would remind the minister that when he was involved as House Leader in the Milliken decision with respect to Afghan detainee documents, he demanded such disclosure of information to members of Parliament. Now he's denying that same disclosure, Madam Speaker. Which member? Is it the member from Wisconsin now, or the member from Wisconsin in 2010, whose words in this place should ring true, Madam Speaker? I'd like him to square that circle. I'd also like him to say why he voted M431 for election of chairs and now refuses to allow a chair to be elected, why he now doesn't seem to respect the privilege outlined in the Speaker Milliken decision. And he's talking about earning trust, Madam Speaker, yet he denied the ability to work with the opposition to get this right. We're hoping that this debate is an opportunity for him to listen and make the amendments needed.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam Chair, Madam President, on the member's first point about the sponsorship of this legislation, I'm sure he will recognize that this legislation, because it creates a committee that will fit within the machinery of government, that is the prerogative of the government House Leader. and it is on the very front page of the bill. It indicates that the government House Leader is the sponsor of the bill. Under the rules of the House, Madam Chair, under the rules of the House, it is only that minister that can give the introductory speech. And if that minister does not give the introductory speech, they're not in a position to cede their position to anybody else. So it's appropriate parliamentary procedure for the sponsor of the bill, responsible for the machinery of government, to actually give the opening speech. Actually, Mr. Speaker, not that that matters a heck of a lot, because I have the opportunity to participate in this debate like all members of Parliament do. And let me say that I was glad to receive the honourable gentleman's letter back in March. He now seems to be aggrieved that I've accepted a number of his recommendations. I mean, he can't really have it both ways. He offered a number of suggestions. Many of them are reflected in Bill C-22. And I look forward to the committee work on this bill that will drill down into the details of various sections. And if there is further advice that members of the opposition parties wish to make, we'll be anxious to hear it. We'll also be anxious to hear from subject matter experts and from Canadians who also need to have their input paid attention to.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his participation in this debate, but I have to say I was quite surprised to hear him describe the centrepiece of Liberal national security policy as this piece of legislation, because I think Canadians were under the impression that the centrepiece of their national security policy would be fixing C-51, which they promised in the campaign. So, yes, it's important to have oversight and review, and that's an important part of it, but what you made front and center during the campaign was fixing the problematic elements of C-51. But my specific question deals with the Privacy Commissioner's report. And I have to say, with respect, I think the Minister has mischaracterized his concerns about the consultation process. The Privacy Commissioner didn't say it's impossible to raise concerns about privacy. What he said was he was disappointed that the government didn't make privacy issues a part of the consultation. And I'd like to know what the Minister intends to do now to correct that oversight in this consultation project, because C-51 raises serious concerns about our privacy rights in Canada. How is that not included in the consultation he's doing?
Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is included. The entire national security architecture and framework for the Government of Canada is the subject matter of this consultation. All Canadians are invited to make whatever representations they may wish to make about any dimension or aspect of the national security framework. Nothing is excluded. The Privacy Commissioner has mentioned a subject matter that he wishes to drill down into in great detail, and we will be anxious to hear what he has to say. Other Canadians have said they want to talk in detail about the whole process of peace bonds, because that obviously is an issue that gained some prominence during the course of the summer, particularly in the wake of the tragic events in Strathroy. That is a subject that other Canadians will want to debate as well. Other Canadians have said, look, the Committee of Parliamentarians is a good idea, but you also need to fill some other gaps in the architecture, like, for example, the ability to have some supervision and oversight specifically with respect to CBSA. That is another topic that Canadians are raising. The discussion paper opens the general subject matter and begins the debate. But other Canadians will have a great many other things they want to raise, and that is perfectly and completely and legitimately a part of the process. And we are very anxious to hear what Canadians are going to say. Over 7,000 have already participated.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The subject matters that the committee will be studying are by definition notoriously secretive. And indeed, some witnesses may come before the committee who will feel compelled either by convention or the oaths that they have sworn that they cannot disclose to the committee material that the committee deems to be appropriate. So the question is, Madam Speaker, what will be the powers of the committee to compel a witness to speak before the committee, and further, when the committee feels that it has not received a full version of the truth, what will be the powers of the committee to sanction that particular witness?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam President, the mandate of the committee laid out in particularly in Section 8 makes it very clear that the committee can pursue any activity carried out by a department and look at any matter relating to national security. It is a very, very broad power. If they are not getting the cooperation from officials or representatives that they think they need to have, then the committee will make that determination, and the chair of the committee should approach either the responsible minister or the Prime Minister to demand the satisfaction that the chair and members of the committee deem to be appropriate. This is a process that is going to depend on very vigorous participation by the committee members. The task that they are taking on is extraordinary and certainly unique in Canadian experience. They will have powers that no other group of parliamentarians has ever had before. The responsibility is onerous. I fully expect they will pursue their duties in a very vigorous, aggressive way. And if they're not receiving the cooperation that they think they deserve, then they should tell the Prime Minister, and he will be accountable for making sure they get the cooperation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say from the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Cowichan Malhat Langford. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C-22 at second reading. And this should not be a surprise to anyone in this House, because New Democrats from the beginning of these debates about national security have always argued that effective oversight of our national security agencies is necessary in a free and democratic society. We also know that independent and effective oversight is essential to ensuring that the government fulfills both its responsibilities, the responsibility to protect our civil liberties and the responsibility to keep us safe. Just as all of us also cherish our civil liberties, none of us in this House doubt that the threat posed by terrorism is very real. So let me begin my discussion of C-22 today with what I'm sure many members will find is a long preamble, both about my concerns about C-22 being part of a larger government strategy to avoid action on fixing Bill C-51, now the Anti-Terrorism Act, and about why the passage of C-51 makes effective oversight even more crucial. Then I will conclude with some remarks on why I fear that C-22 will not provide the effective and independent oversight we need without significant amendments. Bluntly stated, I fear the Liberals will use the passage of C-22 as an excuse to avoid action on C-51. The Liberal government promised during the election that they would introduce a bill that would address their concerns regarding C-51. They said they were voting for the bill at the time, but that it had problematic elements. And once again today, the minister has listed about 10 things that he finds problematic in C-51. And I appreciate the relisting of those concerns. But here we are 1 year later, and the Liberals have failed to put any specific proposals before the House other than Bill C-22, which is only one aspect of the national security concerns, although the minister says it is the centerpiece. Again, I would submit that the centerpiece really ought to be fulfilling the election promises to fix Bill C-51. When the minister talks about his consultation, he skips over, I think, an important fact. What the Liberals said they would do was they would introduce a bill to amend C-51 and then conduct consultations. And in fact, what they've done is they've turned their promised changes into a list of things to discuss as part of a broad general consultation on national security. So what we have done is to propose repeal of C-51, as this is the quickest and simplest way to restore our rights, and we know that C-51 tramples our civil liberties without doing anything to make us safer. We know that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have bought into the idea that national security requires a balance between our freedoms and safety, that somehow we can purchase security by giving up some of our rights. New Democrats believe that the responsibility of the government is to protect both our rights and our security at one and the same time. A difficult task, but one that we must undertake in a democratic society. If the Liberals really believe parts of C-51 should be kept as it is, then it's up to them to tell us in this House which parts and why. New Democrats would be happy to work with the Liberals to help defend the rights of Canadians by repealing or, at minimum, amending C-51. In the meantime, as these debates have gone on, the federal government, whether Liberal or Conservative, has failed to provide any additional resources for those things we know to be the most effective in fighting terrorism: effective investigation and enforcement and de-radicalization programs. During the hearings on C-51 in the Public Safety Committee, we heard from the RCMP Commissioner and the Director of CSIS about having insufficient resources to meet national security challenges. Yet there have been no real increases in spending for CSIS, the RCMP, the CBSA, by either the Conservatives or the Liberals since 2012. De-radicalization programs still aren't functioning at the community level, despite all the promises and despite some good preparatory work. They're still not out there running on the ground. If we're going to fight the threat of terrorism, we need to focus our resources on de-radicalization and on the traditional intelligence and enforcement work that have served us relatively well so far. With all of this in mind, New Democrats have called for the repeal of C-51. New Democrats have always believed that the Anti-Terrorism Act is in fundamental conflict with our civil liberties, and that these infringements on our civil liberties do nothing to make us safer. That's why we voted against the bill at the beginning. In fact, the overall impact of C-51 is to cast a net so wide that it may actually prevent enforcement authorities from focusing on what are, in fact, the very real threats to our safety. This is a point that was reaffirmed by several witnesses in the Public Safety Committee when we had the discussion of C-51, including the former head of national security for the Toronto Police, who said, when we're looking for a needle in the haystack, the last thing we need is more hay. And so a bill that requires collecting vast amounts of information on people who pose no threat at all, that's ordinary Canadians, and collecting information on those who are engaged in legitimate dissent may in fact make us less safe by providing too much hay to the enforcement authorities. Indeed, the Anti-Terrorism Act is being challenged in the courts in a case filed by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association jointly with Canadian Journalists for Free Expression. This case was filed just a month after its passage, but of course the backlog in our courts means that a decision from the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of C-51 won't come for at least another 3 years. And that's cold comfort to those whose rights may be breached in the interim. And that's why independent and effective oversight becomes so crucial while C-51 remains in force. C-51 has now been in place for more than a year without any additional oversight and without the Liberals' promised report to the House of Commons by the CSIS director on the use of its new powers. At this point, we are left with no evidence whatsoever to support the contention that C-51 has done anything to make us safer. If that evidence exists, it should be presented in this House. The reason Bill C-22 and having effective oversight of our national security agencies is so important is precisely because of the threats to civil liberties posed by Bill C-51. Let me talk about those briefly. First, the definition of national security in C-51 is so broad that it potentially captures many forms of legitimate dissent. First Nations leaders and environmental activists in particular are concerned that they could be subject to surveillance and even disruption of their activities as a result of the broadening of the definition of national security in C-51 to include the economic security of Canada and to include critical infrastructure, read pipelines. Only, quote, lawful dissent is explicitly protected. So good luck to you if you inadvertently violated a court injunction or trespass as part of a demonstration or other action in defense of Aboriginal and treaty rights or in the fight against climate change. Second, C-51 conflicts with the fundamental principles of Canadian privacy law by allowing the widespread sharing of personal information with other departments and even foreign states. We have always lived in Canada with the assurance that information collected by the government in Canada will only be used for purposes for which it has been collected, and that it will stay in Canada. C-51 has changed all that, and those are the concerns the Privacy Commissioner was raising in his report today. Those are the concerns that he asserts quite correctly, I believe, are not raised in the government's discussion paper. A third challenge to our civil liberties are the new powers that were given to CSIS to act illegally and in secret without any additional oversight. CSIS is prohibited only from using murder, sexual assault, and interference with the justice system as tactics. This hardly fits with the idea of a democratic society and rule of law that most Canadians hold dear. And if, and only if, CSIS sees it as necessary, then it can seek a warrant from the courts to violate charter rights. This is a provision that I am sure will be found unconstitutional. This provision gives CSIS and the courts a role of deciding when it's okay to limit charter rights. And that's a power that constitutionally belongs to this Parliament and only this Parliament. It is not the purview of CSIS to decide what are reasonable limits on free expression, and it's not even the purview of the courts to decide that. The courts have left that to legislation passed in Parliament, and rightly so. Fourth threat to our civil liberties is the creation of this new broad criminal offence of supporting terrorism, and I quote, in general. This lacks the element of intent which is normally required for a criminal offence. We don't impose criminal penalties in Canada unless harm was intended. This, therefore, infringes on rights to free speech in terms of things like fair comment by journalists who might wish to cite writings by someone advocating terrorism as part of their investigation. It interferes with the rights of authors of fiction, of satirists, with all kinds of people who have legitimate reasons to make statements about terrorism in general with absolutely no intention of inspiring terrorist acts, but they will fall under the purview of this new definition. Fifth threat is that C-51 lowers the standard applied to police action in national security cases in several different parts of the bill, from reasonable grounds based on evidence to mere suspicion. This is disturbing to me in light of Canada's record of detention of literally thousands of Canadians in times of crisis who were later to have found to have committed no offence whatsoever. This includes Japanese Canadians, Ukrainian Canadians, German Canadians, Italian Canadians in World War II, and even Quebecers in the 1970s. Finally, and there are more, but finally I'll deal with the no-fly list. What C-51 did was to expand the no-fly list to include all persons posing threats to this broader definition of national security. And it did so without fixing the underlying problems in the list. This list still results in many Canadians being denied the right to travel in error because their name is similar to someone else, and it even has resulted in multiple instances of children being denied the right to fly. The list needs to remain focused on those who threaten aviation. And what C-51 has done, again, has expanded that list to include everyone who might be a threat to national security. Again, this is another example of the needle in the haystack and providing way too much hay for be dealt with at the airports. We need to keep the focus on those who actually threaten our flights. All of the outstanding problems with the no-fly list could have been fixed by regulation, but that task has been made much more difficult by expanding the list and using the new, broader definition of national security. Now, turning to the actual bill before us very quickly, I think that there are some gaps here. We find a bill that's clearly necessary, but I would argue fundamentally flawed. We need a truly independent committee which would report to the House of Commons and not the Prime Minister. This will affect the confidence the public can place in the committee's reports. At minimum, there need to be limits placed on the power of the Prime Minister to censor and redact committee reports. A truly independent oversight committee should also elect its own chair. Instead, the bill proposes the Prime Minister choose the chair, and indeed the Prime Minister has already designated a chair for the committee before it's even been constituted. This means, of course, that the chair owes his job to the Prime Minister and not to his fellow members on the committee. Electing the chair is a practice of our allies in all the other jurisdictions. If I can just take...
I'm sorry, the time is up, and maybe you'd be able to incorporate some of what's left of your speech into the questions and answer period. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comments. Your participation in this debate in the previous session and now is one of engaged and intelligent comment, and I listen very seriously with it. My concern is twofold. One, you do recognize that the previous budget we just passed.
Remind the member to address the questions to the chair. Thank you.
Apologies. First time in the new Parliament. I apologize, but the budget 2015 actually builds a budget and engages in the de-radicalization process even before reforms have been presented, and that work is ongoing. You acknowledge that, and I would also like your comments on the fact that we are consulting with Canadians to make sure that we don't...
Please address the comments to the chair and not to the member.
Consulting with Canadians to make sure that we don't just focus solely on C-51, but in fact we address all of the security issues to make sure that when we come forward with legislation, it embraces the full scope of what needs to be fixed to get the proper laws in place around public safety and protecting charter rights. You're aware that consultation is underway, and I hope the House understands that, and I would like to see a comment reflecting the importance of that consultation.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
Certainly, I acknowledge that the consultation is going on. My concern is that it's an excuse for inaction. Bill C-22 certainly is a crucial bill, but it's no substitute for action to fix or repeal C-51. Oversight is not a burden. Good oversight will help build public trust. It'll make sure our security services are more effective in a dangerous and changing world. Canadians also expect a watchdog that is both independent and has teeth. C-22 needs to be amended to make sure that this committee has full access to classified information, adequate resources, and that, subject to justifiable limits, the power to share its findings with Canadians in an informative and transparent manner. The government is going to have to work hard to earn Canadians' trust after failing to deal with the question of changing Bill C-51. And to rebuild that trust, we need a strong, independent, and effective oversight committee.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on a thoughtful presentation. We in the official opposition still disagree with regards to Bill C-51, and we are reassured to see that the government, since the election and some of the promises made in that campaign, have come to see the virtues in C-51. But that aside for the moment, to your very logical points with regards to the legislation before us, we do agree that it is legislation which is fundamentally flawed, and I noticed you were just getting to pointing out...
Remind the member to address the questions to the chair as well. I think that the members have been here long enough to know that, but I guess maybe if... Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it's early in the new sitting, Madam President, and I would like to suggest through you to my colleague that he seemed to be just getting to some rather important parts of the flaws that he sees in this legislation. I wonder if you could expand upon those thoughts.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke, please.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Thornhill for his question. Yes, I did have way too much to say, I guess, for 10 minutes. What I was saying about the committee, though I did conclude just a minute ago, is that this committee has to be independent, and that means it has to have broad access to sensitive information, and we can't have a Prime Minister able to restrict what the committee is actually working on. Some parts of the bill are almost Orwellian. It says the Prime Minister can stop an investigation by this committee into national security matters on the grounds of national security. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. And second, the committee has to be able to publicize that work without the government editing it in advance. And by reporting to the Prime Minister and allowing the Prime Minister's office to redact the reports, we will lose public confidence in the work of this committee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to also congratulate my friend, colleague, and neighbour from Esquimalt Saanich Sooke for a fantastic presentation and all of his work in the previous Parliament as the NDP's public safety critic.
Hear, hear.
There are three main points I want to outline as part of my speech on Bill C-22. I want to first of all outline the fact that I think the overall intention of this bill is crucial to protect every Canadian's safety and their rights. I think good oversight not only builds public trust, but it makes our security services much more effective. I also would like to note that Canadians expect a watchdog with teeth. This committee must have full access to classified information. It must have adequate resources and the independence to go along with it. And also my third point is I think the government is going to have to work hard to earn Canadians' trust after their support for Bill C-51 in the previous Parliament. This trust starts with a strong committee, but it must be earned by fulfilling the promise to repeal the problematic elements of Bill C-51. The idea of creating more oversight, parliamentary oversight, has been around for some time. I want to outline and underline that this is not a uniquely Liberal idea. In fact, it has been around as a recommendation for the past 35 years, and despite that, I am glad to see that the Liberals have come forward with Bill C-22, but there have been previous Liberal governments which have altogether ignored this recommendation. And there are certainly some things in this bill that I do want to take a look at. I think it's important that we use public money responsibly, that we protect sensitive information, but that also we stop abuses of power in their tracks. And if we can come together as parliamentarians to build a robust oversight committee, we can bring in the real accountability that Canadians expect. We can protect Canadians while ensuring that they trust that their rights are not jeopardized by a rampant security state. Now, indeed, the National Security Green Paper 2016 by the Government of Canada noted on page 9 that, quote, effective accountability mechanisms are key to maintaining the public's trust in these agencies. Accountability mechanisms provide assurance that agencies act responsibly, act strictly within the law, and with respect for Canadians' rights and freedoms, end quote. If we look at the historical significance of this issue and compare also Bill C-22 with what's going on in other jurisdictions, like we know that our allies in France, Britain, Germany, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand all have similar bodies in place. And it's about time that Canada stepped up to the plate because for far too long we have been lacking in this very necessary oversight measure. The change is very long overdue. We have seen abuses in previous years with the RCMP going back to the 1970s. And of course, we here in the NDP all know all about the RCMP spying that went on with the great Tommy Douglas because of his link to left-wing causes and groups. And this should serve as a reminder to all parliamentarians that the abuses of state can and have occurred. That is why oversight is needed. We need to make sure these kinds of things don't happen again in a free, open, and democratic society. The MacDonald Commission was a royal commission that used to investigate these unlawful activities of the RCMP. And of course, they were also implicated in the illegal opening of mail and surveilling members, not just Tommy Douglas, but of other political parties as well. A part of that commission's report recommended the creation of CSIS, a civilian agency without law enforcement powers, but of course that was altered when we saw Bill C-51 come in. And of course the recommendation, the main one that I wanted to point to today, was that oversight committee of parliamentarians. I really think that Canada should be at the cutting edge of dealing with oversight in our security apparatus, and I hope, because I am going to support this bill, but I hope that when it reaches committee that it will be rigorously compared to models in other jurisdictions, because I think there are some much needed amendments that need to happen. Like, for example, in Belgium, they allow their oversight body to seize documents and launch criminal investigations into wrongdoing by security officials. That body has real teeth. Even the United States, our closest ally and neighbor, allows its oversight committees real-time access, well, almost real-time access to covert operations. If those people, those parliamentarians in the United States Congress can have the oversight, why can we not as well? My friend from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke went over in detail of the most egregious examples of what was wrong with C-51. But, you know, one of the recommendations, as I mentioned earlier in the McDonald Commission, was to have a civilian intelligence force without law enforcement capabilities. And those waters were muddied by both the Liberals and Conservatives when they allowed CSIS the disruption elements. And the real confusing part is because the definition of what unlawful activities are is really open to interpretation. We know that our intelligence agencies have been complicit in spying on home-based environmental groups, and we have also been very concerned with Bill C-51's information sharing regime, which dramatically loosens the strictures on how a government internally shares data. It introduces, as I mentioned, the dangerously broad category of activities that undermine the security of Canada, which can include much illegal protest. And of course, this will be a very special concern to anyone who has studied the infamous Meher Arar case. I want to underline this fact, Bill C-22 cannot be treated as window dressing. This is not going to absolve the Liberals for being in support of C-51, and you can be sure that the NDP will be holding them to account in that regard very publicly, might I add. And I'd like to congratulate my friend from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke for just yesterday introducing Bill C-303, which will repeal Bill C-51, and that's a great step. I'm glad to see us living up to our election promises for once. The Liberals can earn Canadians' trust by voting for that legislation or otherwise living up to their electoral promises. Now, going on to the problematic elements of Bill C-22, I'd like to quote the National Security Green Paper again when it mentions that Parliament has several roles in national security matters. It holds ministers to account for the actions of the institutions for which they are responsible. However, the structure of this bill seems to allow ministers to hold complete sway over the committee. In other words, the committee suddenly becomes accountable to the executive branch, and that is not the function of Parliament, Madam Speaker. Allow me this opportunity to walk members through the text of Bill C-22. Under Section 8, Subsection B, unless if a minister determines that a review is injurious to national security, the minister can withhold information. 14A to G, there are 7 points which further limit what information the committee can have access to. Section 16, the minister may refuse to provide information that's either special operational information or, again, injurious to national security. Yes, that minister has to provide reasons for the decision, but again, if you go further down the bill to Section 31, the minister's decision in 8B and 16.1 is final. If the committee is somehow dissatisfied with that decision, it can write out a report, which is outlined in Section 21. 21, again, that describes the structure of the report, but there's a section in 21 which basically makes the Prime Minister, who basically probably gave the minister the authorization to withhold the information in the first place, it gives the Prime Minister complete authority to revise that report and redact whatever problematic elements there are, again, on the grounds of national security. Madam Speaker, Sections 10 and 11 of this bill outline the security requirements and oaths to secrecy that the members of that committee have to take. They will be completely free and they will suffer the consequences if any information is leaked. I don't see why concerns of national security have to be withheld from a committee whose main purpose is to oversee national security. We're just going around in circles with this bill. And I'd like to remind Liberal members of Parliament that there are members in the Conservative caucus who used to serve as cabinet ministers, who had access to some of the most sensitive secrets of Canada. They are still sitting in this House, Madam Speaker, but they are still bound by their oaths of secrecy. They are able to hold a secret. There's no reason why this committee membership cannot do the same.
Thank you.
As the legislation stands, the government can still hide things from this committee, and that is the main thing that is the problem. There will be absolutely no relevant oversight if the government denies access to files and witnesses. Not only will withholding information make it near impossible for the committee to do an effective job, but it will further deteriorate Canadians' trust in our police and intelligence services. The other main thing, too, is the Prime Minister has already appointed a chair to this committee, the member for Ottawa South. And, by choosing the committee chair back in January when this bill was introduced in June, talk about putting the cart before the horse. And by appointing that member, the member for Ottawa South, to the committee chair and providing him with a salary that's almost equal to the lower levels of the Liberal cabinet, he has, in a sense, become a mini cabinet minister on that committee, accountable only to the government. So I will just end, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, So I'm sure that if the member has other things to add, that he will be able to do it through questions and comments. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And would actually, there's been a lot of discussion about C-51 throughout the day in regards to here's legislation, and I think that we should all be proud of the fact that this is the first time in Canadian history where we're evolving to a point in which we're having a committee of parliamentarians that are going to be able to provide assurances to the Canadian population as a whole that there is going to be a balance between the issue of security versus the private rights and freedoms that we all come to know, that it's important that we respect the Charter of Rights. So I think it is a positive piece of legislation, and we look forward to it ultimately to go to committee and ask the member, does he feel himself that he has some amendments that he would like specifically that he might want to share with us?
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, yes, I think if I go back to the parts of my speech where I talked about this committee basically going around in circles because it might be, the information it's seeking might be, quote, injurious to national security, that just really takes away the purpose of this committee. How can you provide effective oversight if the minister at any time can claim something is injurious to national security? And if the committee then complains about it, the Prime Minister can withhold that in the final report. We're just going around in circles. That is not parliamentary oversight. So I'll start there, Madam Speaker, as a very real amendment that needs to happen to this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll hope to stand up more often, and then you'll get my riding name right more quickly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech this afternoon, and I was just wondering if he could just talk a little bit more about the accountability. From my perspective, bringing in this new committee, it's smoke and mirrors, really. It seems that we're going to put this in, and then the ministers have less accountability, in fact, as they'll be able to point to the committee and say, I'm doing a great job because, see, this committee is not doing anything. However, the minister and the Prime Minister both have control over what the report says. So the committee can study something, they can write a report, the minister can take out all the damning evidence out of the report and then put the report forward. So I was wondering if my colleague could comment on the comments that I just made. Thank you.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and absolutely, smoke and mirrors is a very adept term for this practice. We here in the opposition, it's incumbent on us to play our job properly during the proceedings of this bill, not only by pointing out the deficiencies of this bill, but also not letting the Liberal government get off the hook by saying that, because I know the Liberal government's going to say to the Canadian public, look, we've provided oversight in Bill C-22, our job is done here. We will not allow that to stand. There's still a lot more to be done. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since Bill C-51 remains in place, I would like to hear from my colleague more about what protections are in place to ensure that legitimate dissent from First Nations, environmental activists, remain in place, and does this bill remedy those? And if there is any infringement on such a legitimate public discourse, which I view as in the public interest, rooting around and allowing free speech, how can that public interest be protected?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for the question. We've seen in previous examples, most notably with Northern Gateway, that CSIS was complicit in providing information to oil companies about suspected activists and environmental protesters. So there is a very real threat. I think this bill can address that particular problem only if the Oversight Committee is allowed to have real teeth and real investigative powers. And that means not allowing a minister to just shut something down because he or she thinks it's injurious to national security. That is such a broad-ranging term. Can someone on the Liberal side please define that term for me? Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and what a privilege it is to be able to stand in this place and to talk about what I believe is a really important piece of legislation, and it is so in many different ways. And I hope to be able to provide some comments in regards to just the process and some of the content and just some of the amazing work, in particular, that the Minister of Public Safety has actually done for all Canadians by putting in the effort that he has in working with his other cabinet colleagues and indeed coming right from the Prime Minister's office to Madam Speaker. I would recognize first and foremost that we have once again before this House a piece of legislation that was promised in the last federal election. There was a great deal of discussion and debate at the doors and through many other venues about the issue of freedoms and rights and the issue of security and making sure that we get the right balance. And I am absolutely convinced that this government has actually provided a piece of legislation in which will be overwhelmingly supported by Canadians, Madam Speaker. Now, it's not to say that there's no room for improvement. If I can quote the Prime Minister, there's always the opportunity to make things better, and we've opened the door for opposition. And as the Minister of Public Services indicated, or Security indicated in his opening comments, that already we had received ideas and thoughts, such as the appointment of the chair for this particular committee to be made by the Prime Minister, which was a recommendation or a thought that came from the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. But what is important is to recognize that this is indeed the first time ever where we have seen a parliamentary committee established to be able to deal with the issues of security and privacy and freedoms for Canadians. And that is a very big thing. We should be happy to ultimately, because it's been a long time in coming, Madam Speaker, to ultimately see it here today. Another big issue is, that I really have appreciated, is just there's been a great deal of thoughtful debate that has taken place as members from all sides of this House have gotten engaged on what we all know is a very important issue to Canadians. And, you know, I do believe at some point it will pass and go into committee, and that you will find that that debate will carry over in the form of listening to what some of the different stakeholder groups have to say, with the idea that if there are indeed ways in which we can reflect on the current legislation, that the government is at the very least open to that, Madam Speaker. The other thing that I think is really worth noting is that the minister responsible, or the Minister of Public Security, also made reference to the fact of the Five Eyes. Canada is a member of the Five Eyes nations, which include the U.S., UK, Australia, New Zealand, and I've had the opportunity to talk about this particular issue during C51. All those other countries have some form of a parliamentary committee to oversee these types of security and rights issues. Only Canada didn't have something, Madam Speaker. So today, what we're witnessing is not only Canada joining and being a part of the Five Eyes in regards to a parliamentary committee, but it is a committee that has a far greater, broader, and broader mandate. Many would argue that it has the potential to be the most effective in the Five Eyes group, Madam Speaker. And again, I think that we owe a great deal of gratitude to all those individuals that have been involved. I'm sure that the different ministries would be first to indicate that it's not just coming from within the departments, but rather many of the presentations that were made during the debates on C-51, many of the debates that actually took place inside this chamber, and the messages that we got, whether it's through emails, telephones, letters, and just the door-to-doors knocking that had taken place, Madam Speaker, that this bill encompasses a great deal of dialogue that has taken place both here from the chamber to every region of our country. And I think this is one of the reasons why that we should all take a great deal of pride in what's actually being proposed by the government. Madam Speaker, it has been noted that it was the government House Leader that brought in the bill, or introduced the bill. And I think there was a number of members that were somewhat surprised as to why it would be the government House Leader. Let me assure members that when we talked about that, or when I make reference to the idea of this broader mandate, we need to recognize that there are a multitude of departments that actually provide some form of security-related issues to Canadians. I believe it's 17, Madam Speaker. So there's a number of departments that are directly affected by this legislation. And as such, Madam Speaker, this particular committee has a significant role that goes beyond one department. And it is indeed most appropriate that it be the government House Leader that introduces the legislation. And I am actually quite pleased that the Minister of Public Services or Public Security has had the opportunity to address the legislation also. There was a green paper, a national security green paper that was just recently released by the Minister, and it was actually co-signed off from a message from the ministers, and what I'd like to be able to do is to refer to it. This is something that was, in essence, authored or approved, I should say, in terms of being received by the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice, Canada's Attorney General. And it's just recently, as I say, that it was released. There's a great deal of content within this national security green paper. And as we continue to have dialogue both in Ottawa and the different regions of our country, that I would really encourage people and obviously the listening audience or different stakeholders to get a copy of this green paper, because it is loaded with wonderful content in which, if by reading through it, you get a fairly good sense in terms of why it is such an important piece of legislation and why it is that Canadians have taken such an interest in it. And what I'd like to do, Madam Speaker, is to provide some selected quotes from the Green Paper because I think it better reflects what it is that the government is actually hoping to ultimately accomplish. It's not to say that every aspect of the Green Paper is going to be something that's implemented by the government, but it shows that the government is indeed listening, Madam Speaker, and where it can, it's taking the necessary action to make a difference in the lives of all Canadians. I first refer to messages, the message from the two ministers, where they clearly indicate, and I quote from the document, "A fundamental obligation of the Government of Canada is the responsibility to protect our safety and security at home and abroad. Equally fundamental is the responsibility to uphold the Constitution of Canada and to ensure all laws respect the rights and freedoms we enjoy as party living in a free and democratic country." Madam Speaker, on many occasions I have indicated my support for the Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have argued that the Liberal Party is a party of the Charter of Rights and freedoms. We recognize how important those individual freedoms are. But we also recognize, and we saw that in the debate, it's one of the things that distinguished the Liberals while we were in opposition from the New Democrats. We also recognize the importance of security. And that's why it is indeed a balancing that needs to take place, Madam Speaker. Reflecting, and I go back to the document, reflecting the seriousness with which the government regards the concerns about the ATA 2015, our mandate letters direct us to work together to repeal its problematic elements and to introduce new legislation that strengthens accountability and national security. In this respect, we have made commitments too, and this is something in which I would hope provide comfort not only to members of this chamber, but to all Canadians. The government has made commitments to the following: guarantee that all Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS, warrants comply with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to ensure that all Canadians are not limited from legitimate protest and advocacy, to enhance and the redress process related to the Passenger Protect program and address the issue of false positive matches to the list, to narrow overly broad definitions such as defining terrorist propaganda more clearly, Madam Speaker, something that's of critical importance, to require a statutory review of the ATA 2015 after 3 years. And there is, and I think that's great when within this particular legislation, I believe it's a 5-year requirement after it's been proclaimed, where there will be a mandated review. Because we know, Madam Speaker, as time goes by, that there will be a need to review and reflect upon what we could be doing differently to improve the legislation. It's important that the ministers point out, in addition, we are establishing a statutory National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians with a broad access to classified information to examine how national security institutions are working. And that's, in fact, within the Green Paper, and that's what it is that we're actually going through today, Madam Speaker. You know, the legislation fulfills that key commitment we made during the election by establishing a National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians. And when I listen to what is being said, Madam Speaker, and I think it's great that what we're going to be doing is we're going to see a committee that will consist of 9 members, 7 members of Parliament and 2 senators. Up to 4 MPs will be from the governing party. The Prime Minister will be required to consult with the opposition party leaders before naming opposition members, and with the Senate before naming the senators. I hear a great deal of concern coming from both oppositions in regards to the PMO and the Prime Minister, and I think there's one point that's really been lost in this. And it's important for us to emphasize that the Prime Minister is not authorized to actually alter the findings or the recommendations of the report that's tabled. The Prime Minister's role is solely to review the report to ensure that it does not contain classified information, Madam Speaker. I really believe that the Conservatives are underestimating the abilities of members of Parliament when, in fact, they question in terms of to what degree this is an open process. Yes, ministers do have the discretional authority to withhold information on a case-by-case basis should they believe that the disclosure would be injurious to the national security. But one would expect that they would have that, Madam Speaker. But it's important that we note that a minister who wishes to withhold information must provide a rationale for their decision to the committee, Madam Speaker. The committee may choose to report on the matter to Parliament should they deem the rationale as being unsatisfactory. Madam Speaker, this is something, and we need to have checks put into place, and that is, in fact, what's within this legislation. You know, we are underestimating and undervaluing the potential role that members of this House can play in such a committee that I believe, and I would suggest to you, is second to no other potentially in the world. If you listen to what it is that the Minister of Public Security was talking about, and the ways in which it is broadening the responsibilities, Madam Speaker, and all the departments that are being taken into consideration, that it is indeed something in which I believe that the membership of this committee, and I must say, Madam Speaker, I, as much as would love to be a member of that particular committee, am quite content in not being a member. So I say this knowing full well that I will not be a member of the committee. But I can tell you, if those that are selected to be members of this committee, I believe will have the ability to ensure that the rights and freedoms versus the security of our national interest will, in fact, be protected first and foremost. And that there are checks that are in place within the legislation that will allow for this committee to make sure that they get the job done, Madam Speaker. And I believe that if the Conservatives, in particular, were to better appreciate that fact, that they should be supportive of the legislation. When I listen to members of the New Democrats respond, and I appreciate the response that I've had, that I've heard today from the New Democrats, supportive, they want to see some amendments. It's not quite as clear in regards to the Conservatives. I understand that they're in a very awkward position here because of Bill C-51. I sat in opposition where, yes, there was many members that stood up and said, no, we don't need a committee of parliamentarians. But today, when I listen to the debate that they're providing, they are a little bit unclear. I understand that now that they're going to be voting against the legislation. But it would appear as if they're voting against the legislation because they want to see this parliamentary committee have more teeth. That seems to be the reason why they're voting against it. That's depending on the member that you're talking to, and I did pose the question to my colleague across the way in regards to, are you supporting the legislation? And in fairness, they have been very delicate in terms of their response to date. But they have had one member who has indicated that they will be voting against it. I would advise all members of the House, Madam Speaker, given the importance of this legislation, that all members take it for what it is and allow the legislation to go to committee where there can be a proper vetting from all parliamentarians where they can actually advance potential amendments if they have concern and they can make their case. You know, we often hear of disputes over the facts inside the House. You listen to what the minister says here, and you would believe that this is a committee that's going to be quite powerful and has many responsibilities. And then you hear members opposite where they have reservations about just how powerful it will be, and is the Prime Minister's office too powerful? So there seems to be a bit of a disconnect. But where there's no disconnect, it seems, is that there seems to be a political will that if we are going to have this committee, and we will have this committee, the Prime Minister made a commitment to establish it, so we will have it, Madam Speaker. If and when that committee, or when, not take out the if, when that committee gets established, I do believe that there are members of this House that have the integrity and the goodwill and the ability to be able to get the job done. And I believe that that's ultimately what it is that we should be looking at from this point going forward, from today going forward. That if, in fact, there are ideas that are there that are genuine, where there's been background work and it can be clearly demonstrated, I am sure that whether it's a government amendments coming from some of my colleagues or Conservative New Democrats or even from the Independents. These ideas are, in fact, something in which we want to foster, if, in fact, there's ways that we can improve upon the legislation, Madam Speaker. There are so many things, and I see you've given me the 1-minute warning, Madam Speaker, that the government is doing that goes beyond Bill C-22 in addressing the concerns that Canadians have with respect to the issue of security. Amending provisions enacted by C-51 so as to better protect the rights and advocates of protest, amending provisions enacted by C-51 so as to better define rules regarding terrorist propaganda, mandating statutory review of national security legislation, ensuring faithful compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, creating an Office of Community Outreach and Counter-Radicalization from the budget 2016, including $35 million over 5 years and $10 million annually, which would be ongoing, consulting Canadians about what further measures they would like.
I'm sorry. I'm sure that you have much more to say, and I'm sure that the members are looking forward to it. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Similkameen, for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite has raised a number of points today, and he says that this should go to committee. Obviously, there's a process for that. But first, I think it's important that members from all this place, not just the parliamentary committee, get a chance to share their initial thoughts on it. And the initial thoughts that I've heard time and time again today, Madam Speaker, from the Conservatives, is that the Prime Minister appoints the chair. We already know that that's happened. There's going to be a majority of Liberal members on this committee. They are going to be examining what the Prime Minister wants. And the committee itself will report to the Prime Minister and not to Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, the question is simple. Does the member opposite believe that that is parliamentary oversight or oversight by the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I believe it shows, just based strictly on the question that has been posed, that we have a government that's actually listening to what the Conservative opposition has been saying. It was the Conservative critic that actually wrote to the minister saying that they would like the Prime Minister to appoint the chair, right? It's when you take a look at the makeup of the committee will consist of 9 members, with 7 members of Parliament and 2 senators. Up to 4 of those members will be from the governing party. Well, that's not a majority. If you have a 9-member committee and 4 are coming from the government, well, you know, the
members have a chance to get up and ask questions, so I would just say, please don't interrupt the member.
Is that I believe that if you put to the side some of the partisan stuff that's been said today, and I've been accused of saying partisan things at times too, Madam Speaker, but if we put a little bit of that to the side and you look at what's actually being proposed, it's good, sound legislation. And if we get the cooperation of the opposition, or if we work together on it, I would ultimately argue we could have some of the best legislation dealing with parliamentary oversight in the world. We could.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
And I think it was important to hear the importance of sending this bill to committee, and I find it quite ironic, Madam Speaker, and perhaps we can get some enlightenment. Last week, this member voted against a bill that would actually diverted $10 billion away from organized crime to an actual committee to study it. Among the witnesses wanting to hear were the provincial representatives. Among the witnesses they wanted to hear from the Canadian Labour Congress. Among the witnesses that wanted to appear, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce's. Among the witnesses that wanted to appear, the lottery gaming associations. And Madam Speaker, as we're talking about security issues, maybe you can actually talk about why organized crime shall continue to get this resources, and also maybe perhaps explain to the Liberal candidates that were out there saying the Liberal Party supported this bill.
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party does support Bill C-22. We introduced Bill C-22. If we take a look at what it is that the member is saying, and he's asked why didn't I support a particular issue going to committee, Our standing committees have the potential to do phenomenal work. And in fact, I've argued in the past and will argue into the future, and I believe it's consistent with what our Prime Minister and many of my colleagues talk about, that the backbone of the Parliament going forward into the future can be the fine work that committees do. And there is virtually endless issues that we can actually refer to committees. But today we're debating C-22, a balance of rights and freedoms, and the issue of security for all Canadians. And that's what it is that I'm suggesting, that if we continue to work in a cooperative way and have the bill go to committee, that we could, in fact, develop and ultimately have what I believe is one of the greatest parliamentary oversight committees that's possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And the member will have 5.5 minutes of questions and comments the next time that this subject comes before the House. Private members' business consideration. That being 5:39 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Second reading of Bill C-236, an act to amend the Credit Card Payment Act. In the name of Ms. Lapointe. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles is not present in the House today to move the motion as listed on today's order paper. Consequently, the order falls to the bottom of the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last time we had this discussion, we were talking about greater support for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, and the need is great. 1 in 4 women in Canada will experience intimate partner violence or sexual violence in her lifetime. That's according to the World Health Organization. And I cannot overstate how badly my region, and I'm a Ladysmith, needs action to prevent violence against women, and how much has fallen to our frontline organizations who pick up the pieces every day. One such group, Nanaimo's Haven Society, receives 8 crisis calls every day. Every year, it serves close to 4,000 people suffering physical, sexual, and emotional abuse and violence. But because of inadequate financing, every year Haven turns away over 75 women who are ready to leave abusive situations, but they simply do not have enough room for them at Haven Society. Now, across our country, there's a powerful network of domestic violence shelters picking up the pieces in just this way. One night alone, last year, 8,000 women and children were in domestic violence shelters. Every day, 305 women and children are turned away from shelters because of overcrowding, mostly. Now, this means that 3 out of 4 people seeking help to flee a violent situation could not be accommodated. Now, I acknowledge the dedication of the Status of Women Minister, and I deeply hope that her Liberal cabinet and the Finance Minister agree with her that funding solutions is vital. And the cost of not dealing with it is extreme. Just as Canada estimates that the economic cost of violence against women is $12.2 billion to Canada every year. $12.2 billion. That's $415 per capita annually, the cost of domestic violence. But the Liberal government announcements don't seem to me to be enough to meet this enormous pent-up need over the last decade. The Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses said that if half the money went to new spaces, that's because partly it could also go to renovate or repair existing shelters. If half of the money went to new spaces, it would mean just 2 new shelters for every province. For First Nations, the budget announcement will only support the creation of 5 new shelters on reserve, and it will take 3 years to build them. So that's 5 new shelters on reserve across Canada over the next 3 years. So while the one-time capital funding is being welcomed, I want to know from the minister's representative if you believe that it is sufficient, and what you can do to address the lingering need for operational cash. More than half the shelters are feeding their clients using food banks. The electricity, every kind of operating cost has gone up and up while the funding has gone down. We don't have enough staff hours to deal with the increases in the number of clients served. We have waiting lists for counseling that the clients really need. More operational funding would help that. So those are my 2 questions to the status of women. Is the funding announced adequate for capital funding, and what can you do about operational funding to support this very important community work? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to discuss one of the critical social issues to our country. Gender-based violence represents a significant barrier to women and girls and other vulnerable groups from reaching full equality in this country. Gender-based violence costs all of us. It takes a severe toll on victims and their families, and it imposes tremendous social and economic costs on communities and our country. Our government believes that eliminating gender-based violence in all its forms is critical if we are to make gender equality a fact of life in our society. Madam Speaker, we have made this a priority, and we are taking a number of important actions to address it.
In order to prevent gender-based violence, it's important to ensure that victims are able to find shelter when they need it. As a government, we are of the view that shelters are an important part of the solution. That is why almost $90 million were committed in Budget 2016 to improve and broaden the network of shelters and transition homes. This will support the construction or renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces over the next 2 years. Budget 2016 is also providing $10.4 million over 3 years, starting in 2016-17. to increase safety and security for victims of family violence in First Nation communities through the renovation and construction of new shelters.
The ongoing national tragedy that is the high number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. In August, we announced the 5 commissioners who will lead the inquiry, as well as the terms of reference for this work. But we recognize that we cannot wait until the conclusion of the inquiry to take action on this critical issue. We will continue to invest in existing and new initiatives that meet the specific needs of Indigenous communities on and off reserve. Solutions that prevent future violence, support survivors, and keep Indigenous women and girls safe. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, another important action we are taking is through the work of Status of Women Canada. The agency draws upon a variety of approaches to help reduce and prevent gender-based violence in our society. For instance, as a Centre of Excellence on gender issues, we engage with partners to develop best practices and knowledge on a range of violence issues, such as human trafficking, cyber violence, and engaging youth in violence prevention. We support organizations' ability to take action in their communities to eliminate gender-based violence through projects in areas such as engaging men and boys, cyber violence, and campus violence. We engage Canadians, including through social media outreach, to become part of the solution by marking important occasions such as December 6th each year. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From a member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Through the Speaker, I give thanks to the member, and I thank you especially for your ministry's commitment around concurrent implementation, the 1,200 outstanding recommendations around murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. We do not have to wait for the end of the inquiry in order to act, so I'm grateful for your commitment there. What I was really...
The member to address.
Thank you.
The Speaker.
But I really do need to know the answer to my question. Do you think that the 2 new shelters for every province...
Just a reminder again to address, not you, it's to the Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to know whether the Ministry of Status of Women thinks that 2 new shelters for every province for domestic violence is adequate. Does it think that 5 new shelters on reserve across Canada over the next 3 years is adequate to meet the demand? And are you committed to providing the operational funding? Is the ministry committed to providing the operational funding that these organizations need to service victims of domestic violence and prevent violence against women?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Status of Women has begun working on the development of a comprehensive federal strategy against gender-based violence, and we have been traveling across the country to meet with frontline workers, survivors, those people who have committed themselves to this cause, academics. Il est essentiel d'entendre les Canadiennes et Canadiens.
Hearing from Canadians is critical to ensuring that the strategy will be informed by the experiences, needs, and barriers of those who are most directly affected by gender-based violence. At the federal level, there are a range of initiatives intended to support victims of gender-based violence. Our strategy will enhance these initiatives and introduce new supports while introducing a new approach to coordinating and monitoring federal investments in this area. Thank you very much.
The
honourable member for Laurier St. Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Apparently we have a feminist prime minister, and apparently we have a government that places a lot of emphasis on work-life balance. But it doesn't really show. This government isn't even following its own policies in this area. The Guy Favreau Centre in Montreal, that's a complex where a lot of federal public servants work. 30 years ago, a daycare was set up at that complex. 30 years ago, Madam Speaker. That was all, the need was already felt 30 years ago to have that type of daycare facility at the Guy Favreau complex. And that daycare center, that child care center, received a subsidy for its rent. And that's to be expected. That's totally to be expected because it's fully in keeping with the federal government's own policy. That's the official policy of the Government of Canada. The Conservatives, hardly surprisingly, refused to subsidize the child care center at this complex, and as a result, the daycare center, the child care center, closed shop. And what are the Liberals doing? Well, they're doing the same thing as the Conservatives. The child care center at the Guy Favreau complex is now in jeopardy because the federal subsidy is being withheld and the rent is sky high. The child care center at Guy Favreau has spots for 70 kids, and most of the kids are the children of federal public servants. Without the subsidy, it will no longer be possible for the child care center to afford its rent. And being close to the workplace is essential in striking that ever so important work-life balance. I asked some questions here in the House. I wrote to the minister but nothing gives. I will also be tabling a petition in the next few days signed by over 700 people. But it's incredible what's going on. There's no reaction. They're just carrying on with the Conservatives' policies. And I'd like to quote here Marie-Elisabeth Desordi, the Vice President of the Child Care Center in question, and she has a child there. And I fully agree with her. She says, it seems unthinkable to me that we parents should have to fight for a government that claims to be egalitarian, for them to respect their own policies around work-life balance in order to ensure the survival of our child care center. It's discouraging. There's no movement from the government side. Not only are they not creating child care spots, but they're cutting them. Is that progress? Is that 2016? I find this absurd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
In this evening's debate, our government was elected on the province of helping to boost the middle class and those working hard to join it. And on the issue of daycares in federal government workplaces, we have done just that. Our government recognizes that Canadian families need support and that all Canadian children are entitled to an equal opportunity to succeed. Within the federal public service, the Treasury Board policy on workplace daycare centres aims to assist employees who are parents and need daycare in order to pursue careers in the public service. The policy states that the decision to subsidize daycare centres resides with government departments who have employees within the same building. When departments no longer wish to subsidize a daycare centre, daycare operators are informed of the change and are required to pay market value if they wish to keep operating in the same location. Le rôle de service public est...
The role of public services and procurement is to help the minister responsible with the acquisition of facilities for child care. If the public services has to intervene, they work with the service providers to find ways to ease the transition to market rent. This transition can include extending rent subsidies while the daycare works with parents and develops a new business model that takes rent costs into account.
Tunney's daycare, its rent subsidy ended in 2014. The daycare then entered into a 5-year commercial lease agreement with Public Services and Procurement Canada, and for the first 18 months of the lease, Public Services and Procurement Canada significantly reduced the rent compared with fair market rate. This transition period was meant to allow the daycare to develop a viable business model, taking into account rental costs. When the daycare advised Public Services and Procurement Canada that it would have difficulty in meeting its rent obligations even after the 18-month transition period that ended on April 1st, 2016, PSPC worked with the daycare and the departments located at Tunney's Pasture to find a solution. Public Services and Procurement Canada helped facilitate a solution to allow Garderie Tunney's daycare to continue to operate out of Tunney's Pasture for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague opposite says that they know families need support, and that's what they're doing. But I'd like her to come to Montreal and meet with public servants who work at Guy Favreau complex, because what they're doing, and what I heard from the answer, is that the Liberals are simply washing their hands of this problem. They're saying, if you want child care centres, pay market rent. You know what that is in downtown Montreal? The Liberals are saying, it's not our problem, you're going to have to figure it out yourselves. Pay market rent. There are daycare centers that have already closed up shop and they're empty. What has the government gained here? This is not progress. This is a backward step. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
In the case of the daycare at the Guy Favreau complex, Public Services and Procurement Canada continues to work with the departments located at Guy Favreau and to find a suitable solution for all parties, as we did with Galerie Tunney's daycare. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to further debate the issues related to our immigration policies. At different junctures, different administrations have adopted different approaches and values to Canada's immigration policies. But irrespective of the actions of different administrations, Canada is a democratic country based on some very fundamental principles. Canadians value our constitutional rights. Under the Harper Conservatives, in June 2015, Bill C-24, Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, was passed and became law. The law created two classes of citizens, those who could have their citizenship revoked and those who could not. Under Bill C-24, some Canadians are more Canadian than others because some Canadians are afforded more rights than others simply because of where you were born. On June 9th, 2014, the minister, while in opposition, stated, and I quote, "We object in principle to the arbitrary removal of citizenship from individuals for reasons that are highly questionable and to the very limited opportunity for the individual to appeal to the courts against the removal of citizenship," end quote. When the Liberal government was elected, the Prime Minister stated very clearly that there will be real change. Real change should have meant that the government would have kept their promise to repeal Bill C-24. That didn't happen. Real change should have meant that, in the minimum, Bill C-6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act introduced by the minister on February 25th, 2016, would have fixed the major problems under Bill C-24, especially on sections that violated our constitutional rights. That didn't happen either. There is a gaping hole in Bill C-6. It failed to fix the lack of procedural fairness and safeguards for individuals facing citizenship revocation due to misrepresentation or fraud. Whether the misrepresentation is a result of an honest mistake, even if you're a child and your parent presented misinformation on the application for whatever reason, your citizenship could still be revoked and you cannot argue your case based on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Simply put, you have no right to a hearing. This is because the Harper government, under Bill C-24, eliminated the right for independent and impartial hearing, and has also eliminated consideration of equitable factors or compassionate and humanitarian factors that could prevent a legal but unjust outcome. At committee, I tabled substantive amendments to ensure individuals who face citizenship revocation have the right to a fair and independent hearing and an appeal process. It has broad support, which included the Canadian Bar Association, the Canadians Association of Refugees, and the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Council for Refugees, Ontario Legal Aid, and many others. And as long as the rules established under Bill C-24 remain, the Prime Minister's declaration that a Canadian is a Canadian remain elusive, because the unfortunate reality is that individuals currently in the citizenship system faced with revocation due to misrepresentation still lack the fundamental right to judicial process. It is not a joke that people fighting a jaywalking ticket have more rights than those at risk of losing their citizenship. Even though the Minister of Immigration acknowledges that this is wrong, this Liberal government is aggressively pursuing citizenship revocation on up to 60 Canadians each month under the unfair and unconstitutional process established under Bill C-24. This needs to change.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member from Vancouver East for her intervention.
Her question on the order paper actually dealt with a substantially different issue, so I'll address both in my comments. The question on the order paper related to a matter that relates to funding for language classes, language instruction for newcomers, and settlement services. She received a response from the minister at the time. What I can reiterate in terms of the response at that time and add to it is that the government takes very seriously the issue of settlement of newcomers, of all newcomers. In particular, in the case of Syrian refugees, what we have done is, on top of the $600 million in settlement funding that has been provided in 2016-2017 to settlement agencies, an additional pocket of $37 million has been dedicated just for Syrian refugees and for their resettlement. And we take very seriously the ability for people not only to be housed, but also to be linguistically trained so that they can access the workforce. In respect of the member from Vancouver East's comments with respect to Bill C-24, I obviously have a very different description of what has transpired with respect to our tabling legislation, Bill C-6, the significance of that tabling and what it has done and what it will continue to do for Canadians. The member made extensive submissions at committee with respect to one particular issue, and I will get to that issue in a moment. But what we have done through tabling Bill C-6 is we have shortened the time frame for which citizenship is eligible. So from 4 years, it has been reduced to 3 years. We have rendered citizenship more accessible by reducing the citizenship testing requirements to those persons only aged 18 to 55. It used to be required for anyone as young as 14, anyone as old as 65. We've also given credit to individuals such that time spent here prior to becoming a permanent resident can be attributed to your citizenship eligibility on a factor of 50%. So temporary foreign workers, international students. We've also importantly and most importantly emphasized something that affects me, it affects many members of this House, and I spoke upon this already in respect of C6, but we have eliminated the ability of the previous government, which implemented a system whereby you could revoke citizenship based on grounds of national security only for those people that were not born in this country. That is the point about making sure a Canadian is indeed a Canadian, is indeed a Canadian. So I'm very proud about that legislation, and the minister and the department stands behind it. With respect to issues about revocation of citizenship based on fraud or misrepresentation, it's an important point highlighted by the member from Vancouver East. The issue about revoking citizenship for fraud has existed since 1947, since the Citizenship Act was created. Revoking for fraud maintains an important aspect of what we must do as a government. We revoke for fraud in instances, for example, if somebody hides the fact that they actually were participating as a war criminal in some foreign conflict. And if that is not presented to officials and that is later discovered, we will intervene and revoke that citizenship. It's something Canadians expect us to do. It's something that this government will continue to do. The important point raised by the member from Vancouver East, however, is the procedural protections and due process that is or is not available in such revocation context. And we heard those submissions. I was at those committee meetings with the member opposite. They were important submissions, and those changes are not taking place in this form of the bill at this juncture because of the structural changes and regulatory changes that would be required in terms of the overall apparatus and machinery of government. Does that mean that they're off the table? It certainly does not. The minister answered a question on this just today in question period in respect of the possibility of looking at such changes going forward. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The issue here is about revocation of citizenship and without giving them due process. The BC Civil Liberties Association and the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers have been fighting the blatant violation of our constitutional rights for Canadians since the Harper Conservatives brought in Bill C-24. It's been almost a year since they were elected, and they have failed to deliver in making the changes. There's no question that immediate action is needed, and what's more, it is possible. It is not too late to act. As reported on CBC, if the Minister of Democratic Reform's birthplace was misrepresented on her citizenship application, that would be grounds for revocation of citizenship, regardless of whether or not it was an innocent mistake or the fault of her mother, said the immigration lawyer, Lauren Waldman. And if the misrepresentation was on her permanent residence and refugee application, she could be deported, end quote. So this has to change for everyone, Madam Speaker, and I urge the government to take action now.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
I thank the member from Vancouver East for raising the point about the litigation, but as I believe she would be aware, and as I'm sure that members of this House should be informed, that that litigation was actually placed on hold pending our government's commitment to actually reform Bill C-24 via Bill C-6. And we've done exactly that, Madam Speaker. In its most glaring constitutional violation, what it did is it jeopardized people based on their place of origin in terms of the ability to revoke citizenship from only certain people who are not born here based on national security grounds. That change has been made. The litigation has been put into abeyance. The submissions made by the BC Civil Liberties Association and other members that attended at that committee have been heard. We've received those documents. We are reviewing them, and we're looking forward to enabling a better and more constructive due process provisions going forward in respect of citizenship revocation when it arises in the case of misrepresentation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.